Good morning. Well, you might think we have an overflowing crowd, but we have the young adults, kids, from St. Bernard's. So glad to have you here. All right, we get a roll call, Nikki?
Sure, thank you, Chair Bohn. We'll start with you.
I'm here.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
Good morning. Supervisor Arroyo.
Here.
Supervisor Madrone.
Present.
And Supervisor Wilson.
Here.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll salute our great flag. Garrett Shanahan, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Miss Assistant CAO, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
Good morning, Chair Bohn. No, there are no modifications to today's agenda.
How about that? Well, we'll turn to the consent calendar. Open public comment to the consent calendar. Wow. Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. We have. That's right. Let's have our social workers up here. Who brought that forward? Okay. Hey, how are you guys?
Good morning.
Thanks for being here. Well, we do this silly thing, every year. As I said earlier out in the hall, you guys should be recognized every day for the work you do, but this is a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors, County of Humboldt. Whereas social work was developed from a common concern for humanity and the belief in the dignity, worth of each individual, with a commitment to promoting the welfare of all individuals, served, and the dedication of working to promote social justice, equity, and inclusion. Whereas social work provides a significant role in the system of services aimed at protecting children, elders, dependent adults from neglect and abuse and exploitation, and assisting families and individuals struggling with issues such as homelessness, mental health, or substance use and abuse. Whereas social workers help find and support alternative care, foster, relative, or non-related extended family members for neglected and abused children when needed, as all have the right to a safe environment. Whereas social workers help provide care and support through care providers to enable elders and people with disabilities to remain in their homes and communities, and help provide the continued support to veterans and their families to ensure successful transitions after service. And whereas social workers, in the collaboration with public health, behavioral health, educational institutions, medical professionals, and many other community agencies, work to make Humboldt County a nurturing, supportive, healthy environment for children, families, and adults and communities. Whereas social workers continue to fill their critical roles during adverse events which has impacted them and their community as a whole. Whereas social workers provide valuable service, still creates opportunities for all members of society and to speak out on behalf of the vulnerable and voiceless. Whereas social workers in Humboldt County are a major force for positive community change, recognizing the strength of individuals, families, and communities, and understanding that the empowering people requires acknowledgement of their capabilities. Now therefore be resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims March 2024 Social Worker Appreciation Month and honors social workers for all they do to enhance the well-being of individuals, families, and the communities within our county, and encourages supportive programs which benefit the health and welfare of all our citizens. Signed, Rex Bohn, Chair, March 5th, 2024. Lose your job if you don't get everybody in here.
All right, I'm gonna take a couple of minutes of a big group here. 3, 2, and what? Oh, sorry. 3.
Everybody smile.
2, and
Say sheriff.
1. I'm gonna take a couple more. Sorry. 3, 2, 1. All right, we got it. Thank you.
Did you want to comment on this, Kent?
I did.
Okay.
Rex knows me. That's a subtle hint when I'm standing there with my arms crossed. I was upstairs just a few minutes ago speaking with some of the people that were here, and very, very qualified people. They were upstairs waiting for court cases and must have come down in between or right after. Of course, the one said she'd been here for 14 years. That's a long time with you folks. And of course, we talked about the current wage situation, and I suggested we needed to clone a few of those. These people do wonderful work, and I just wanted to shout out protecting the children. That's, to me, of course, one of the most important things. And so I will keep this brief, but I did want to take the time to acknowledge the wonderful work they do, and we're so lucky to have them getting wages, as was confirmed upstairs, that's less than In-N-Out Burger. So they have an opportunity to speak.
All right. Seeing no one else, I'll bring it back to the board. We didn't have any discussion, and call. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to recognize item number 9 for the Public Works, the Measure Z monies, the $1 million that was allocated a few board meetings ago, and recognize that on that agenda item today on consent that I think everybody's district is getting some work, not Mike, sorry, but but everybody else's is. So just want to recognize that and say thank you to Public Works for getting that out. And with that, I'll make a motion.
I will second the motion and speak to it just for a second. We did get comment, and I do want to acknowledge it in relation to the Measure Z money and the paving that's going to happen with that, and the disparity in some of the parts of our community where there are safe places to be on the roads and when you're not in a car, and where there are places that are less safe. And I want to acknowledge that we do receive comments about potholes and those sorts of things often, but we also receive a lot of comments about how fast people drive on the roads and how unsafe people feel walking on those roads. And those are not unrelated things in how our roads are designed, how our communities are designed, and in the efforts of how we do these infrastructures. So I just want to recognize that it's not just about potholes, but it's also about the safety of everybody else externally from those vehicles as well. And then I also want to acknowledge all of the really wonderful things said about the social worker crew that was here and the ones that aren't here. They're out there doing that work. It is really holding the fabric of society together, just mending it on all the edges where it frays. And these are the people that are doing the hardest work at the most vulnerable spaces in our community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo?
I'll echo those comments and make it brief. I think we all received the comment from a member of the public about item D9, asking that we consider, working with Public Works on the repaving projects to incorporate striping for bike and pedestrian facilities, which is, pennies on the dollar to do when there's repaving happening. And so those comments came in a little bit later. So this agenda had already, we'd already kind of moved forward with it in this way. But I think that is valuable input, and I'll certainly talk with Public Works about how they plan to do that, because I know they have a lot of discussion about the striping as they proceed with these repaving projects. So that's good input, and I also wanted to appreciate our social workers. I know we have a need for them, and so I'm recognizing that we have some young people in the crowd here today. The social work programs locally. Oh wow, it did seem a little dark.
And he said, "Let there be light."
Recognizing that there's, a need here, and fabulous social work programs through Cal Poly Humboldt. I encourage anyone who's interested in that to pursue those opportunities. It's such a need, but it's also very rewarding. I know we often hear about how challenging it is to be a social worker. I think in our jobs we hear from, our staff that it is complex and difficult work, and that it's incredibly rewarding, and they love the ability to really directly help people and see changes. So thank you to our social workers. I'm grateful that we take the time to appreciate them.
Saying nothing else, and more importantly, if you know someone that is, even in the youth, older and stuff, that is seeking services, there are services available, and it's kind of hard to say, hey, I need those. But more so than, anything else, help direct those people to the services. It may be just enough to get everything going good. So and there are numerous amount of programs. So with that, I'll bring it back to the board. Nikki, you want to do a roll call?
Thank you, Chair Bohn. We'll start with Supervisor Arroyo. Yes. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
And Chair Bohn.
Yep.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we have a time set at 9:30. Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm just trying to. And then we'll do public comment on non-agenda items.
Gordon Cloudworthy, running for 1st District Supervisor. Today is Election Day. Just wanted to say that, you know, as far as blood slinging and everything like that, everybody that puts their name on that ballot wants to do good for the people of Humboldt County, or for the people of America. We're trying. Everybody, regardless of political affiliation, you know, wants to do something good for everybody. So regardless of how you vote today, make sure you do go out and vote. Thank you.
Next.
Good morning, Supervisors, and thank you for taking us early. My name is James Chafee. When I was young, there was a story that everyone knew. Everyone was told that in the French court of Louis XVI, they were asked, told the people have no bread. And Marie Antoinette is supposed to have said, let them eat cake. The understanding was that people with no bread ultimately stormed the Bastille, and Marie Antoinette ended up losing her head to the guillotine. It's an apocryphal story. It comes from Jean-Jacques Rousseau, but we don't need to get into that. It was meant to teach the lesson that contempt for our fellow human beings ultimately destroys society. You probably never heard that story. You couldn't tell that story today because everyone would think that Marie Antoinette was the hero. It became a famous story because our parents were the World War II generation. During the war, human contempt was intolerable because society needed complete dedication from every level of society to maximize the war effort. All contributions to the war were valuable, and everyone was noble for making the effort. Now, human contempt is the lingua franca of our society. Political parties organize around it, newspapers boost circulation with it, professions and politicians use it for status. It even boosts ad revenues. People's identities are based on what they have contempt for. You're probably wondering why I told you this story. The law library of the Board of Trustees of the Law Library consists of 7 members. You appoint 3 of them. The other 4 are Superior Court judges. Now, you think you have contempt for people who come here and make public comment without donating to your political campaigns. That compares to the comparison to the contempt for people who come into court without hiring a lawyer. The vernacular in the legal system is pro per. It's a contraction of propria persona. Pro per, get it? The composition of the board mandated by California state statute carries the assumption that Superior Court judges will represent bureaucratic efficiency, what they like to call judicial economy. The other assumption is that you, as Democratic representatives, will appoint advocates for openness and democratic empowerment. As a result, some balance is produced. If you don't do that, the balance breaks down. The truth is, if you don't promote democracy, you're undermining it. The anti-democratic results can be very dramatic, as in this case. This takes place in the context of the law library being a civil right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ken Swatsky, we have some St. Bernard's people here. It's really nice to have them here today. Another job that I think was mentioned, they're having a hard time with, was it a court reporter who always does the transcribing of the thing up there? And I believe, if I recall, I think it was a Lost Coast article or one of the articles in one of the media, but they start at get 6 figures. So there are some very top paying jobs, and they're having a hard time filling those positions upstairs. So it's another one you might consider. It's election time, as we all said. I wish everybody would go vote. That's a wonderful thing to have the ability to do that, to live in a country like ours where we can elect our leaders. We have one judge who's running, and I guess my understanding, he's not in the top 1%, but the top 1/10% as far as negativity goes. That's not a good thing for him. Most likely will not be elected, and if he is, he most likely will be removed from the bench. I kind of foresee something happening here. I'm just guessing the 2nd District may end up in a runoff, And we never know. I guess we'll have an idea tomorrow morning sometime, maybe, with heading that way. I support anybody who's taking the time to run for a position and to serve. It's very important up here. When it comes to the our assemblyman, replacing Mr. Woods, I interviewed all 6 candidates at a forum. All of them answered one question correctly, which was, are you willing to commit, yes or no, to the offshore wind, basically landing here, and we're getting benefit from that. The other one was not answered all. 5 people got it right. The other person, by the name of, I think Rusty Hicks is his name, who came here recently, referred to as a carpetbagger. He was looking more toward a 2-basin solution, and I couldn't get a yes or no for him just to go ahead and say he wanted to keep all the water in the Eel River. That was a pertinent question to me and anybody who's, I think, concerned about our environment. Personally, I really strongly support one person who's the opposite of carpetbagger, which is Frankie Myers. Hopefully, Frankie, if he doesn't participate and win or something on this thing, will move forward up the chain, maybe be a district supervisor or some other position. I really think it's important for our tribal people to represent us, down in Sacramento eventually, and it's kind of a ladder that they have to climb. There's another person running for that position. If I had my way, it would probably be Arroyo Kelly and Frankie Myers running against each other. There would be 2 people in that particular one. I feel both of those, one's not from our area, but seems to be the kind of mindset when I talk to her. She grew up by a river, her family is by a river, and so she knows the rural lifestyle that we all enjoy here. So, like I said, if you're able to vote, get out there and do so. Either that or don't whine about things not going right for you and your community and your leadership. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Seeing no one else?
Chair Bohn, we do have one caller in.
Oh, good.
Caller 2223, you've been prompted to unmute, *6 to lower your hand, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning. Craig Johnson, Humboldt County resident. I just wanted to thank everyone that has come out and shown support for the opposition of Measure A. That is a no on Measure A. I want to thank all the supervisors spending time and energy reviewing building and planning's review of it and bringing forth all the good information that was shared with everyone and all the voters. I want to leave you all with one thing on this last Super Tuesday, and that is if you're still undecided on how to vote for Measure A, think of it this way. The proponents seem to disagree with how the county has handled things. So for me, as a farmer in the middle, I feel like a child of divorce. My parents are fighting, and now I am stuck in the dragnet, so to speak, of this. So if you're unsure on how to vote for Measure A, please vote no, because there are a lot of us that have been doing everything right, showing up, participating, paying our taxes, and doing good work, getting our legal product to legal channels through the supply chain as required by the state. Please consider us in your vote today. Vote no on Measure A. Thank you so much for the time this morning.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and I have one more caller, Chair
Okay.
Bohn. I have 3053. You've been prompted to unmute, *6 to lower your hand, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to clarify, you can hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm just calling, I'm going to piggyback on what Craig was saying. Thank you for everything he has done in the No on Measure A campaign, and thank you everyone that's contributed. I've sat there at the podium, I think there's only 3 of you there. It's the biggest threat we have on our county right now, facing in front of us today, is Measure A. I encourage everyone to vote no. If this passes, you think we're in recession now, it's going to only get worse. So please, everyone vote no on Measure A. Also, I just want to thank you again for the setting up the payment plan. I know myself and others were just recently able to come in the last month and set up payment plans. Had you decided to put a hard stop in December, I know many farmers may have not have been able to continue on in compliance getting their tax bills on the payment plan. So thank you for hearing the industry and continuing to work with the industry. and I wish you luck today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
We have no more callers, Chair.
All right, thanks, Nick. Well, bring back the time certain. Oh, excuse me, Supervisor Madrone wanted to make a statement.
Yeah, I just, we've all been experiencing some pretty major storms recently, as you all know. And I just wanted to make a shout out to PG&E and in particular Allison Talbot, who really works hard to keep us in the know on where the outages are and what progress is being made. Also, Office of Emergency Services, Ryan Derby, and the Sheriff's Department and all the deputies that have been out there trying to assist people with all the snow and down trees and other things, and neighbors helping neighbors. So just wanted to put that shout out of thank you to everybody in the community. Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. Because this is election day, and this is actually the first time the county has a new registration system on board, and I want to just acknowledge that any voter in Humboldt County can register to vote today. You can actually, which hasn't been something that, traditionally we haven't thought of it that way. Oh, you have to do it a month ahead of time and all these things. You can go into one of the vote centers today, register to vote, get a ballot. You can actually register to, if you live in Garberville, but you find yourself in Arcata or Hoopa, you can go into a vote center today, register to vote for your residents in Garberville or Whitethorn or anywhere in Humboldt County, doesn't matter where it is, and they will print you a ballot that will be for that district and that location and that jurisdiction. So it's so much easier to vote now. If you turned 18 today, you could go in and vote today. So if you're a first-time voter or someone who just hasn't had the chance to feel like you want to register, but you feel like, oh, I'm so last minute. I'm a procrastinator sometimes with these things as well. I will be voting today. So I'm putting it out there that that anyone can go into a vote center today and register to vote anywhere in the county, and you can find those maps on the website, and they're in every part of the county. Not every part, but excuse me, every part where we have towns and stuff like that. So please, by all means, this is a big change in how we vote. Next time in November, you'll have 30 days to vote, just like this time, so it's very different. We even have vote centers that are open for days before, so they're not just open on what we call election day. Election day is kind of a thing of the past, really. It's kind of what the election end is what it is. It's like we have multiple days, so if you have a chance and you haven't registered to vote, or you're maybe a little confused about it, but you are a Humboldt County resident, go into a vote center today and pick up a ballot and vote. Thanks.
And if you weren't confused before, no, just go to the elections. When he talks about going to the website, go to the elections website, and you'll have that opportunity. Now, this isn't Chicago style, vote early, vote often. This was actually, you only get one shot at it. So, all right. Look at that. We kicked that all the way into St. Bernard's High School. I think we're going to. Malin, you going to kick it off?
Absolutely, yes.
I'm excited to have the kids from St. Bernard's here. I kind of went there about 55 years ago. But anyway, and I think most of the kids were at the game last night. I'm going to give a shout out. It now comes down to Arcata and St. Bernard's for the North State champions for Division 4. So I'm going to make a friendly bet with Mr. Wilson and see if he'll take it. So, and we'll pay off next week. Like $50 friendly. How about that?
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Anyway, I was at the game last night and at the game through, and I forgot how I catch a lot, but it was pretty exciting. I didn't think you guys were going to pull it off with a minute and a half, and then you fired up.
I was
so
very nervous as well.
Very impressive. Very impressive. Anyway. Go ahead.
Okay.
Proud of the school.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. I'm Madeline Shanahan, and I'm the ASB president at St. Bernard's Academy. I just want to start off by thanking you for giving our leadership class the opportunity to come and present to you this morning. We have a little slideshow prepared. We'll probably get it up soon. Yeah. Thank you. Great, great. We're going to tell you all about what we do as the student leaders of our school. But before I invite more students up to present, I just want to read to you the mission statement that we created together at the beginning of the year and tell you a little bit about our class. So let's see if this clicker works. Yeah, okay, there we go. So the mission of St. Bernard's Academy Leadership is to support each other as we efficiently build a dependable, happy family environment within our community. Smiley face. The smiley face was a non-negotiable, very crucial part of the mission. But that's just because at SB we like to lead with a smile and with happiness in all the things that we do at our school. So that's what we'll really be telling you about today. So unlike other associated student bodies, the ASB at St. Bernard's isn't totally reliant upon the faculty. There's a shift of leadership control to us students. So we are the ones who are in charge of all school events, the organizing, the planning, the execution, and it really teaches us, how to get things done, how to make things happen, and how to learn from our mistakes along the way. I mean, of course, we do have the incredible Dan Johnson as a mentor. We have Cindy Fink to help us. We have a supportive principal and staff. But at the end of the day, they all know that in order for us to succeed in our lives, we need to learn how to take control of the wheel. So our class meets every Wednesday morning before school, and we often meet on Fridays as well. And when we aren't planning events or school activities, we invite guest speakers from different professional fields to our meeting. In fact, Supervisor Bohn was generous enough to come and speak to us and just give us a great example of someone who demonstrates hard work, success, and care in our own community. So thank you very much for that. Another guest speaker that we welcomed was Juan Pablo, the Registrar of Voters, and just a great leader in our community. And matter of fact, after this, we're heading over to the elections office where we'll meet up with him and just get to see what goes down on election day. So we have a very exciting day ahead of us. We've already learned a lot from just being here, so thank you very much for that. And without further ado, let's get this going. Thank you.
Hi all, I'm Jayla Khan. I'm the junior class vice president, and I run not all the social medias, but I run the social media for our student leadership class, our NHS, and my junior class. With my job, I just update all of our social medias regularly. I tell people we have class meetings, or I tell them about all of our events that come up and how to volunteer and stuff. And this has taught me a lot about digital media and how to communicate with other people. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Natalie Parker. I'm the Senior Vice President.
My name's Kate Pauley, and I'm the Senior Class Treasurer.
And we're going to tell you about the Grub Hub, which is it's a student-run snack bar thing, and we run it at break every day. All the profits go directly to ASB.
It also helps teach us organization and how to multitask. Good morning, I'm Hannah Fink, the Senior Class President. So we had our homecoming carnival. It was our first big event of the school year. And when planning this event, we started with finding out our main goals of the event. And we wanted that to keep it free and affordable for anyone in the community to participate. And we also wanted to make sure those who wouldn't typically be involved were there. So we achieved this by working with many generous local businesses who were kind enough to donate. And then we also created schedules to encourage class participation from those who usually wouldn't be there for our rides and booths that we had. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Ella Hart. I'm the junior class secretary at SB. During the homecoming carnival, During the homecoming carnival this year, which was one of the events we held to fundraise for our class, we held a sports auction where each winter sport made an item or a job for each team to fundraise for their sport. And so we had boys soccer and football do firewood, which was stacked by the players. We had volleyball do yard work. Tennis was tennis lessons, and golf did rounds of golf, which all of that money went towards our teams, and we were able to not only fundraise for new sports items, but it helped just connect each player with each other more, and we became more of a closely knit team.
Big button. I'm Tyler Heinrichs. I'm sophomore class representative, and I'll be going over both women's and men's sports. To kick off the year, we had women's soccer, continuing another great legacy with going second in NCS. And then we had girls golf, won at Baywood tournament as a team for the first time and had several placements in the top 10. And then we had cheer, having its second year coming back in over 10 years, and also cheering for both men's football and girls and boys basketball. And then we had volleyball winning sections for the first time in school history, and they are the first HNL team to do so in 37 years. Tennis played 2 players in NCS singles sections and performed very well. Basketball is still in a continued season with playing against Arcata in NorCals and having a chance to go play in Sacramento in state championships. And softball is just beginning their year with a jamboree going on at Washington School. Men's sports began with soccer demonstrating and hard work with a brand new coach. Football had their first time ever winning Big Four co-champs and getting second in NCS Division 5. Basketball had a record year going 22 in regular season and winning the Little Four. Golf has another promising season with a senior Jack Kramer. Tennis looks forward to their season with 4 new players entering. Baseball is starting their year. They had a tournament in Reading, and they have a new tournament at Bear River this weekend.
Hello, I'm Garrett Shanahan. How do I do this? There we go. I'm just going to talk about some of the benefits of sports at St. Bernard's. And I'm the freshman class president. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. First of all, about 80% of the students at St. Bernard's play a sport. One of the things that's unique about St. Bernard's is how student athletes have the opportunity to play one sport. We're a small school, need participation from a bunch of the students. Sports give us the opportunity to work towards a shared goal together. We learn teamwork, communication, and how to work through adversity. As we go through our seasons, we build close bonds, strong friendships, and these are some photos of some of the seniors this year.
Hey, Garrett, since you gave me a little grief about my baseball jersey, why don't you tell us your history of why the Dodgers are your favorite team?
Oh, my grandpa pitched for them. He played for the Dodgers.
In World Series too, right?
I don't believe he was on the
No?
team.
Okay.
Not right.
I'm looking for help here.
I don't know. I don't know. Look at
He
my
was a-
uncle.
He was a stud.
He did. Oh. Yes. Right? No? No. I don't know. I don't know.
Hi, I am Scarlett, freshman vice president and the co-secretary of S Club.
Hi, I'm Amber Smith. I'm the sophomore vice president, and I'm the treasurer for the Sir Optimus Club.
So one of our new extracurricular activities and clubs as of this year is Sir Optimus Club. And me and Amber are really excited to tell you guys about a few of our accomplishments so far. So one of our main goals this year was to interact with and learn from the elderly in our community. So the way we did this was we made like Christmas gifts and flower bouquets and different cards, and we brought them to various local care homes, and we delivered them in person so that we could meet some of them. And then we also held a coat drive earlier this year to collect coats for those in need, especially with our harsh Humboldt winters. As you all know, I'm sure everyone deserves a coat and warmth. And these service acts have taught us that one of the greatest pleasures in life is serving others, and learning this at such a young age is going to benefit us for the rest of our lives.
Another thing that those of us in the Sir Optimus Club are really proud of was having the opportunity to volunteer at the St. Vincent de Paul's food kitchen, and it made us just really happy being able to help those in need. And we're gonna start doing this more frequently, so I think it'll really help us like grow individually and like help us to want to help individuals more and like help the community. This year we've also done multiple fundraisers at our sporting events, which helps us to support all of our amazing athletes while earning money that'll go towards bettering our community. Getting to participate in doing all these activities helps us to learn skills that'll be carried forward into our futures and will help us strive to be that better version of ourselves. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Max Gunther. I'm the sophomore class treasurer, and I'm gonna be talking about the science pool. But yeah.
Hi, I'm Eliana Sellers, and I'm sophomore class president.
Okay, so the science pool is a Jeopardy-like event for high school and middle students who have a strong interest and academic ability in mathematics and science. Teams consist of 4 students and 1 optional alternative team member. And the winning team of each regional science pool competition is invited to participate in the National Science Pool Finals in Washington, D.C., with all expenses paid. As of 2018, there were 65 high school regionals and 48 middle school regionals.
Every year in March, there's a science bowl in Reading that the students can attend, and we're actually going to attend this Saturday. We're leaving Friday. The science bowl also allows students to compete in a friendly environment, and it fosters a sense of community and allows camaraderie between team members.
Hello, my name is Carol Guo, and I'm the senior class secretary and the vice president of National Honor Society.
Hello, my name is Gabby Chow, and I'm the freshman class treasurer.
So for National Honor Society, we launched a new program this year, and that is a student-run school magazine. And I have given Mr. Bohn a couple copies of our November, December, and January edition. I hope you guys enjoy reading it. They recorded our wonderful campus life, and I really enjoy making them. And we also have an AP study group this year to help students to ace their AP exams.
We did a Chinese New Year Lunar Year celebration where we had everyone in National Honor Society. Everyone got a piece of paper, and we got to write the letter luck in Chinese. And we also did a face painting booth at the homecoming carnival, and we got a lot of volunteers, and that was really awesome. Thank you.
As the representative of international students in ASB, I'm from China, and I would love to introduce our great dorm to you guys. So I think the best description of our dorm would be home sweet home. We have an amazing dorm director. She always buys cakes for us and celebrate our birthday at the dorm. It really makes me feel like I'm at home. And she plans a lot of fun activities for us on weekends. We went to Bear River to bowling once, and it was super fun. And Lunar New Year is one of the most important festivals in China. And she gave us a red envelope with lucky money. It's a tradition, so I really appreciate that, and I love it.
Hi, my name is Nina Clayton. I'm junior class president. I'm going to be talking about academics. At St. Bernard's, learning is made fun to keep students engaged while giving them the best opportunities to succeed later in life. Among many opportunities to showcase their intellect, students are able to participate in the American Mathematics competition, with 2 students shown placing first, including giving the opportunity to qualify for another competition that 2.5% of students qualify for. AP study groups are made to pass on knowledge and help each other in preparation for future exams to continue part of the community. Students who juggle both academics and sports are honored at the end of each season, including banquets to honor their academic excellence.
I'm back. Okay, so at SB, we love field trips. We love to get out into our community. So here you can see Jack is viewing some art from a local artist at Morris Graves. And we also love to get out. I mean, I feel like we just have such a beautiful natural environment here in Humboldt, so we love to get out there. And we have a great science department that allows us to do so. So here you can see we did our kayaking trip at the end of the year last year. That was super fun. I don't know if you know Tucker Rice, but he did end up in the water at one point, so that was unfortunate. But everyone else stayed in their kayak.
I mean, it wasn't unfortunate for me. I had a great day. It was super funny. But it's super great. We get to learn all about the ecosystems, the tides, all of that. We also go to tide pools. We took a trip to the Malil Dunes. We do a ton of great stuff. Just this last week, I went to the dump for my environmental science class. It did not smell good, but you know, I learned a lot. It's because these trips, they're just very conducive to learning, especially for students who might struggle, you know, sitting behind a desk all day and get going stir crazy. So they're really great. Let's move on. But we do.
Is your science teacher a St. Bernard's graduate?
Yes. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 We don't just go on field trips though. We do actually, you know, do some stuff that gets us into colleges. So here you can see Alyssa, who graduated last year. She's thriving at Caltech, which is a very prestigious school. And then also Alexandra and Nate graduated last year. They were co-valedictorians, but they're both freshmen at UCLA, and they're having a great time. You can see by their smiles. But yeah, and this year, right now, our seniors, including myself, we're kind of in that in-between period, hearing back from some schools, still waiting to hear back from others, and just, it's a very exciting time. So, yeah. There you go.
Oh, okay. There you go. Cool. Hi, I am Sarah Reese. I'm the sophomore class media director, and I'm going to be talking about winter formal with Eliana. The winter formal was held on January 27th, and our class chose the theme Frozen Fantasy.
Dances allow the students to gather as a community outside of an academic setting and in a safe environment.
And the dances, or this one really, allows the students to blow off steam from the school year and have a fun time. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lawrence Renner. I'm the ASB Treasurer at St. Bernard's Academy. At St. Bernard's, we really like to honor our veterans. We believe that's very important. So for Veterans Day, during the singing national anthem, we actually had a flyover at one of our playoff football games. It was very awesome, very special. Justin Zabel donated these planes, and we also called out our veterans onto the field, and we were able to show them that support because we feel like they very much deserve it. And that was just something very special that we coordinated, and it was great. It was great, and we won, which was even better.
Lawrence, where are you going in July?
I'm going to be flying in, going to West Point.
Thank you for your service, son.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I'm Natalie McLaughlin, and I'm the freshman class secretary.
You guys already met me, but I'm Scarlett, freshman vice president. And me and Natalie are going to be talking about the canned food drive. So St. Bernard's takes the canned food drive very seriously. All the food donated goes to Food for People, which helps to feed the less fortunate members of our community. And we were very successful in collecting an abundant amount of food to give back. And ASB worked hard to motivate our students, but honestly, without our tight-knit community, we could not have done what we did. And like we say at SB, we are one family, and this became very apparent with our success in the canned food drive. So the canned food drive is just like another reason, or like proof that even though we are a small school, we can make a big difference. Natalie's going to tell you how ASB supported this success.
The St. Bernard's High School ASB spent many weeks preparing activities that would motivate students to participate in the canned food drive. We planned a rally at the end of the food drive. The winning idea for this rally was to throw water balloons at teachers and pie classmates. If you brought in a certain amount of cans, you got to participate. Everyone had fun, and it was very successful. Senator Michael McGuire even attended the rally and got to experience the Crusader spirit in person. We were also given the opportunity to be broadcasted on local news stations surrounding this event. St. Bernard's raised over 12,683 pounds of canned food, almost doubling the second amount of food raised.
Thank you.
Okay, so every year, it's me again, guys. I know I keep coming back.
Every year we like to do a community outreach event where we get out into the community and raise awareness about something. In the past, we've done every 15 minutes. I don't know, you guys might know what it is, about drunk driving awareness. And I think the last time they did that, I was probably a second grader at St. Bernard's when they still had the elementary school. And it still sticks with me to this day. So that's what we really try to do. We try to do something that the students are going to remember up here. A couple years ago, we did a panel. We welcomed a panel of members of our community who have struggled with substance abuse, drug abuse, and they just talked about their experience with addiction. And this year, we plan to do something on vaping, and because it's become very prominent in our generation, and it's become a big problem. So we're going to talk about that, probably bring some people in, and just do something that's going to make people remember that don't vape, it's bad. Oh, right there, sorry.
Hi again. I'm going to be talking about the fundraisers that we've held this year so far for the junior class. We've been really busy holding fundraisers, such as the Spaghetti Feed, which we held at the Homecoming Carnival, and we invited students, the community members, and like family members from everybody, and it just like allowed everybody to join together and have a meal, and it was just we raised a lot of money that way for prom. For Valentine's Day, we made candygrams. It allowed everybody to send treats to each other, which I had a lot of treats, so it was delicious. We're preparing for prom in May, so by having all of these fundraisers, it makes all of that possible, and it's made a very big, significant amount of money, and it's really going to help us get where we need to be.
The St. Bernard's, I'm back, hi. The St. Bernard's Cash Bash is a fun and successful fundraiser that contributes to the whole school, including each sports team and educational departments. Last year, we did the Crusader Corral, and this year we are doing the Jungle Bash, which will include a live and silent auction, dinner, drinks, and games. It's on April 26th and will be hosted in the Crusader Gym. We partner with many businesses for a successful and fun evening that raises money for our school.
We are very thankful for all the success from the fundraiser, thanks to many generous donations from local businesses, along with the time from many community members, including Supervisor Bohn. Another event that we put on at the end of the year is Safe and Sober. This is for our seniors so they can get a lot of prizes and have a fun night after graduation. And with the help of many senior and junior parents, we have put on 2 fundraisers to help with the costs of the venue, prizes, and food for the night of. Our goal is to create a memorable and safe night. All right, thank you for listening. I just wanted to thank Mr. Ritter for organizing this whole thing. We may not have been very appreciative a little bit ago when our palms were sweating, but I'm sure we can look back on this and appreciate the opportunity to work on our public speaking skills. And thank you to all of you for your attention, for listening. We really appreciate it. We appreciate all you do in the community. And as a thank you, we just talked about Cash Bash, but we want to give you all a ticket to Cash Bash if you guys want to go. You don't have to go. But if you want to go see him lead an auction, it'd be pretty cool. He talks really fast. It's very exciting. But thank you very much. Good.
Mel, I sit up here and Mike uses the term a lot of times, fabric of society, and every time one of you high schools come in and the presentations get more professional and are done so well, it kind of makes us realize you're the thread of that, holding that society together, and as you evolve, and I know most of your parents' and it's great, the family, the involvement and everything else you guys do. But when you come here, it gives us hope as you know, political leaders or quote unquote whatever box you put us in, realizing we've got a lot of great kids out there, and that happens when Arcata shows up, Ferndale shows up, all the schools show up, and you're right. Thank you to Mr. Ritter for putting this together and allowing us as supervisors to come see our youth and see what's evolving and out there. Mm-hmm. And Dan, it's not like you don't have 800 projects, probably over 1,000 projects going on or units going on. Yeah. But I mean, to take the time out and do this and then and put his knowledge forward to you guys. So I'm just amazed every year and really proud. And I mean, some of you I have known since you were born, and it's just fun to see. And again, I think I have 7 or 8 family members who graduated from St. Bernard's all the way back to 1960. Maybe 6. No, I gotta be careful here. I get my sister mad. 62, I believe. So anyway, thank you guys very much. You guys did great. You don't have to. You don't have to improve your skills at all.
Thank you very much, guys.
Anybody else? Supervisor Arroyo?
I do have a question about the Science Bowl. So it's coming up on Saturday, and I'm curious, I don't know if this is the type of event where you bring a project that you've worked on. I'm kind of assuming so, but
So this
I'm
is
curious.
basically, we've practiced together for the past, I don't know, 5 months or so. We practice every Monday after school, and it's kind of like Jeopardy. There's a question asked, and then you're sitting on a panel, kind of like you guys, and you're working with your team, and there's multiple choice questions, there's free response, and sometimes it'll be science questions, sometimes it'll be math questions, and there's going to be a judge, and then you have to answer the question that they ask you. You have to be like, hit your buzzer, and then they say, you, and then you have to wait till they call you out, and then you answer it, and then if you keep doing good, you keep going on.
I love it. That sounds really fun.
It's a whole thing.
Focused Jeopardy is what
Sounds
it
like
is,
my idea of a good
basically.
time. I love it.
And
yeah, it's exciting.
just since we started
luck.
out this way, how many people are going to be conflicted on Saturday? I mean, this is after I win the money from Wilson and you guys beat Arcata.
We have a set team who won't have any conflicts.
Oh, good.
I probably won't be able to go, hopefully, but we'll
Hopefully
see.
you'll be in
Hopefully I
Sacramento.
won't be able to go, but well, or hopefully I'll,
All
whichever
right.
if you like science or sports.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank
South
you
Fork.
to all of you for the presentations. I'm South Fork, so it really enlightened me to learn about your school and the projects that are in your school and how you fundraise and move about as a student body. And so, and your speaking skills are very well. So really appreciate the presentations, and hopefully your palms are not sweating any longer.
Thank you.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Mr. Shanahan for leading this whole crew. You do a great job. Thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
I do want to appreciate, I mean, I do appreciate the student presentation here today and all of the ones that we have and the ones in the future. But I just shout out to Jim Ritter. I just want to say, really, seriously, this program that he kind of just keeps rolling on, it just, that interface that he allows young people to have into the interworkings of local government and just how society functions at that level is just very, very important. Most people don't get that education, and actually, shout out to the science teacher too for those field trips. Also, very, very important. But Jim, I just want to thank you again. It really, this is really important. People just don't grasp often. This is election day, right? And I want to point out that the vote that you have that has the most impact on your life is your local vote. Like, we get so involved in our national politics, takes up 99.9% of what we talk about, if we talk about politics at all. But just the construct of everything around you, your solid waste, your landfills, your sewer plants, your water, your streets, your schools, all the things that are just most that you touch and interact with on an everyday basis is the result of local elections, and that's why it's really, really important. And so that's why I think it's great, Jim, that you bring people in, young people in, to see that interface at a very early age, and I really, really appreciate that, because this is really where it happens. This is where the rubber meets the road, and where the most inspiring and fun jobs of the future for you are. So, thank you.
And there is an opportunity, because as, God, where'd you graduate from? Cade McNamara is a proud graduate, I believe, of St. Bernard's, played ball there and everything else, and now he's one of our lead planners at our planning and building department, a rising star, and does a great job. So, yeah, Cade McNamara, can you believe it?
South
Live.
Fork.
Yeah. Supervisor Madrone?
Impressive. Very, very impressive. Every one of you. I would say you all just hit 3-pointers, basically. And how many of you, who wants to become president someday? How about a city council member, local city council, or maybe a board of supervisor, right? How many want? You know, you are the few. There we go. Okay, there's some competition coming. So you are impressive. Very honored to have learned more about your school, and just it's amazing the depth and breadth of the programs that you all are involved with. Thank you for your service to your community.
Okay, with that, we'll take a vote to accept the presentation. Oh, we have our public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? We tried to keep Jim away, but sorry, guys.
Good morning, Jim Ritter, McKinleyville resident and a volunteer here today for St. Bernard's. I just wanted to also publicly acknowledge Dan Johnson for volunteering every single week to lead the leadership class, doing amazing behind-the-scenes effort to support these students. As you saw, every single student had the expectation they were going to get up and speak. No adults spoke as part of the presentation, so this is a reflection of Dan's sort of giving these guys inspiration to move forward with their leadership skills. I also wanted to, a couple of you mentioned this, but I looked back at our records, and the very first group of students that at least I was involved in bringing was in March of 2012, when our group of 7th graders from Pacific Union School came. And since then, we've had 10 different schools that have come and had this opportunity to learn about the Board of Supervisors. So to all of you, not just for welcoming students here and welcoming schools here, but also being very willing to get out to the school campuses and interact with students, I thank you very much. Just one logistics note, we're going to sneak out of here as quietly as we can at pretty much 10:30 exactly to go over to the elections office. So thank you very much.
All right. Supervisor Bushnell?
I'll make a motion to accept the presentation.
Second.
Been moved and seconded.
Okay, ready? Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Affirmative.
Chair Bohn.
Go Crusaders.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Yeah, they're going to do a photo. I was going to do it to take a break, but you guys want to do the photo now? We can do the photo now. And then we also have complimentary gifts. I was going to come on up. You guys want to line up? First row. Here, we'll do the picture. First row in front, second row you guys get in back of us. You're in the second row, Lawrence. You come back. You can go. What? You guys? Okay. We'll stand. Well, I got the second row coming in.
Wait, where's the back row?
Well,
Get back here. Natalie, you might want to get in the back. You gotta stand by, Rex. 6 feet tall. Garrett, you might want to be back row. No, it's kids.
He looks pretty good.
Yeah.
The kids get behind us, some more kids in with the board. You guys, some of the kids go that way. There you go.
All right.
Supervisor Madrone, you're in the dark. Come out. Come up a little bit. Perfect.
okay.
All right. Everyone look at Ansel. Oh, sorry. All right. Right here. Oh my gosh. Such a good looking group.
Can we get one more? Danny, get up here. Jim, you get up here. It's not complete without you guys.
You can fit right on the ends in the front.
Good job,
Watch out, Dan.
All right. Humboldt County. Well done.
Great job. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
high school, modern day.
Where?
Modern day. Capital High School in Southern California.
Yeah, I've heard they had a good baseball team, right? Yeah. So we'll take a quick break so the students can get out of here. And again, thank you guys very much. That was great. And I'll see you tomorrow night. Good luck to Arcata, but I hope you beat them. All right. I will bring it to our clerk of the board, Tracy D'Amico.
Good morning. So before you, the next item is to consider making the at-large appointment to the Planning Commission. On January 30th, the board was notified that there was a vacancy due to a term expiration of member Brian Mitchell, and the vacancy was posted, and we've received several applications. So this morning, we would like to introduce those applicants and let the board have some discussion and then possibly make that appointment. They've all been notified. I think there are several on Zoom, and there might be a few here in person. This will be for a 2-year term, and you do have a sheet in front of you listing the applicants alphabetically. So if you would like to ask those members to speak, Supervisor Bohn, that would be great.
As soon as I find my cheat sheet. There you go. That's fine. I'm not sure. Is Bo Day here? Is he on? All right.
I'm here.
Go, Bo.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Is it not working?
It is working. Hi, my name is Bo Day. I'm maybe it's not working all that well. I'm actually in a hotel room with my son. We're on our way to a paintball tournament down in Las Vegas. So, but anyway, I was able to find the time to get here, and thanks for giving me a minute to talk to you. Again, my name is Bo. I was born and raised down in Mill Valley, near San Francisco. I went to the Colorado College in my early 20s, where I studied English with an emphasis on creative writing, and got my degree, got my Bachelor of Arts degree in English from there. I ended up out here in Humboldt County after living in a handful of different places around the country. I came out here to be with the woman who I'm married to now, whose name is KJ, and who's an alumni from HSU. Before I got out here, where I am now a general contractor, and I've spent most of the last 20 years running a small contracting company, which I'll talk about in a second. But before I got out here into sort of my present life, I was able to spend 5 years as a high school teacher in Austin, Texas, which was, even though it was a long time ago, it was in my late 20s, it was a very influential part of my life, and it was a job that I really enjoyed a lot. And one of the things that I really enjoyed about that job was that I worked at a small school where we were building the curriculum and working to get the school accredited all at the same time. And we had a real collaboration in the workplace that I really enjoyed. Again, that was kind of a long time ago. These days, my present life is I'm a general contractor. I run a small construction company. We do all sorts of residential building and new construction. In the capacity of running that company, I've had the experience of doing 2 small subdivisions in the last, those are also sort of a long time ago, but I have some sort of a basic working knowledge of how that subdivision process works. We did a 3-lot subdivision up in McKinleyville a long time ago, and we also did an 8-lot subdivision in McKinleyville. So I have a little bit of experience in that area. It was a learning experience for sure, kind of getting through that. I am currently involved in a project that I'm really excited about, which involves working with a local board and care facility called the Aguilar Manor, which is over in Cotton. It's actually the place where my father lived when his health was failing a number of years ago. And right now, we are just in the final stages of securing a $400,000 grant that's coming from the state of California through our local DHHS to upgrade that facility, the physical part of the facility, and also sort of the business infrastructure of the facility. So that's something I'm involved in right now that is really exciting, and hopefully we'll kind of get the ball rolling on that pretty soon. Let's see, I'm not sure what else I should say about myself. Oh, I'm also, if we're trying to kind of understand where I am in the community, I have 2 kids. I have 2 teenage sons. I have one at McKinleyville High School. I have one at Arcata High, a junior and a freshman. And as you've seen him walking back and forth here in the stream, we're in a hotel room on our way to Las Vegas for a competitive paintball tournament. My other son's playing basketball for McKinleyville High. I lived in McKinleyville on the northern edge of town, like the Dallas Prairie area, where I've been building a house for my family to live in for 20 years, like a lot of contractors do. I'm not sure if anybody's got any questions. I guess one other thing that I would mention about myself is I am a landlord. I've been a landlord in this community for well over 10 years. My wife and I have 7 different rentals, all currently long-term rentals. And I take that role very seriously. And I pride myself on having a strong relationship with my tenants and understanding the role of a landlord in our community. So I'm kind of coming to this opportunity to potentially be on the Planning Commission. With that experience as a contractor, also that experience as a landlord, that experience as an educator a long time ago, where I really learned how to work with the people who were sort of on my team. So it's kind of my first introduction. I don't know if there's any specific questions or kind of how this should work out, or if I should talk a little bit about why I want to be on the Planning Commission. Or if anybody could hear any of that.
All right. Are there any questions? Supervisor Arroyo.
Sure. I'd love to hear briefly why each of you would like to serve on the Planning Commission. I mean, I know we have your applications where you also stated that, but it's helpful to hear it in your own words. So I'd love to hear that and then make that consistent for all of the folks who are going to speak today. Thank you, Bo.
Thanks. Yeah, I've been thinking a little bit about why I would like to be on the commission. Obviously, I think there's sort of 3 reasons why I want to be on the Planning Commission. I'll try to keep it short. First of all, I really love Humboldt County. As I mentioned earlier, I lived in 4 or 5 different places as an adult or as a young adult. And this is clearly the place where I feel most at home and the place where I feel grounded. And so I also am somebody who feels like there's a lot of change coming down the pipe. There's clearly a lot of change happening locally, and there's a lot of change happening on the global stage as well. And so if there's any way that I could bring some of the experiences that I've had in life, some of the knowledge that I've been able to put together to engage in sort of this public conversation to help shape Humboldt County's future, I would really welcome that opportunity to be part of the conversation, sort of as Humboldt County evolves into its next stage. I also have just like a really selfish reason for wanting to be on the Planning Commission, which is that, over the last 20 years, I've spent a lot of time in the construction arena. A lot of people about construction being very involved on that level. And in that world, there's always a very clear answer to the problems that come along. It's a physical place where it's either going to work or it's not going to work. And that's been fine. Although I'm also really interested in more nuanced, more complicated problems, more complicated conversations where there's not always a clear, yes, we're going to use this 2x6 in this place, or we're definitely going to pour concrete over here. There's not always a clear conclusion to the to the difficulties that are faced. And so I'm just personally sort of excited to try to be part of a different conversation that has a little more nuance and complexity and less of a black and white kind of a solution. And then lastly, and I'll stop talking, as I mentioned before, I'm an English major in college a long time ago, and I love writing. I've always been somebody who is much more comfortable communicating through writing than I am comfortable talking. Very nervous, sort of being on this computer screen right here. And I understand that a big part of what the at-large representative does is bring in the emails, respond to those emails. And so I'm hoping that there's an opportunity to sort of engage with the public using the written word and try to sort of bring in what I hear, what I would read coming in from folks out in the community about particular issues, and then try to present that to the in the public arena. So I think that's why I would like to be on the Planning Commission. Those 3 reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. We as a board, our biggest fear as a board every time we do one of these is we won't get qualified applicants. Well, that's the farthest thing from the truth looking at this list. So this is exciting to listen to all of you. Todd Fulton, he is here.
Good morning, all. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Todd Fulton. 5th generation Humboldt County resident, born and raised in Fortuna. Still live just a little bit north of Fortuna, though. Currently, as Lost Coast put it, I'm a retired sheriff's investigator, but there's a little bit more to me than that. I'm also a small business owner. My family and I have a small cow-calf operation up around Neyland. Currently a director for Humboldt Del Norte Cattlemen's Association. In the association, I'm also part of their land use committee as well as their law enforcement committee. I'm also a director for the North Coast Regional Land Trust. Deal with very complex conservation easements, funding. I'm on the projects committee there as well, people's committee and finance committee as well within that. I have a huge, I currently work for Green Diamond Resource Company. I'm in their real property department. I'm also the security for the entire California division, but within the real estate we deal with transactions, ingress, egress, that type of stuff. There's some pretty complex real estate transactions that do occur within Green Diamond as far as planning the community forest, both in McKinleyville and in Eureka here. Why do I want to be on as a commissioner or a part of the Planning Commission? Humboldt County only has so much ground. I think how we use it in the future needs to be sustainable and be able to continue on. I'm a huge ag proponent. I don't like to see our agricultural grounds converted to areas because we can't get any of that back, but I'm also open-minded. I take a common sense approach to all projects we look at. I may personally not agree, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best thing for the county. So I think I'm level-headed enough to do would suggest what's best for the county as well. So if you have any questions, I'm open book.
Questions? All right.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Todd. Carl Hansen.
He's on Zoom.
Great.
Good morning. Thankful to have the opportunity to talk with you again. My background, I actually started professionally working with the City of Davis. I was in finance and as liaison to the planning department for the City of Davis. So had early on in my career a sense of the role of planning in communities. Now I'm more focused on economic development and kind of community development that goes with that, and so it brought me to a great interest in working with the Planning Commission, and as Mr. Fulton just kind of described, the need to really be thoughtful about how our community develops and how we protect the land uses, but also create from my perspective, the economic opportunities for the people who live here, and particularly for the young people who are inheriting our communities to create that future community environment that's going to be sustainable, but also a high quality of life. So based on my background, both in the economic side, the educational side, growing up in an agricultural community, I think I have a diverse perspectives to bring to the board, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to apply to the commission. So thank you.
Any questions for, seeing none? Lorna McFarland.
Hi, thank you for having me. I am a senior environmental scientist at Caltrans. I began my career in public service with the State Water Resources Control Board in Sacramento. I started that after finishing graduate school. I have a master's in marine biology and a bachelor's in environmental studies. I think that I bring a very unique perspective to this planning commission. Outside of my work with Caltrans, which is incredibly detailed, working with local regulatory agencies, local governments, of course, you know, the California state budget itself, I also bring a perspective that nobody else here has. I am from the younger generation that has to deal with the consequences that all of our parents have put in place. So I am here as a younger voice to represent the future of Humboldt County and the future that we want to create for people of my generation and also to our students that are here today. Just on the side, other things, I also teach a course twice a year, so I'm very tied into academia. I've previously had a plethora of jobs. You've seen them all on my resume. I don't want to waste too much time, but I think that my experience and my unique perspective are incredibly valuable. And last thing I wanted to mention, shout out to, I believe his name is Lauren, but I come from a family of public servants. My father's a professor, my mother's a nurse. They immigrated to the US in the 80s. My brother went to West Point, and he is very successful right now. All of his friends are, so I wish you the absolute best of luck, and thank you. So if you have any other questions, I'm around.
Seeing none? Brian Mitchell. Okay. Kelly Patton. Kelly's online.
Hello. Hi, my name's Kelly Patton, and I started my adult life going to College of the Redwoods, and midway through decided to join the Marine Corps because the first Gulf War was ramping up, and spent 6 years in the Marine Corps and got out and got into banking and was a real estate broker specializing in commercial finance, and closed close to $1 billion of commercial finance over the course of 10 years. And 2008 came around, and that was my opportunity to come back to Humboldt County after getting out of the Marine Corps. I was born and raised in Hydesville and had been down there while I was doing that. Came back, and I had a logging company and have a cattle ranch out in Bloxburg and in Hydesville, and had to deal with a lot of land use issues with both those properties, and been around it my whole life because it was my family's property. And I am currently working for Mercer Fraser. I closed down my logging business and went to work for Mercer Fraser. And so I'm just a equipment operator with Mercer Fraser, a cattle rancher, log my own property, and deal with property rights that are there. And I'm also the vice commander of the American Legion in Fortuna. And I am on the Fish and Wildlife Council for your Board of Supervisors. And so I just have a pretty wide spectrum of experience, I think. And I just appreciate your support. And I'm in a snowstorm right now, so it's cold.
Thanks, Kelly. Any questions? Nope. Okay. All right, I'll bring it.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
I would recommend if you paused now, we can let the kids out.
Okay. We're going to take 5 minutes. We'll be back here at 10:30. Thanks, you guys, very much, you guys. What? We can. I'm all accommodating. We will open this up to public comment.
Ken Sawatsky, this is, of course, one of the very important appointments you guys do. My concern is that as we transition, question to be asked, maybe a little late, as we transition away from our current planning departments that has spent 95% of its time on the cannabis planning for the last, 7 years, the question that I would be asking is are these people willing to go ahead and not do what's on the Planning Commission agenda for next meeting? Take 2 projects, main thing on there is 2 projects, 10,000 square foot, and they've been there for a while, and now they want to blow them up to an acre. So that would be my question and concern as far as the environment goes. We're going to be downsizing. As of the end of March, there's a whole bunch of people that permits will go away because they haven't paid their money. But my concern is that you have areas that basically were barely able to handle 10,000 square foot, and now people want to put in 1 acre grows. And so that's a concern I think that everybody should understand. People say we have to have it. Maybe you go ahead and let them double what they have now or something. But the neighborhoods are kind of tired of this in a lot of areas. They put up with the 10,000 and they have complaints about those. And now they're looking at, on the next Planning Commission meeting, people coming in definitely concerned about blowing this up. So 3.0 needs to happen as soon as we can, protect our environment. And I look forward to observing your process today. I spoke to a guy back here by the name of Todd. I like Todd. He didn't wear his red hat up to the mic and stuff, but I did get a good feeling from him, and I appreciate the other person speaking for the younger generation. You know, they're going to be part of this thing. Anyway, make your decision, and then I guess we'll see where you guys go, and then I'll watch, and we'll see what you do regarding the future of Humboldt County. Remediation of all these projects needs to happen that have been abandoned. Really big problem we have going there. We never did force these people to put bonds, or a lot of them, I guess, the property owners now are stuck with it, and I don't feel sorry for them. They made a lot of money during this time, but cleanup's going to be one of the biggest things we need to get going on in the environment to protect what's out there. So thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I'm willing to take the first sort of glance. I'm going to give my top 3 from.
I was going to.
If that's okay, or do you have a process?
I have a process.
What's that process? What is it?
I'm going to ask everybody for their top 2. I'm going to ask everybody. There's going to be a gold and silver winner, and I'm going to ask for the top 2, and then the clerk can take it from there, and we'll total it up accordingly from there, and see where we stand after we do that. And then if we have to go to, I don't know. So.
Can I ask a question about that process?
Please.
So last time we had a little bit of a challenge with asking the clerk to do the math. And so not dissing your math skills at all. It was our process that was a little wonky. So I'm just curious whether we want to weight those votes in some way, or whether we're just going to ask her to tally how many we have in the top 2. You understand what I'm saying here?
First place votes will be worth 10. Second place votes will be worth 5.
I'm sorry. I'm so glad I asked, Tracy.
First of all, it was the CAO who was doing the tallying last time.
Yeah.
And I do know how confusing this board's ranked voting can be going. So if both Karen and I do the 10 points for the first and the 5 point for the second, we can then come up with a number to present to you for further discussion.
Great.
It'd be the same.
Thank you very much. I'm glad we clarified that.
All right. Everybody's standing back, so I guess I'm going to take what I get out of this. And I kind of followed up on a little bit. Everybody know where I was at on this, and I'll go right down the list. Bo Day, I did not know him from Adam, but I made a few phone calls, and the one thing I liked about him is you can't put him in a box. He's just what you get. He's a contractor, does a great job. Did an addition for a friend of mine's house, so and gets the job done. And his handshake's his word. So I heard good things about him. Todd, I've known forever. I think Todd would do good representing our ranching community and all the pros. I do like the idea that he's on the North Coast Regional Land Trust. You know, I think I think he was the first one that came up with it's not what I want, it's what's best for the county. And I thought that statement said a lot. Carl, I'm a big fan of Carl. We asked him, I think he applied for wasn't it the accountant, the assessor's appeals? No, the assessor, not the assessor.
Audit committee.
The audit committee. And he didn't get it, and we asked him to come back and apply for the next opening because he was so he did. Lorna, I just told her when I walked out, I said, damn, you're an overachiever. You bring a lot of good things. People at Caltrans say a lot of nice things about you. And you do represent the younger generation. I actually thought you were part of the St. Bernard's crew. You hope people keep saying that for the next 10 years. Trust me, 20 years. So, Brian, I didn't hear much. Kelly would bring a lot to the table. I think he's knows a lot of the issues, but that's kind of where I go. And I guess my 1 and 2 are going to be, and I'm going first so you guys can, because nobody was jumping up. Damn, I should have said the top 3 now. I didn't think that through. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go with the unknown. I'm gonna go with Baudet as my first, and I like the idea of the regional land trust and the ranching back end. I'm gonna go with Todd for number 2.
All right, I'll jump in.
Well, okay, I was going to go by districts if you wanted to, but you want. I'll just. Well, she's passed, so.
No, I am passed. I said I need some more thought.
That's a pass, because I'll go to 3.
All right. I'm not going to go through a lot of deliberation on this, at least out loud. But for me, Lorna is my number 1 in here for a couple of reasons. I mean, it's certainly the generational aspect is important. I think also there's just a lot going on in the McKinleyville area these days that's just going to require a lot of representation. And then there's just the background. So for me, that just sort of a trifecta of why I think this person is my number 1 pick. But the second place, I like you. This is why I was going for 3, because I was really having a hard time bouncing between my second place choice, which was Bo and Todd. Both of them, I think, brings experience. I do know Bo. His wife cuts hair for my kids, and I've known KJ since we were, let's just say, a long time, and so I really actually very much appreciated his very honest outreach in terms of just understanding that the role really does require a lot of thought and process, and his appreciation for that just was I felt very genuine, and I, like you, I actually really appreciated Todd's his perspective, and then also that he's on the North Coast Regional Land Trust, which I think is a very important and wonderful organization that brings a lot of really great perspective from a land use thing. But I'm gonna, I'm kind of flipping a coin here.
I'm really glad you weren't going to think out loud about this, too.
Sorry. There we go. So I'm gonna go. Well, it's just, you know, you're making me process here. All right, I'm gonna go Bo for number 2. But we'll see how the numbers roll out, and so I'm gonna go Lorno number 1 and Bo number 2.
Natalie.
All right, I gotta say, wow, this is one hell of a list of incredibly qualified and capable people. And I know Brian wasn't here to speak today, but I just want to appreciate his service on the Planning Commission and his long tenure and engagement there. But man, what a heck of a list of candidates. I also wish we were picking top 3, but I appreciate the exercise of just having to get right to the point. So I'll just say, thinking through, and what I heard here today actually helped me in a different way. I thought I had a little bit of a different plan moving forward. But now hearing from the folks who have applied and looking at who's on the commission currently and where I think we could use some additional insight and perspective, I have to say my top 2 are Todd Fulton and Lorna McFarland. And with Todd, I really appreciate your perspective on sustainable land use and conserving ag land, and really thinking through those needs. I also appreciate the compliance background. And when I look at who we currently have, I don't think anyone has quite that perspective on the compliance and enforcement piece. And so I think that adds a little additional nuance and some real diversity of experience and perspective. And with Lorna, thank you also for being here today. And, the State Water Board experience and the Caltrans experience, as well as, just that regulatory know-how, I think is really critically important. So it was a difficult choice about how to pick my top 2, but that's what I've come away with. And I also really appreciate and like what Bo had to say very much, as well as Carl Hansen, I know, and Kelly Patton. So all of them, just really have a phenomenal breadth of experience, and we are fortunate to have such an incredible slate of candidates.
Okay, and that Assistant CAO.
Supervisor Arroyo, can we clarify that
Who's
was
1
in
and 2?
order?
That's what I was going to ask.
Todd 1, McFarland 2nd?
Okay.
That's correct.
That's how I wrote it, but I was going to ask you. With that, I'll go to Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I also want to thank all the applicants, all very well qualified, and to thank also Brian Mitchell, even though he didn't speak today, for his long term on the Planning Commission. I know quite a few of these folks and appreciate the willingness and the experience that it brings and can bring to this board. My number 1 choice is Todd, and the reason being is he brings something to the commission that is not there currently, and I think that diversity is very much needed and can really help with the Planning Commission. And my second choice, and I don't know him, and I read the application and really he sold himself very well on his presentation today. It would be Bo Day.
Supervisor Madrone.
I too very much appreciate all of these candidates for applying. It's really wonderful to see so much interest in such an important role. And I have to say, these planning commissioners, they work really hard. I mean, it is a really large set of homework, shall we say, every 2 weeks. With stacks this high, if you were to print it all out, on all these projects, a lot of very, very important projects going on in the community. And it's not just all cannabis, although that's definitely been a primary, set of projects to consider, but housing, community development, economic development. There is so much going on right now in Humboldt County. And I just so appreciate the hard work of all of our existing commissioners and the willingness on the part of all these applicants to also take on that role of hard work in this arena. I too am grateful that there's actually 3 candidates out of 6 that are from McKinleyville. It probably should be a city. It may be someday. It's as big as, it's the 2nd largest city in Humboldt County by population. And as a city, it really doesn't have its own planning commission. It doesn't have its own city council or mayor. And so I'm able to appoint 1 member from my district, and that person is from McKinleyville. And so I really very much like that there's an opportunity to consider several McKinleyville candidates. But every one of you brings all kinds of value to this table in terms of consideration, and I'm glad that it's difficult for us to try and figure out which ones to put forward. That is so much better than the ease of only having like 1 candidate, right, or something like that. So thank you all for applying. As I said, everybody brings various elements of expertise to the table. And so I'll just cut to the chase. My top pick is Lorna, and my second pick is Brian Mitchell. And so I believe we have a tie at this point.
I would concur with that. Assistant CAO, do you also show Todd with 25 and Lorna with 25? And Bo with the 20, Brian with 5. So now there is a tie.
Well, they're not both here, so a cage fight's out of the question, so.
They are both here.
Oh, wait, they are.
Come on up into the center.
Yeah. No hair pulling. Oh, that's okay, Todd. No.
Oh, bad joke.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to have them come up and grovel for the job now. I think they've outlaid their they've put out there what they're going to do. And I guess now that we're down to 2, we could just go right down the line and pick who it is. So I may do this alphabetical with no kickback. My first choice would be yeah, shake hands. And I think she'd whoop you, Todd. My first choice, my first choice is going to be Todd.
My first choice is Todd.
Well, I'm going to stick with Lorna.
This is incredibly challenging. I see where I sit here. Wow. I came into the conversation thinking that this experience in climate science and the experience with the transportation sector was just a hair more important to me, which is maybe the wrong way of putting it, but just a little bit more in the vein of what I was hoping to see and that insight. And then, hearing what you had to say, Todd, made it tricky. I will just say we are really in a critical moment around our planning for climate change and adaptation for climate change. And I think that compliance and enforcement background, amongst many other things, is really appealing. And I also recognize that, Lorna, you have that with, to some degree, with your regulatory role, but in a slightly different, perhaps a slightly different nuance. So those are the things that stick out to me. But hearing kind of where people were at in our first round, I'll say Lorna number one.
You changed.
I changed, yes.
Oh, okay.
After
You said stay with.
articulating why.
You're going to stay with.
Very tough call, though. So you all are both incredible candidates.
Well,
Well, I would agree it is a tough call, but I'm going to stick with Lorna as my first choice, and I believe that gives us a final.
thank you, Mr. Past Chair.
If someone could make a motion, that would be great.
I'll make the motion to appoint Lorna McFarlane as the at-large planning commissioner for, is there a specific, we have two of them, for the open at-large seat.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Nick, I'll have you call. I want to thank everybody that did apply. I mean, again, I echo what everybody else said. There are a lot of qualified people, maybe overqualified, and the time commitment and the effort. So, and you're going to be working with some pretty good people too, some pretty bright folks. So, all right, Nick.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Chair Bohn?
Yep.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
We'll invite our Director of Public Health up.
Good morning, Chair and your board. Sophia Pereira, Public Health Director. I'm here today because, as you know, we talked a little bit more last week about our comprehensive tobacco retail licensing ordinance that your board passed earlier this summer. And this presentation is actually not for me. I'm going to be turning it over to our colleagues at the Health and Social Policy Institute. They've been following this work. They've been partners in public health work across the state, and they wanted to be here today to formally recognize your board for your efforts and support in passing a comprehensive tobacco retail licensing ordinance. So stop hearing from me, and I'm going to turn it over to Diane Kaiser.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning, supervisors. I'm really pleased to be here.
Diana, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Diane Kaiser, and I'm the director of the Health and Social Policy Institute. And I have a couple of people with me this morning that I would like to introduce as well. These are people who have played a partnership role in working with our organization, and they are from your geographical area. First, our lead, who is a member of the Health and Social Policy Institute, Jay Macedo, right there. And from locally, very local, you probably recognize Jay McCubbery from North Coast. And both of these people have been extremely instrumental in making a change in Humboldt County with TRL. So we would like to thank both of them, and we will continue with the presentation because we know we're going to have some great photo opportunities. And these will appear, these photos, they don't stop here. They will go into our progress reports. Like every year, we write 2 novels to tell what's been going on in the communities where we're working in tobacco control. So these photos will be used, and we will be talking about Humboldt County. You will also be featured in Spotlight On, which is the California Department of Public Health's tobacco control. It's really a feature where we have people who are honored for doing the right thing in communities. So the past 4 years, our organizations have been working together, and we have culminated in what happened in July in 2023. And that has been the passage of the tobacco retail licensing policy here in Humboldt County, which was a very successful passage and very comprehensive. TRL is really a key tobacco control measure. We have to have some way to be able to control tobacco so it doesn't get into the hands of youth. And you know, I'm really sorry that I know they didn't want to sit here all morning, but that the youth aren't here, because we have a little report that's kind of new, and it's not a very pleasant thing to discuss. But vaping is a huge problem. And if you don't believe that, talk to a few of the parents in Los Angeles County whose kids are now, for the first time, having swallowing problems. And they are going to be having to have, at least 2 of them, so far there are 5 have been identified, 2 of them are going to have surgery. 1 minor, 1 major. So this vaping situation is something that the tobacco industry, they're always out ahead of us, trying to get kids in particular hooked on their tobacco control products. So you've heard the quick aside about what has happened down in Southern California with these young people, youth, who are vaping and having esophagus problems. With the passage of the Humboldt County retail license policy, you have joined a group of other premier California cities and counties. These are the ones who care about their community, and there have been scores. Actually, we're over 112 communities in California. Both cities and counties have passed tobacco retail ordinances. You know, nothing happens in a vacuum, and it's probably good that it doesn't, because there are other people in Humboldt County, health staff, who were very instrumental in achieving this honor, and we would like to thank them publicly and acknowledge them. Elaine Hogan, Sarah Nelson, Katie Jo Slaughter, Caitlin Giddings, Courtney Angelo, Lisa Olivier, and of course, Sophia Pereira. So, Chairman Bohn, if you would step forward and accept, on behalf of Humboldt County, the California Public Health Leadership Award for 2024. And hey, can I light it for you? No, you can't.
It's the only advice I got.
Okay. Really?
Yeah. Oh, great.
That's fine. Okay. To you and your Board of Supervisors who have done the right thing, the California Public Health Leadership Award 2024, hereby presented to Humboldt County Board of Supervisors for outstanding vision and commitment to public health excellence through tobacco use prevention and clean air policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And we would like a photo. And J, do you have anything you'd like to comment on?
Just briefly, everything that Diane said. I'm Jay McCubbery. I have worked in tobacco control from Daly City to Crescent City for more than 30 years now. And this TRL policy needs to be recognized as a real milestone here in Humboldt County. So thank you all very much for caring about the kids. You can see they know it's important. The kids from St. Bernard, it's a real issue in our community, and we have done something about it, working together, so thanks again.
You guys, this is all to us, so why don't you guys all stand up behind us?
Yeah.
Photo bomb it. You want to photo bomb it from the back? Or?
I was going to come take a picture.
Oh.
Do it.
Do it.
We come together here.
There you go. There we go. Ready?
As you know,
I think they can see.
We could just go like this. Yay!
We got bunny ears.
I don't know why we didn't go down there. I don't know. Beautiful.
Do you want to come down here?
Yeah, please come on down.
Separation anxiety.
Karen, do we all fit? No? Okay.
Oh,
Here,
all right.
I'm gonna, well, now we need some people.
Thank you. Good work.
Mark that Rex Bone rifle first.
Don't leave yet. We might have a few comments.
You want to stay in the room while we're talking about you or be gone? It's your option. I'll bring it. Doing what?
Bringing it up.
Oh. Anyway, Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Chair Bohn. I just wanted to say vaping is a vacuum, right? And it's a horrible vacuum. It's really creating a lot of harm, and I very much appreciate this award being given to the county. But really the credit goes to public health and all the incredible workers there and everybody else that's jumped in to help make this happen, including the retailers who are for the most part complying and trying to also help improve this health concern and situation. So I want to thank them all. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Elaine Hogan, who was mentioned as one of those persons who worked really hard on all this. You may or may not know, I'm sure in public health you know this, but she has taken a new job, and she is now the executive director of the Great Redwood Trail Agency. So we're very proud to have Elaine from the local community take on that leadership role at what is going to be a phenomenal project in terms of our economic development and health. You know, getting people out on trails is a really important aspect of public health. And the thing I love about trails is that there's no Republicans, there's no Democrats, it's just people out on the trails getting to know each other, getting to know their neighbors and their community. And so it absolutely has a major health impact. So go Elaine, good job on that.
Supervisor Rowe.
Thank you. I am pleased to see this recognition, and you know, it is really a testament to the hard work of our public health team. And you know, I realize that I want to say I wholeheartedly support this ordinance and its ongoing implementation, and it highlights one of the complexities of I guess what people often call sin taxes, which is that, you know, the funds from taxing tobacco products have directly helped with First Five and funding for First Five efforts statewide and locally. And it's interesting that this precedes the First Five presentation today. And so, you know, I think it highlights the importance of us finding sustainable alternative sources of funding to fund that really important preventative and family support work, but work that helps prevent trauma and supports youth during that formative period when they are most susceptible to adverse experiences that increase the likelihood of addiction. So it's an interesting kind of interplay between those needs. And that said, you know, I know we need to continue focusing on that on a state level and on a local level. But I don't think that continuing to make tobacco products more readily accessible is the way to support 0 through 5 programs long term. So I'm grateful for this, and I wanted to acknowledge that that is one of the challenges that we're facing as a state and as a community. But thank you so much for the recognition, and kudos to Public Health for your work.
Supervisor Wilson.
I echo all those praise and thank yous, and especially to our staff that endured annoying emails from me every time my kid would be like, Dad, you wouldn't believe, there was, you know, I just, you know, I would just hear about it, not just from my kid, but from other young people about the issues around vaping. It's real, it's pervasive in a way that it shouldn't be. And so we got to do everything we can to move against this. And so thank you to all you guys for, yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like, we got there. It just, you know, it's just like one of those things like, hey, when's this gonna, and then you'd hear back, well, now we have to connect with this person, and then we have to connect with that person. And I just want to appreciate all the work because it's not just writing some words on a piece of paper and then handing it to somebody and bringing it up here. You guys had to do a lot of networking to make this happen. And then there was a lot of networking just even to get other communities to do this too. So I just want to really appreciate that. That's really, I just want to let you know that's very, very appreciated. So thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I also want to, what? Thank staff and recognize the ordinance. I know, I had a question about the ordinance and brought it back. However, I grew up in a smoker's home with my grandparents and detested it, and really appreciate the education that goes around informing, updating around vaping and around cigarettes and around the health with tobacco users. And so just really appreciate the work that's gone into this. I got a lot of calls from the stores, and I know that all of that work you guys were doing to update them on the new ordinance was a lot, and you had a lot of questions, and some of it not met with very great, acceptance. But the message that I got from those businesses was, well, they're explaining it to us and they're working with us. And so I really appreciate that for the small businesses and the businesses that you guys have been engaging with, and just really appreciate this for, the health of all of our lungs.
Thanks. I never had a problem smoking as a child. I went the hard route and had asthma. But vaping is an issue. You heard it today with the young kids from St. Bernard's approaching it back from the every 15 minutes program, which I remember from, I think my son did in 2002. So they've evolved and realized it's an issue. And basically I'm always amazed how few people smoke cigarettes anymore. It's the outlier, and I guess that's it, and for health reasons, that's where we want to be. And so I appreciate everything you've done. I remember when I opened the ball fields 25 years ago, Lynn, what was Lynn's last name from Blue Lake? Who worked in the Glenn, exactly. Her son went to St. Bernard's. Anyway, they put up a sign about no tobacco smoking and everything else. And that sign was up for about 22 years before it finally just wore out. So, but anyway, this has not been a short-term project. This has been a long-term project. So thank you guys very much. So, did I get a motion out of there from somebody?
I'll move that we accept the award.
Second.
Damn, I love these controversial votes. That had you on the edge of your seats, didn't it? Nick, you want to?
Yes. Chairman, we'll start with you.
No, yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Oh, excuse me, public comment. I'm sorry. I thought when they all came up here.
Monitors doing their job.
And this is.
Good morning.
This has killed first five as more people quit smoking.
That's not what I'm here to talk about. Mary Ann Hansen, First Five Humboldt, and I just want to commend Public Health for their tremendous work on this. First Five is about setting the stage for lifelong health, and this is perfectly aligned with our goals. All those other issues aside. So I just want to congratulate my public health colleagues and the board and our community for this work. Thanks.
Thank you. With that being the end of public comment, I'll now call for the vote.
We will start over. Chair Bohn.
Still yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes, and thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
I don't want this to go down as I voted twice on election day either. It's okay. Anyway, thank you. Now we will move on to, which is,
To be clear, voting twice is not a thing.
Of course you would take that serious.
but comedy is. Hey.
Awesome, thank you.
I had no uncles.
Probably stand if that's okay.
No, my family tree looks like a pool stick, except for my sisters and my brother. Okay. Hey, Doc.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to be presenting today on work that we've done over the last year to look at drug poisoning, overdose, and fentanyl-related deaths in Humboldt County. And I would like to just first start with a shout out to County Counsel Natalie Duke, Deputy Register Linda Roberts, and everyone from the coroner's office who went above and beyond to make sure that we had the information that we needed to be able to do this review. I also want to recognize that while I will be presenting numbers and statistics today, these numbers and statistics represent a sizable portion of our community. And a dear family friend of mine is represented among these numbers, and I imagine that for most of you in the room and listening today, you also know people who are represented in these numbers. So while we'll be talking about statistics, I really want to make clear these are people. These are our friends, our family, our neighbors, our loved ones, and I hope that message doesn't get lost as we talk about this today. I do have slides. Great. So historically, what we've been able to present on deaths in Humboldt County has to do with just information that's available on death certificates, and that has some basic demographic information about people who die and some basic information about the drug related to their death, but it's not comprehensive. This year, we were able actually to review for 2022 and 2023 all of the drug poisoning deaths, which is how we classify those deaths that are overdoses, as well as fentanyl-related deaths, which are fentanyl overdoses and deaths that are directly the result of fentanyl but may not have been classified as an overdose. So the fentanyl led to the cause of death, but it wasn't explicitly an overdose in that case. And so we'll look at two different sets of numbers. I'm going to go through the type of demographic statistics that we would normally have been able to present to you, and then at the end I'm going to share some of the information, the additional information that we were able to get by doing this more in-depth review process. So in 2022, there were 89 deaths, drug poisoning or overdose deaths in Humboldt County. In 2023, that number decreased slightly to 83. I will say that that is the first time we have seen a decrease in total number of deaths in, I believe, well over a decade. So there is some positive light on this journey that we're on. Of those overdoses, you can see that the vast majority of them are accidental overdoses, with a small percentage that are intentional overdoses, and a small percentage of deaths where the intention behind the overdose could not be determined. Among the accidental and could not be determined cause of overdoses, those were almost exclusively fentanyl. Historically, we've seen a number of heroin-related deaths and methamphetamine-related deaths. There are still a very small number of those, but by and large, almost everything we're seeing are fentanyl-related deaths. Of note, in 2021, 2022, and 2023, we've had one death each year related to use of inhalants, which I know is a topic of interest. So then we took and looked, again, looking for intervention points. Where can we reach people to reduce the risk of overdose? And one of the things that we determined is that the vast majority of deaths that involve fentanyl also involve a combination of alcohol and or methamphetamines. So what we're seeing is polysubstance use. By and large, we're not seeing a single drug of use involved in the overdoses. This is information that we haven't actually seen before. We don't know whether the individual who died was intending to use or what drug they were intending to use, but we do see them in combination, which means that we do need to be focusing overdose prevention efforts around people who are also using methamphetamines, because there are a significant number who are using, and that level of methamphetamine mixed with fentanyl is unlikely to be accidental methamphetamine use. It's unlikely to be accidental fentanyl use either, but we do know from populations that there's a lot of people who are using both drugs. And those numbers look pretty much the same for 2023, so really not a change between those. We were able to review all of the postmortem toxicology results for all of the deaths that occurred during this time. And we did find that there was one death that involved xylazine in 2023, so this is something we've been monitoring closely. Xylazine, also known as tranq on the streets, is a veterinary tranquilizer, and there is a lot of concern that when that hits an area, there's an increased rate of deaths associated with that. We have not seen that yet in Humboldt County. It's unclear if it's still on its way or if it just hasn't increased deaths here. We also monitor toxicology reports from treatment centers, and we're seeing a handful but not a lot of xylazine results in those testing results for people who are drug testing while they're in treatment programs. So we do see some xylazine locally, but not a lot of it. We are essentially not seeing heroin at all anymore. So I think there were three results over the 2-year period that could have been heroin, and I'll spare you the scientific details, but when the levels are low enough on postmortem toxicology, we can't tell the difference between morphine and heroin. So they could have been morphine, they could have been heroin, but out of the 143 deaths, essentially only 3 even had the possibility of involving heroin. So it's really not a thing we're seeing anymore. And we did not find methadone in any overdose deaths except for those people who were prescribed methadone. That is relevant because methadone with a prescription that we can track is a result of treatment for pain, a prescription for pain management as opposed to treatment for addiction. Treatment for addiction does not leave a record in the system that we can track. So what that means is that nobody who is actively on methadone treatment for addiction, nobody who died was actively on treatment for addiction with methadone at the time of their death. If you thought this was a disease of young people or middle-aged people, our deaths unfortunately span from 22 to 75 age range, and that's been consistent across both years. So this is not just a problem for our children, for our siblings, this is also a problem for our elders, for our grandparents in our community, and something that we need to keep in mind when we're targeting future prevention efforts. Most of us don't think of somebody in their 70s as being at risk from dying from a fentanyl overdose, but in fact we are seeing that. As I mentioned, this is the first year that we've seen a decrease in fentanyl and overdose deaths in Humboldt County in essentially as long as we can remember. And I do want to call out that it is very positive that we have seen a 7% decrease in both fentanyl-related deaths and overdoses between 2022 and 2023. And we are proud of the work that all of our community members have done to make that happen. And I also need to recognize that while we've seen an overall decrease in death numbers in the county, the Native American population has seen a significant increase in deaths during that same time, a doubling of their deaths within their community, as have other communities of color in our county. So it is something that we really need to be paying attention to as we're working at prevention work moving forward. So this is the stuff that we didn't know before. This is really what we're going to use to inform our next steps. So what we learned is that of the 140 some deaths that occurred, only 6 of them were actually on treatment for opioid use disorder at the time of their death. Why does that matter? Because we have a lot of people on treatment in this county, and it suggests that treatment is highly protective against death. And we also know that 110 of them had not been prescribed treatment in the year leading up to their death. So the vast majority of our deaths occurred in people who had not been connected with the treatment system. And from reviewing coroner's reports and other records, we know that most of the people who died had a known history of substance use disorder. So this was not one-time experimental use for most of them. And had we connected those people with treatment, they might still be alive. We also learned that well over 2/3 of individuals who died from substance use disorders or who died from overdose were housed individuals, not unhoused individuals. That's important because unhoused people with a history of substance use have a very high personal risk of death. Because of that, we target a lot of our intervention programs to that population without recognizing that the vast majority of individuals who are dying in our community from overdoses are dying quietly at home in their own homes. So, 73% of deaths occurred in people who were housed, and 56% of those overdose deaths occurred in individuals' own home. At least 50 and possibly as high as 80% of deaths were not associated with IV drug use. That's another thing that we didn't know. Historically, because IV drug use has a higher risk of death associated with it, we assumed that most people who died were injecting. And we've focused many of our prevention and overdose outreach programs out of syringe services programs for people who are injecting. So there's a population of people who are using fentanyl through other routes that we are not currently reaching adequately. Again, we talked about the fact that only 4.5% of people who died were connected with treatment at the time of their death. And 82% had not been connected with treatment in the year leading up to their death, and that might have made a difference for their survival. And again, while we are starting to see small decreases in our rate of deaths throughout the county, we need to acknowledge that some of our community members, some populations, are still severely impacted by this. While Native American individuals account for about 6.2% of our population in the county, they account for 23% of our overdose deaths. So there's still a lot of work to be done to actually get help where it's needed. So, behavioral health substance use is one of our community health improvement project's primary goals, and this information aligns nicely with goal 3 under that area, which is to help reduce harm associated with substance use. What do we do? Now that we have this information, what do? We spent a lot of time and energy getting it. On the internal public health-based side, one of the things that we are doing with opioid settlement dollars is hiring a youth-focused substance use prevention specialist, because prevention is part of preventing overdose deaths, right? If we can get to people before they're at risk of dying, that's preferable. We are going to be meeting with partners to identify outreach and prevention strategies for individuals who use drugs but don't inject, a population that we have previously been overlooking, because prior to the advent of fentanyl, the risk of overdose associated with other delivery systems just wasn't as high as it is with fentanyl now. We're working actively to disseminate our overdose review information to community partners, especially those who work with minoritized groups. They need access to their data to help understand how to fight the problems within their community. And so we've been reaching out to multiple tribal partners to help share the information that we have been able to collect to help inform their programs and our support of their programs. And we also want to look at opportunities to expand our review process. Right now, there is no authorizing legislation around this, so we're limited in terms of the records that we can access, and there's a lot of other information that would be helpful in helping us determine where other intervention points might be. So we'll be looking at that moving forward. In terms of our community collaboration, we're working with tribal partners to support focused efforts for AIAN, so American Indian Alaska Native individuals and communities that are disproportionately affected by overdose deaths in Humboldt County. And we are also providing information to community partners to help support the continuation of an expansion of our current programs in this community that are helping connect people with treatment. So these are things like the community-based opioid use disorder treatment programs, our jail-based MAT program, and the ED Bridge program, which are all programs that help connect people to treatment with low barriers. Because again, only 6 people out of that 140 deaths were connected with treatment at the time of their death. If we could get the others connected with treatment, next year our numbers may look even better. So really, really big proponents of supporting our community partners who are doing this work, and also continuing to find ways to expand our naloxone distribution into those communities who are making up a large part of our overdose deaths right now that are not being addressed. And you probably are not particularly interested, but just in case, these are the sources of information that we reviewed for our overdose project. And with that, thank you so much, and I'll take any questions that you have.
Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson?
I mean, I think that was a very surprising piece of data that heroin is not like a thing. I mean, it's a thing, but it's not one that's causing overdoses. And the way that the kind of the trope that I grew up with, and so is this because fentanyl is just so much cheaper and easier to get? I mean, it doesn't require growing plants in foreign lands and all the stuff. Is that a product of that? And is it impacting? I was just kind of wondering. I mean, if we're seeing that here, is that impacting sort of the market space? Is it replacing those opioids, or heroin worldwide? I mean, is this kind of a?
I can't speak to worldwide. I can say definitely within the U.S. across the country, it is really replacing. It is incredibly inexpensive to manufacture, and because of its potency, essentially it just takes a couple grains of sand to get the drug effect that people are looking for. It's a lot easier to transport. You can, transport Splenda packet-sized amounts of drugs as opposed to truckloads of drugs and get the same effective drug amount into an area. So we are seeing it replace heroin distribution pretty much throughout the United States. And I mean, when I say heroin's not a thing, I mean, it is still a thing, it is still a drug, but there's very little of it in circulation. And so that is tricky. And it also, well, we've been fortunate that we have not been seeing this. And I think that's in large part to a lot of the work that our community partners and our public health staff have been doing around working with schools on education, that it does lead to the concern that if the first drug you're exposed to is that potent, has that high of risk of overdose death associated with it, that we're concerned about the increased risk of death in young people who are just experimenting with drugs for the first time, right? I mean, I don't want to say that heroin's not dangerous, but comparatively speaking, the quantity of heroin that's dangerous as opposed to the quantity of fentanyl that's dangerous, there's a significant difference among those things. And so it is a concern that that heroin is essentially not a thing anymore.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I have a few questions. I think they're pretty straightforward. Do we have a sense of how many folks in the community are in like methadone or other drug-based treatment programs?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the number, but yes, we do have a sense of that. So we have the capacity to get a general census of the number of people who are in Open Doors program, the general census of people who are in treatment at Providence, a general count of the people who are in treatment at Aegis or Pinnacle for methadone treatment. So yes, we do have the capacity to get that number. I feel like, and I'm hesitant to say for fear of being way off, but I feel like the number of people enrolled through the methadone program is somewhere in the 300 to 400 range per year, just to kind of give you a ballpark figure for that. And we know that the numbers of individuals enrolled in buprenorphine treatment, outpatient treatment through other programs is higher than that.
Okay. And I know you mentioned the routes, and I am aware that people can be smoking, but what do we know what other routes there are?
Yes, so smoking, snorting, taking in tablet form,
Okay.
and unfortunately we're not able to differentiate between those. So I apologize, I'm going to be slightly graphic, but when you inject a drug and that overdose happens, it happens very quickly. So when you're found, the injection paraphernalia is found with you. And by reviewing coroner's reports, we're able to look and actually see, was injection paraphernalia found, or was there other paraphernalia, or no paraphernalia? And so that's how we were able to make that determination. It's why we can't always tell the difference between somebody who took pills versus smoking versus some other method of delivery, but we can tell who injected.
Okay. And then I've been reading a bit about, higher power based programs that provide some form of, support and motivation in the treatment process or in the recovery process or harm reduction process. So like non-NA or AA programs. And I'm not aware of in our community what those programs or options are. Do you have a sense?
I can share a couple, yeah. So it's been about 18 months since I took this position before I looked for a community connection for an individual patient. But Smart Recovery, which is an AA type, multi-step program that is not it doesn't have a religious foundation, is available. There have also been one of the few nice things about the pandemic, if you will, is that there was actually an opening up to online support groups as well. And that is particularly nice for small rural areas like this where people may not want to go to local support groups. And so you can actually Google that online and find groups that are support groups that meet regularly, that meet your particular demographic interests or other interests that are held not locally, so that you can have that support. And then almost all treatment programs offer support groups as well as individual support sessions that are not religious or in nature. And so Open Door, Waterfront. And then I apologize, once I learn something, it's hard to unlearn it. So there's a Right Roads and a Crossroads, and one's here and one's in Shasta County. And I can never remember which one is which because I've worked with both of them. But all of those programs do offer option for non-religious based support. And that's important because a lot of people who are dealing with addiction may have trauma around religious associations in the past. And so forcing them to go to a support group that is religious based can be re-traumatizing for them.
Thank you. I just have one more. I know you showed some data around intentional overdoses, and so I wasn't clear on whether this presentation, this data includes death by suicide with other drugs, or whether this is primarily focused on fentanyl-related drug poisonings.
Yeah, so this is primarily related or focused on fentanyl drug poisonings. I can tell you that there were about a half a dozen intentional drug overdoses, and those were primarily with a combination of prescription and over-the-counter medications, and primarily in people with significant health issues. So we did review all those as part of this process, but I did not include that in today's presentation.
Thank you very much. This was really informative.
Senator Madrone.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and some startling results, that a vast majority of people are actually housed that are ending up dying from this drug. That was surprising to me, I guess. But so then you ask yourselves, okay, so they're housed, so what else is going on, right? And in the community collaboration part, I think part of it is jobs, the availability of work and what that brings to the table in terms of staying busy and feeling self-worth and all that kind of stuff. And so out in Humboldt, we're working to get the modular plant back open, which could provide housing by building tiny homes, but also a lot of jobs out in the valley. There's a real lack of jobs out in the Trinity Valley area. And it's a long way to come to the coast, especially with weather like we're having now, to try and get to any kind of a job, let alone transportation costs with gas and everything else. So appreciate your work. And I am working with DHHS to try and figure out some support systems to get the modular plant back open and create those jobs. I think it's a piece of the puzzle. But thank you so much for your work. Appreciate it.
Senator Bushnell.
Thank you. I'll echo the thanks as well with the presentation. A little startling with the heroin, that information. I also was kind of shocked to hear that. But I'm wondering about if you have statistics for recovery with fentanyl drug use, or what that looks like, and if there's any feedback on that at all.
If you're asking specifically about like overdoses that are reversed, people who survive, that information is really hard to collect. It's not a mandated report within the state, and so it's really fragmented, and we don't necessarily have that information. We do have a community resource that is tracking individual organization reports of overdose reversals, and that's through the Humboldt IPA, who's actually putting out that report every month, and so I'm sure they would be happy to share that with you as well. But it is anecdotal collections from the organizations that we work with. And in terms of how successful treatment is for people who are using fentanyl, this is where this honestly gets a little controversial. And I'm going to speak in my hat as an addiction specialist and not the health officer with what I'm going to say next, to be clear, which is that we understand medically substance use disorders to be a chronic environmental and brain and chemical disease that happens in individuals. And much like when I treat diabetes or hypertension in other people, I don't expect the disease to be cured. I expect to control the symptoms of their disease so that they can live a normal life expectancy and function normally in our world. And so if you're talking about treatment success being somebody quits using and never uses again, and when they start using again, that is treatment success, the answer is very, very poor. Our treatment outcomes for any disease that involve the person being cured and never manifesting signs of that disease again are very, very poor. When you talk about across the country, people who have opioid use disorder, who've been using fentanyl, who are on treatment, who are able to stabilize their disease, mostly refrain from illicit drug use, participate in whatever their life skills and duties are, caring for children, working, going to healthcare issues. Our success rates, even with fentanyl, are between 60 and 70% for treatment. And by treatment, we mean including medication therapy. That is a critical component of treatment, just like medication therapy is a critical component for almost everybody who has diabetes or almost everybody who has hypertension. There's a very small subset of people with those diseases that don't need medication as part of their therapy, but for almost all chronic diseases, to manage them long-term and minimize the side effects does require medication. And when we provide medication, that treatment is between 60 and 70% successful, which is similar to any other chronic disease that we treat.
Thank you. I have one last question, if I could. I'll make a comment, I guess, that I've heard that fentanyl abuse or fentanyl addiction is harder, and I don't know how anybody knows because it's relatively new, but excuse me, is harder to overcome or be successful at treatment. That's just a broad statement. But my next question is, with the decrease in heroin that you have seen across the board, is there a decrease in the needle exchange program with the needles that are going out, the syringes and needles?
I can't answer that question. I don't know, but I'd be happy to get back to you with the information. I will say that we don't know that there's a decrease in people who are injecting drugs within the county because there are other drugs that are injected. What we saw is something surprising in relationship to the overdose deaths that we saw. It's also possible that because we're focusing our harm reduction and overdose prevention out of our syringe services programs, that people who are using injection techniques because they've had more safety education and more naloxone distribution, that they might be dying at there might be just as many of them using IV drugs, but just at a lower death rate than we would have predicted because that outreach has been successful. So it's hard to overinterpret like what this data means in terms of what interventions have been successful and what haven't, but I can definitely follow up with information about the rates of the syringe services program.
Thank you, and I lied. I have one more question. Thank you for that. And then I'm wondering around education around fentanyl, what that looks like going forward. And I know that's an active thing that is happening, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, I would say that our county, both through public health and through our community coalitions, have been incredibly active around this, proactive in terms of getting out to schools, middle schools and high schools, colleges, working with them about doing education on site and for parents as well as children. We have numerous outreach activities within the county as itself, but one of the things that we will be looking at moving forward is how we better get that information delivered in a trustworthy way to communities of color, because it looks like rates of death are still going up in those communities, and our messaging may not be reaching them right now.
Okay, thanks so much, and thanks for the report.
Supervisor Rowe.
I just want to briefly comment and say just how grateful I am that you're a public health officer. I've really appreciated the clear-spoken, direct, but compassionate way that you talk about public health and people, and humanize people who are experiencing substance use disorder or in other settings where I've seen you speak, and I know it is not an easy job, and so I wanted to say how incredibly thankful I am to you for serving our county.
Thank you. And I have to say, I consider myself incredibly lucky to be serving in Humboldt County. When I talk to my colleagues across the state, my relationship with you guys and the wonderful support team we have in public health and the good relations we have with our community, I just feel so blessed. And we are so fortunate to have all of that in Humboldt County. Thank you.
Yeah, you do have it a lot easier than other counties. That's because we're so nice. And your pops would be proud. All right. Public comment? What? Go ahead. Is there one up?
Well, just now raise their hand. It's caller 2223. You've been prompted to unmute. Star 6 to lower your hand, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Craig Johnson, Humboldt County resident, and I appreciate all the time and effort in delivering this valuable data. Like everyone has said so far, we appreciate your work. The one thing I was wondering about is where are we with nitrous and whippets, and is that somehow connected with the licenses that the tobacco shops will be able to get? And maybe someone could tie some of those points together on how the county's moving forward with that. Thank you so much.
That will be. Go ahead. Yeah.
Good morning, Sophia Prayer, Public Health Director. Just to reply to the commenter, this is something that actively our staff are working on and looking to include in our tobacco retail licensing ordinance. So I know your board's familiar with that, but just wanted to share that with the commenter as well.
It's coming.
And on that same note, I didn't specify, but when I referred to inhalants as a class of drugs, so 1 death per year in 2021, 2022, and 23, that includes but wasn't exclusively nitrous oxide. So
yes.
That's the levels we're at.
That answer you, Greg? I guess so. All right. And before the motion, I'll just say we've thanked everybody and everything else, but I do believe a lot has to do with this is our local law enforcement. The amount of white drugs, heroin, even though we say it's not as bad, but fentanyl, the amount of fentanyl that has been taken off the streets in the last 4 years has climbed amazing. Absolutely amazing. Made another big one the other day, somebody coming from Sacramento, and then another one coming from the Bay Area, and they're picking them up at the county line. So that has to affect some of the flow too. So I wanted to give a shout out to our drug task force and all the law enforcement agencies. So
With that, I'll make a motion to accept the presentation, and also want to just always like to reference to Measure Z that program or that tax measure helps fund the drug task force, and they have been doing a fabulous job.
I'll second. Oh.
Give it to Arroyo.
Sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one last comment, and probably Supervisor Wilson will echo, but I really want to thank Public Health for their work around the nitrous discussion and the community's buy-in on that, and realizing what a big problem that is in our county and throughout the state, actually, and all the continued work that's going forward to try to figure out a solution for that, and to educate the community, and especially the young folks, of what nitrous does and how harmful it is.
All right. It's been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Chair Bones. Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. I pushed the wrong button here. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Chair Bone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Yeah, we'll take, before Marianne, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Can we keep it to 5 minutes for everybody's, well. Oh,
I just wasn't sure if you were waiting for us to.
I was. And just so everybody knows, and I think I've told everybody, we're going to do short-term rentals at 1 o'clock. And the drought task, is somebody here for the drought task force update? Oh, I'm sorry, they're standing behind you.
I think
I
can definitely guarantee we'll be.
Ryan, are
doing
you
that.
also, we already did the flood, extending the flood too. I think that's great that we're doing them both on the same day. So, go ahead.
Okay, hi. Hi, my name is Star Mohat. I work for First Five Humboldt. And I just, before I even start, I just wanted to say it's just been such an interesting morning, especially coming from someone with an early childhood background, to hear, starting out with social workers. And, you know, social work and early childhood has a lot in common. They have a lot in common in terms of, I'm not just talking about low pay, but I'm talking about the heart that people put into their work and the satisfaction and benefits that we get back from it. And then all of the high schoolers, and they are demonstrating that they've had strong early childhood backgrounds, that they are now being successful almost adults. And so it's been an interesting, and as Supervisor Arroyo mentioned, that early intervention can make a difference when it comes to things like substance use in later life. So it's just been an interesting lead up to what we have to share with you today. We do have a slideshow. I just start it with the clicker. Okay. So what we're here today to share with you is the listening sessions that we did over the course of the last year. And I'll go back to introductions now. I'm a program coordinator at First Five Humboldt now. I work in the quality improvement grants for early childhood, so I work supporting childcare providers with training and technical assistance and professional development. But my background is I did spend 25 years in the preschool classroom and in various early childhood settings around Humboldt County. In fact, more than 20 years ago, I met Wendy when she was a family child care provider. And so I just want to introduce Wendy as, she's the director at the CR Child Development Center and also a First Five commissioner. So. Did you want to say anything?
Just to reiterate what Star has said, you know, infant and child mental health and physical well-being leads to stronger, healthier, capable adults in our community that are able to be part of our society and our structure. So I'd just like to add that.
So we went out into the community to ask child care providers for their feedback. Too often, we at the agency level, we ask those in the field to come to us, We send surveys and questionnaires. We invite them to leave comments on our website. We send emails soliciting feedback. And it just puts the onus back on the people on the front lines to provide us with what we want. And so this time we went out to the communities to meet the childcare providers where they were, right in their communities. And we provided a meal. We asked them to come together and have an informal conversation and let us know what their successes are and what their needs are. What are their concerns and challenges? And as it was mentioned earlier, First Five is funded by tobacco taxes. And we should stop funding crucial early childhood services with sin taxes. Because a majority of our income comes from tobacco taxes, in a way, you could look and say that's been successful because people are spending less on tobacco. But it means we have far less revenue and we have far less funding then to spend on those services and needs in our communities. But we still have over 20 years of the ability to do networking, to bring people together, to advocate, to support professional development, and to join collaborations that can help enact system change.
So throughout the last year, these are communities that we went and visited, and we plan on doing one more, I believe in the Fortuna area.
Our first Fortuna one we did in Spanish, and so we wanted to go back to Fortuna again to do one for all languages. And so that's in the works right now. We'll be scheduling that soon.
So the idea was to cover as much of Humboldt County as we can so that all providers had a reasonable travel time to specific areas. So we tried to move it around as much as possible. Sorry. In this slide, we wanted to show the diverse group of childcare providers who attended throughout Humboldt County, including a meeting with the staff and Humboldt Tribal Head Start, and a meeting focusing for Spanish speaking, which Star just talked about, with the interpretation in English. And we also had early childhood committee members from First Five participating in these meetings. And as you can see by this slide, we had a pretty well-represented demographic of providers in Humboldt County. And the two unlabeled pieces there are the ECE committee members and the First Five staff who also attended these meetings. Is it? Okay, awesome. Keep me on track, Star. Okay, so when childcare programs can't find teachers, they can't open classrooms, which has been even harder to find qualified teachers after COVID, which means that they serve less teachers, means less children. And since the pandemic, the staffing shortages has created that inability to offer less care in our community. Changes to the cannabis industry has affected a broad sector of Humboldt County. This has various impacts on childcare as well, including that more families are requesting childcare subsidies, where before they were paying out of pocket. This means less funding for childcare providers. Some communities have an increased need for childcare as more people are seeking work outside the home. And childcare costs have gone up just as many other goods and services. And more, things are just costing more these days. So this is feedback from the communities. So just remember that these are topics that we were discussing with these providers. Is the next one mine too?
No, there's just more about number 4. I can talk about it if you want me to.
It's fine. Humboldt County is a bit remote, and specialized services such as pediatric dentistry, mental health services, and even speech and language therapies can be hard to access or there are long waiting lists. This is even more acute when we are talking about services from very young children and more rural parts of the county, because there are few practitioners who specialize in this particular population. And even when their people are available, the wait lists could be over a year or more. And sometimes people also have issues with transportation from rural areas. I have a family right now in our program who cannot get dental surgery for their young children, and they are traveling to Chico and back, which is also causing a hardship for their family, because now you're talking about gas, staying overnight, transportation. Again, somebody mentioned weather, and when they have an appointment, they can't cancel it. Otherwise, it could be another 6 months before their child accesses those services. So.
And when you're talking about services such as speech and language or support for autism spectrum disorders, when a child is 3, 6 to 9 months is a third of their life. So it's makes a big difference to do those early interventions. One of the most interesting things about going to each community was kind of learning and hearing about those unique characteristics and needs of each community. But we did hear 3 common themes that came out of talking to all of the child care providers. And those we'll go into more detail in future slides, but just to let you know, there's staffing issues, as Wendy alluded to, children and families' needs, and then supporting staff that you do have. Now, I just wanted to stop and take a quick, just a check-in, because if you are not currently utilizing childcare now, you don't have anybody in your family who is, you're not connected in any way to the childcare industry, you might be wondering at this point, why does this matter to me? And so I just wanted to give you a few of the demographics that we have in Humboldt County that affect childcare. So there are about 30,000 children under the age of 18 in Humboldt County, but only 35% of families looking for licensed childcare are able to find space for their children, which means 65% are piecing it together, figuring out how to make it work so that they can go to work. And people are very creative and they do make it work, but it isn't always as relaxing when you go to work and you're not 100% comfortable with where your child is. Supervisor Arroyo mentioned ACEs earlier, and about half of Humboldt County's children have experienced at least one ACE. And ACE is an adverse childhood experience, and it includes a variety of factors that can affect later growth. And 20% of children in Humboldt County live in poverty. So there are some factors that means that a healthy child care industry is good for all of us. Here, you have to get close to the mic.
Getting closer. All right. So this table just we received from Changing Tides. They keep a lot of data on child care there, and you'll see that there are more child care providers in some districts than in others. So in District 1, the closure of a child care facility will represent more of a challenge to someone looking for child care that if they had a few more options to choose from, like in District 2 or 4. This is the data that was used in the proposal in 2022 to use for the American Rescue Plan Act funding for supporting the child care industry, which has made such a difference to many early childhood educators already, and which we will be talking more about in a future slide.
But we're not here today just to talk all doom and gloom and report on problems to you. So I just had a few of the elements that make Humboldt somewhere people want to stay. That first graph, it kind of demonstrates how many people come here to go to school and then they stay because they like it here. Home prices in California in general are higher than in other parts of the country, but relatively in Humboldt County, it's going to be more affordable for someone to get into a home than in a lot of other parts of California. And that last one is kind of my favorite because it means that I can leave home at the very last minute and I will still get to work on time because I'm really unlikely to hit any traffic. So this slide is here to just represent how integral childcare is and childcare providers are to our communities. And also it shows how many childcare providers pivoted during and after the pandemic in order to stay open and serve children and families and continue doing business. Childcare providers are business owners. They have to know about taxes and insurance and billing and childcare subsidies and food program reimbursements. But they're also educators. They're trained on best practices for early childhood education. They know about CPR and first aid. They are certified in health and safety practices and in techniques for supporting children with special needs and those who have experienced trauma, and they also have to know about child assessment and parent support. And like I said earlier, they put a lot of love and heart into their work.
Coming closer. All right. In 2022, a broad coalition of advocates who recognize the contributions and importance of the child care industry, and also that the child care crisis was worsened by the pandemic, put their heads together to represent a plan to use the American Rescue Act funding to help shore up and create sustainability for the child care industry moving forward. We are also fortunate that you, the Board of Supervisors, fully embraced and voted to fund these efforts that contributed to make a difference today and are cited by child care providers as one of the reasons they have been open. And I just want to add that it also is keeping other providers, not just programs, but keeping teachers in the field as well. It really did help and support people through crisis when they didn't know what was coming next. So I want to thank you as well.
Next one's yours too.
Oh,
unless you want me to.
I don't, is this one on? I don't think
It's
that one's
not
on.
Okay,
No.
never mind. You have to go.
All right. So some of the issues, staffing have not returned due to pre-pandemic levels. A lot of people, I can speak from experience, that some of our staff went on to do online degrees and took the advantage to be able to leave the field to move on to other things. They took the advantage to go on and move on to other jobs or to, collect unemployment and stay at home with their own children. Maybe they had school-age kids. So there was many different reasons why people left the field and the program. Many programs do still remain under-enrolled, as our program is as well. And many have not reopened and have closed permanently. And due to not being able to find qualified teachers, I know that there's programs in our community that still have classrooms closed and not being used. The EC field in general, there's not a lot of advocacy to go into our field. So I feel that that's a challenge for those of us who are looking to hire. Teachers that are hired don't often stay long. Staff turnover is an issue with low wages, and it's just not an easy job. Teachers who come into the field are undertrained for what the expectations are. We don't just sit and play with children all day. I know Star mentioned some other characteristics, but we have children that come into our classes that need extra supports and have mental health crisis within our classrooms that teachers are just not ready to or prepared to deal with, and sometimes they give up because they don't have the tools in their toolbox to really be able to work with the children effectively. So they, instead of pushing through and really getting them that training, they end up leaving the field instead. We also have issues with transitional kindergarten, and it has been taking a lot of people from our field to go to elementary education where they get paid more, they have better benefits, they have retirement, they are required to have a bachelor's degree. It's a different view from the community when you're working in a TK than if you're working in an early childhood field, and it's just it changes. Early childhood is a lower paying job, and we are not invited to job fairs. Because the job fairs are for those who are creating livable wage jobs for people to be able to afford the houses and things like that you were talking about, and people cannot do that on an early childhood education salary. Is there anything else I'm supposed to say about that?
I can go.
Okay, good, because I have more. I'm just going to spare you that.
You're on for the next one too.
I'm up next? Okay. So children and families, they have needs as well. So child care providers are reporting many challenges as they reopen after the pandemic. As pandemic safety restrictions lifted and we're able to go back to pre-pandemic enrollment, which is kind of where we are now. We're still had a lot of restrictions in our classrooms and things, trying to keep materials separate, doing temperature checks all the time. But I think this is the first spring where I've really felt like we've laxed a lot of that in our classrooms. Babies being born or just being born in the pandemic had very little socialization, and it was the first time in any kind of group childcare setting for many. So we're starting to see that change a little bit too. The socialization is starting to come back. So if we had these same meetings now, that information might look a little different. But teachers do report that they're still needing social emotional supports and scaffolding to learn to get along in a group, problem solving, and to get needs met, even how to play. We work in social emotional skill building, that you learn in preschool how to get along with others so that you can build on your academic skills later when you go into elementary school. So I think this is always ongoing, plus parents are still harboring a lot of stress from going through the pandemic and all of that, kind of having our lids flipped and not knowing if we're going to go back to work or what that's going to look like or what childcare is going to happen. People went through a lot of stress in the pandemic, not just being on lockdown, but everything else that came with that. So as families return to work and school schedules, childcare teachers notice the families have challenged getting back into previously normal routines, such as bedtimes, school arrivals, and they also noticed that children had challenging behaviors were on the rise. I personally think that challenging behaviors are a social issue that continues to happen, and the pandemic added that extra stress, but there's other things in the community that I think are also continue to increase challenging behaviors in young children. So during and after the pandemic, many families missed or skipped well-child visits. This meant that many children were arriving at preschool facilities with undiagnosed special needs. They were under-immunized, and a lot of parents started expressing concerns to their teachers. We also did see that. We had a huge increase of children that were sent out for assessments that ended up having IEPs and IFSPs. And we had to work really hard to get children and their families back up to immunization status, because the state of California requires fully immunized to participate in state-funded programs. I think it's SB 792, I think. I don't want to misquote that. But so that is required state mandates to be fully immunized. So child care providers also noted that in a general, a lot of families were exhibiting signs of stress, and many had lost jobs or means of livelihood, and more families needed child care subsidies than before. And I know that we're a state-funded program, so we get the same kind of state funds as Changing Tides And we're also early Head Start enhanced, and we have seen a lot more families, even in that medium income bracket, needing childcare and needing the subsidies. But our program really looks at low cost and at-risk families first. So then we'll fill up with the low cost or no cost families who are lower income. And so that leaves out that whole gap of that medium income families not being able to find childcare.
Thank you. The third common theme that came up in the listening sessions were the different needs that staff have. And they ran the gamut from people having very young new staff, and as you heard Wendy say, there is a lot of turnover, who they just wanted them to have the basics of why do we do this work and how do we get along with our coworkers. There also seems to be a big need for training on children with special needs. Some of the state-funded programs are mandated now to serve a certain percentage of children with special needs, and just in general, there are high populations of children with different kinds of special needs. And then, of course, ever perennial staff wellness and self-care and their own personal mental health. That's really important, because you can't do this kind of work if you don't take care of yourself first, and people need support and help in learning how to take care of themselves. And then the other big issue that came out was the educational guidance and supports. People want to move up in the field. They want to get a higher level permit or to finish a degree, and they need to know what classes to take, where to find them, how do they enroll, can they get classes in Spanish language or get an interpreter for their class. So when we went out to the community, we were very clear about what First Five has and doesn't have and can and can't do. But we had a lot of requests from providers to go back to the arenas that we work in and to advocate for them, helping navigate the education system, supporting them in bringing new people into the field with things like apprenticeships and mentoring. Classes in Spanish is always asked for. There was some funding at one point to offer a class with an interpreter, but a class in Spanish would be even more desirable. Well, this year continues, but last year we had lots and lots of natural disasters, and so people wanted support with developing emergency supplies. Some people are operating family childcare homes in homes they do not own, and they need advocacy support with landlords who don't understand laws about childcare. Again, special needs came up. Just about to a person, people said, keep on bringing us ARPA funding. We love that. And so we're continuing that message. People in outlying areas are getting tired of doing trainings on Zoom, and they want to come to Eureka to do trainings, but they want support for driving, like vouchers. And just continuing to be the resource and advocating for them about resources and about opportunities. And then thank you so much for bearing with us today, for listening to us and sharing about the listening sessions with childcare providers around Humboldt County. And also, I want to reiterate again and thank you for your foresight in allocating funding with that ARPA dollars to shore up the childcare industry and support sustainability in the long term. So many, as I just said, have told us that that has made a difference to them in staying open and in choosing to stay in their jobs. We know that together we're stronger, and that by working together, we can continue to ensure that Humboldt is a great place to live. And I did want to just finish up by saying that Susan Seaman from the AEDC and former mayor of Eureka will be coming later this spring to give you an update about the ARPA funding project and its progress. So Thank you so much. Thank you.
I will ask if there's any questions, but man, you covered everything. Do you have any questions, except to be in awe of everything they're doing?
I have a question.
Sure, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. And Nikki, can you forward that to? I'm wondering, so with the listening sessions, do you think the impacts that you were hearing are just from the COVID era or prior to, or do you think it's just across the board?
So some of the things that they were talking about were very specifically COVID related, but the child care field has been in a long-term ongoing crisis in terms of staffing and wages, and the pandemic just made that worse.
In my travels around my district and, with my own businesses, one of the top things I hear is about childcare and the frustrations around not having availabilities to childcare or how expensive childcare is. And the panic I see from folks that their childcare canceled or they're moving out of that field is so real, and what am I going to do now? And it's so, thank you for the work, and First Five, Supervisor Arroyo is now that seat, but I really enjoyed my time and getting to know everyone, the players, and then also visiting throughout the districts, the play groups. I just hope in the future, or continuing, I know you guys are doing this work, that there'll be more options for people. I just hear those struggles almost every day about childcare.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There are a lot of supports in our community for people who want to start a childcare.
Yeah. Rex, I have one more. Can I say?
Please.
I just wanted to echo one other thing that I hear. You guys visited the corridor, the 101 corridor. It looked like most areas, and some of that frustration is I hear in the rural areas about the lack of availability childcare in the rural areas. I'll reference to the Bloxburg area where there are people that work in the school out there, and they look for those jobs within their communities. And then, if they have children that aren't school aged, then they're having struggles finding that kind of the childcare in those rural areas. And I do hear that throughout my district in the more rural areas.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, I'll open it up to Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. We've talked about this many times, many of us that have been reps to First Five Humboldt, the idea that, the funding support coming from sales of tobacco, and you started out with that. Has there been any thought, there must be thought out there about how we solve that, and have we engaged Senator McGuire and our Assemblyman in regards to how do we change that funding dilemma? Because it just is very bizarre to have to support such valuable and important work off of sale of tobacco.
Yeah, and I will let Marianne speak to that. But one of the things last month we were in Sacramento asking for, if not a solution, at least some stopgap funding from maybe the general fund. But I will let Marianne speak to.
Yeah, I'm sure you've done some work in that. Yeah.
We are working with our association and a little bit with CSAC as well. As you know, the state budget right now is not in a great position to respond to general fund requests. But we do have a bill. I can't remember the number now, but I can get it to you. But there is a bill now, has a sponsor that's proposing a prenatal 3 work group to for the legislature to convene to come up with some solutions, because we need some long-term solutions to this. Our decline in revenue in the wake of the flavors ban will be about 40% to the next over 3 years.
Wow.
And so you'll see those impacts. You're already seeing those impacts in cuts that we've made. And so we welcome the opportunity to partner with our local electeds and to find solutions. So
Great,
thank
appreciate
you for the
that.
question.
And please let us know, especially for the chair, if we can provide letters of support and backing of that. Of course, I know you can come to us. And there's never been a better opportunity to make the argument that, you know, spending this money up front saves millions down the road. And I know you know that. You guys preach that all the time. But it's always amazing to me how when budgets get really tight, that's when funding gets cut. And it's at the exact time that if you really want to get the budget into shape, you spend money on programs like this, because that's what's going to save us long term. And I know you know all that, so thank you for your hard work.
But I'm super grateful that your board understands that as well.
Yeah,
It's
thank
pretty
you.
powerful.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. Open it up to public comment.
Can I just say?
No.
Really, Rex?
Okay. All right.
I hope that your takeaway from this, I really appreciated Supervisor Bushnell's point or question about, is this new? Is this ongoing? The childcare field has been struggling for a really long time. However, what your board did by dedicating those ARPA funds was to try to shore up an entire industry, a keystone industry for our county's economy. And I think you need to be commended and recognize that those providers, to a person, when we met with them, said, we are so grateful for this, and this helped keep us open. Of course, we were talking with the ones that were still open, right, and still in the field. But I just want to recognize your vision and support for this really critical industry. So thank you.
You bet. Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it Supervisor Arroyo.
Well, I just want to thank you very much for the great work and the awesome presentation, very informative and thorough. And I'll go ahead and move that we receive the presentation.
Second, and I'll speak to the second in that that we hear about this as an industry, but then we hear you're not invited to, you know, career days. And so I want to emphasize that I think we've talked about this before. I know when I was on First Five about how we create incubator facilities for all kinds of different, you know, for whether it's for food or whether it's for this, that, and the other. And I think that this space deserves that same sort of entrepreneurial support. The people in it are entrepreneurs. They're business owners, and they're the support of every other business that we have. Almost, I mean, I would say it's almost as like a utility to that degree. Like it is at that level. And as you know, like so often, when something is in the basis of what has been traditionally women's work, it tends to be undervalued, and I think we have to really reevaluate that and speak to that more often. So, thank you so much for the work you guys do.
It's been moved and seconded.
Yep, thank you, Chair Bohn. We'll start with you.
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, guys. Ryan, get on up here. Knowing full well you stand between your report and lunch, just so you know.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I do recognize I stand between you and lunch. I also recognize the irony of presenting this on the day that you extended the flood emergency for the January 13th event. As an attachment to this board item, I included some of the past U.S. drought monitor maps dating from March 2021 to January 2024, just to kind of set the playing field that we are out of drought. It is no longer a declared emergency. It's not an issue in California for the present time. However, despite the disappearance or improving drought conditions, Humboldt County still has an obligation to comply with Senate Bill 552, what I'm going to be calling SB 552 moving forward. SB 552 mandates the establishment of a standing drought task force in perpetuity and the development of a drought resilience plan for all 58 counties in the state of California. The bill also recognizes the importance of proactive measures in addressing future water challenges, even in regions that are not currently experiencing a drought. So to meet this legislative requirement, Myself, Division of Environmental Health, who's also here today, and Planning and Building Department have been working with a group called Stantec, which is a consultant with the Department of Water Resources, to discuss ways that they can provide direct assistance to satisfy the SB 552 requirements through the development of a drought resilience plan, or a DRP, what we're calling the DRIP. It's just kind of an ironic name. This plan is intended for domestic well users and state small water systems. And the planning effort that's going to be coming out of this is really to help identify collaborators to represent the community, government, and non-governmental organizations to act as or contribute to the Standing Drought Task Force. And one of the action items that we're hoping to get out of today is to dissolve the current Drought Task Force and empower our current group to develop a steering committee to identify those key community partners that can work towards the development of the drought resilience plan and have that ongoing drought task force. I've crossed off a few things just to expedite this a little bit for you. I guess we'll stop there, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to give my talking points out to the board following this. I do want to respect the time, and I know you have a 1 o'clock you're trying to get on.
Can I speak to that for a second, if I may? Do we really have to come back at 1 o'clock? It's not a time set, is it? And I just want to say, we've been here since 9 a.m.
9 a.m., 3.5 hours.
Two 5-minute breaks. And we're going to go into what is going to be something that we're going to have discussions and things about. So I just want, now we're pushing this presentation and shortening it so that we can meet what I think is kind of an unreasonable expectation. I don't know why we created the expectation that we would be back here.
I created the expectation. I did not believe that these would take this long. So I created the expectation, realizing that 3.5 or 4 hours is a hard burden, but
I mean, it's not a hard burden by itself, but what you're asking us to do is probably go on to, could be 6 hours. And I get it, it's not a full work day by most normal standards, but we're, again, it's like 2 5-minute breaks. I'm just trying to get us to a place where we have some normal expectations about what, not only us, but also our staff that's here that has to do this too. And I just want to is it possible that we could allow Mr. Ryan to actually finish his presentation for real, and then maybe move the expectation about when we come back to having a normal lunch time, like normal humans, so that we can charge up and be ready for the work that needs to be done in the important matters that we'll take on. And I just was hoping that we'd be able to do that at some point.
Short form, can we adjust the lunch to 1:30 or 1:45? I mean, coming back.
You guys pick a number. You're the ones that are tired.
It's not that I'm tired. I'm
I
tired of having this conversation
what do you want
over
it
and
to be,
over.
Mike?
It's really
What do you
what
want
I'm
it to be,
tired
Mike?
of, and I just
We're
have to
we're
bring it
3.5. What do you need it to be?
I think it's reasonable minimally to have a half-hour lunch after doing this for, this amount of time. I think that's not unreasonable. 45 is better, but that's really what I think is.
Okay, we'll come back at 1:30. Is that okay? Would you be happy with that?
That would be great. Thank you.
I will let the STR people know that. Okay.
And I'd like to hear the rest of what Ryan has to say. If that's all right.
I wasn't stopping him.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, I'll still be fairly brief. So in essence, the drought task force that was created in 2021 did satisfy the SB 552 requirement to have a standing drought task force, though the intent behind that drought task force in 2021 was largely focused on the short and middle term solutions to the drought that we were experiencing at the time. So by developing new strategies for water management, conservation, and resilience, and establishing a new, more comprehensive drought task force that's representative of the community rather than just county departments. That's going to allow us to future mitigate impacts for drought and other cascading drought-related emergencies. The first 9 to 12 months of this new drought task force is going to be focused on developing the drought resilience plan, or the DRIP, After that, there's potential for that to be more of an all-inclusive resiliency focus group while still retaining the Drought Task Force name to satisfy the bill requirements. The intent, or my intent essentially, is to involve various stakeholders, including government agencies, community organizations, and residents in the development of the drought resilience plan. And that's a fundamental requirement of all planning efforts. We have to use a whole community approach to get lived experiences included into that plan. And through that community engagement, we're going to be leveraging local knowledge and resources to implement the effective and inclusive resilience strategies. So over the next couple weeks, we're going to be reaching out to various community groups and county departments to foster our steering committee, get commitments from them with your approval today. And the focus of that is to get technical expertise on water management, as well as resiliency and mitigation efforts that we can incorporate into that plan, and get some assurances that they're going to participate in the Drought Task Force moving forward. Also, within the next year, we plan to hold 4 meetings that consider the needs of the assessment that we're going to do, that's looking at water shortage vulnerability and drought resilience throughout the county, working with Stantec, the contracting group, to develop short and long-term strategies and close in on those identified gaps. I'm going to stop there, and I will get all these to you after my presentation today. That's all I've got, barring questions.
Supervisor Wilson.
Okay, so I just want to get where we're going to go from here. And I will say, I mean, even Lake, I guess our reservoir up there, Trinity, is at 73% right now. So, I mean, the idea, I mean, we're not in drought necessarily, but also not all of our reservoirs are 100% around the state. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah.
Well, can I make a comment, Chair?
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Well, I want to ask, just around what you just said, I just want to ask, I think we're letting water out of our reservoirs, and so that's keeping it from being at max capacity. I think that if we weren't, and maybe I can ask, or maybe Ryan knows, we would be over max capacity on those reservoirs.
Shasta gets about 80% of their water from snow melt. I mean, Trinity. Shasta's about ready to come over the spillway.
And I wasn't talking about Shasta, I was talking about Trinity.
And part of the intent behind the drought resilience plan is to look at water shortage as a whole.
Yeah.
So recognizing that drought's not the only contributor to that.
Yeah.
And we have flooding just in the last month or so, and flooding can be a contributor to water shortage for certain households depending on the impacts. So
Yeah.
the goal is to identify those known vulnerabilities and seek out where we figure out what we don't know, so
Yeah.
we can identify those gaps and work to
And one of
mitigate.
the benefits of like reducing water consumption, which is also a part of these things, is it reduces energy consumption too, which is becoming more of an issue. So as we wind this thing down, will there be sort of like infrastructure in place, I mean, administratively, to like pop it back up again, should this be a need, or what?
So with the legislation the way it is, the Drought Task Force has to remain in perpetuity. I guess what we're requesting today is that we dissolve the former iteration of it, and then essentially put OES as the lead to convene new steering committee members to create the Standing Drought Task Force.
Yeah.
And that will have ongoing meetings. So it is going to remain, and we could certainly pop up a more robust system if, well, I guess when we get into drought within the next 4 to 6 years.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Senator Bushnell.
Thank you, and thank you for the report, Ryan. I am curious on the Drought Task Force to facilitate drought and water shortage preparedness for state small water systems and domestic wells. And I'm wondering what that work looks like, or has it not, is that going forward? And what that might look like for domestic users.
Okay, so that's going to be future work. That's specifically called out in Senate Bill 552 as the requirement to address those state smalls and the domestic wells. So our initial step is to create a charter, which kind of sets up the governing or the governance of the drought task force, what people are committing to, what the steering committee does, what the planning committee does for the drought resilience plan, and then through that drought resilience plan development over the next 9 to 12 months, that'll kind of spell out what those requirements are going to be. And if I'm misspeaking, Mario, am I capturing that correctly on the state smalls and domestic wells piece? This is Mario.
Good morning, all. Thank you for allowing this time. The DRIP is really identified to do just what you had described, identify the risk assessments, and Stantec has already engaged in that assessment of our community and will be identifying specific areas and specific needs. And the first, with these 4 meetings scheduled for 2024, the first meeting of the Drought Task Force will be to review what their risk assessment findings are and localize what their findings are. So we are currently working with them, and environmental health is working as a technical expert as we permit state smalls and domestic wells. We have unique experience that will inform that assessment, but we're all working together to create, identify those risks.
Thank you. And when you all come back with a report, I'm assuming, where will that information be going?
So the drought resilience plan will be much like any of our other county plans where it's a public-facing document. Certainly as we go through this planning process, we can provide routine reports to the board either in written format or in a format like this. But however you want to receive that information, we're happy to do that, but it will be a public-facing document.
Okay, and one last question. With the information, especially around the well use and the domestic well use, do you anticipate that the information coming from this report then will be incorporated into it? Would it be ordinance driven? What is it, just information that's going to sit there? Can you?
So that remains unclear. I mean, my goal is to make sure that all of our planning efforts with this plan tie in with the existing county plans that we have. The goal isn't to create new ordinance or new, I guess, requirements, but it's more to focus on long-term water usage and how we can prevent water shortage or limit the risk of water shortage in the future.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Supervisor Madrone.
And then we've got Arroyo. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Ryan, I really appreciate this evolution in the process. I think it's great to be expanding the committee. And of course, I think it'd be great to have some foresters involved as well as hydrologists. Jana Valakovic comes to mind in terms of forestry and others. And in terms of hydrology, Dr. Stubblefield at Humboldt State, who sits on our church committee as well in terms of gravel recruitment and mining. He has done some significant studies around the use of water out of the ground from thick, dense, small diameter forests. Very excellent data collection was done there that shows when you do forest thinning and do it properly, you can actually bring the water table back up. So, and I think, trying to figure out how to create incentives, and it may very well be that we need to include those into some ordinances or other things, because I don't want just a report. I want something that's going to actually have tools in it that's going to encourage these activities through incentives, financial incentives, to do rainwater collection, to do the forest thinning and all these other kinds of activities. Acronyms are powerful. They're a marketing tool. And rather than DRIP, I might suggest FLOCORE as an acronym, and that would be that would stand for Full Leverage of Water Conservation and Resiliency Efforts. It's a little long in terms of the statement, but the acronym is short, FLOCORE. So just a thought. Anyway, thanks for your work on this. I look forward to seeing this committee get formed and the work that comes out of it. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
I'm still ruminating on FLOCORE. That's great stuff, Steve.
There'll be a poem coming soon.
I really like it.
Next to hardcore.
So I appreciated the conversation also about the reservoir levels, and the California Department of Water Resources does have a like a fairly real-time tracker of some of the major water supply reservoirs, but it doesn't include all the ones in our region. But as of midnight last night, it looked like Shasta was at 82%, Trinity at 73%, and still filling, definitely higher than the historic average, but not yet entirely full. But that's pretty good to see. And so one of the things I wanted to say about, us not being in a drought period right now is that, we're a couple of years into an El Nino cycle, which has been awesome for certain things and challenging for us in other ways. But we will almost definitely see drought again. So I see this as a really great opportunity to engage in this planning process, which you've already started, and think differently about how we want to do this in the future so that it's not kind of done to us, but we get to decide how we respond to this over time. So I really appreciate the recommendation. I'm totally in support of it. And I also wanted to note that, our local water district, the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, is really seeking to dedicate flows from Baduat, the Mad River, to river health, and our systems are intended to function this way. Big water years have an ecological function and some big benefits to river health. So while this isn't part of this agenda item, I would like to engage more with that district about supporting that, because now is a good time to make those recommendations and codify those flow needs for local rivers during a time when other users aren't really clamoring for that resource. And I'd love to bring that back and consider when the time is right, supporting the water district in that.
And if I may, you bring up a good point that even though we're not in drought, it is coming. On average, they happen every 4 to 6 years. And it's not drought isn't something that we can respond to in a traditional sense. It's something that we can identify risk for and mitigate against the effects of. And that's really the intent behind this project, is that mitigation effort.
And I think Supervisor Arroyo brought up a great point that all the reservoirs are over their historic levels. And the reason is because they need to have room, because it is only March 5th. So we're far. We're expecting another storm this weekend. And, so I think that's the big initial. And what I was saying about Trinity, I said Shasta, excuse me, about Trinity, is they get a majority of they fill up in June, July, August, and even September with the snow melt. So, and I think they're going to have a pretty good melt, it looks like. So that's, it's not up to brim right now, but I was on the Trinity Friday, and the flows are pretty healthy as they've increased the flow. So basically what we need to do too is probably, build some more storage, as Steve talks about, filling up, doing drains and drip and full core, fair core, doing all that. We haven't built a new reservoir since the state had 14 million people, and now we're banging on 40 million. So Sites Reservoir is 30 years into this, and it looks like it's finally getting, the support it needs to get that and stuff. So, that will help immensely for, the breadbasket we call California. So, thanks.
I'm happy to make a motion.
That'd be great.
All right. Making a motion to receive this.
Public comment? Seeing none, go ahead and make a report.
All right. I'm happy to make a motion to receive this report and dissolve the 2021 Drought Task Force and authorize the OES to convene a steering committee for a standing task force to meet the intent of SB 552 and to develop a charter establishing the governing structure of the new task force.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded.
You
Nick?
ready? Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Chair Bohn? Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
We will be on break till 1:30. Rock and roll.
Yes.
Mr. Ford, you want to give us our presentation on the new info?
Thank you, Chairwoman. That really is it. John Ford and Kate McNamara with the Planning and Development Department to give an update on the short-term.
Hang on. I want to open the public hearing and then have you present.
Thank you. To present the short-term rental ordinance. This was continued from the meeting of January 30th, 2024, when the public hearing was opened. So public, and we are presenting some new information today, so public
We will
comment
allow
will
public
be,
comment.
able to be taken on that. I'll now ask Mr. McNamara to present what has been done.
Thank you, Director Ford. I'm just pulling up some slides, one moment. You can go ahead and go into slide 2. Thank you. My name is Cade McNamara, and I'll be continuing on the short-term rental ordinance. So for a brief recap of the deliberations that took place on January 30th, the board provided direction to have the Good Neighbor Guide be applicable to all short-term rentals. Previously, it was only applicable to short-term rentals and home shares that were within 1,000 feet of each other, within a community planning area, or on parcels less than 10 acres. Now, Good Neighbor Guides are to be posted and included for all home share and short-term rentals. And this has been included as not only a performance standard, but also an application material. For our alternatives for further discussion today, we'll be discussing a mechanism for cost recovery for these permits. We're going to specify the consecutive term for part-time use of short-term rentals, which are exempt from the cap. There's an alternative which will allow for the Big Lagoon Park subdivision to be included in the Trinidad area plan for purposes of applying the cap. This would be the satellite area. And then for Willow Creek community planning area, proper area, to be subject to the cap. We'll be revisiting options for transferability, and there's been a revision option to the definition of farm stay. For our first alternative, we had previously discussed how staff is going to be able to review permits in terms of compliance, and then also how the Planning and Building Department is going to be able to fund investigation efforts for complaints associated with short-term rentals. And so an alternative has been provided, which would allow for somebody to pay a continued operation fee at the time which they wish to renew their permit. Next slide. The Good Neighbor Guide has some revisions. At last meeting, we were directed to require posting of the Good Neighbor Guide in all short-term rentals. This would, by having posting, it is assumed that all tenants would then see the Good Neighbor Guide rather than issuing a Good Neighbor Guide at each stay. And then you'll see that there are updates. One is a link to Office of Emergency Services emergency mapping. We'll be including a QR code here too for usability once this is released. And then also smoke alarms, carbon monoxide alarms, and fire extinguishers are listed here. This is California Building Code, but we are including it here so that the tenants are also aware of what the renter is responsible for having within the rental. There was a little bit of nuance around the exemption to the cap for short-term rentals, which are used for a portion of the year. Currently, it's listed that 3 months or less would allow for an exemption. During discussion, it was understood that this is very vague and that really people could pick and choose the days at which they were to rent out their short-term rental. And the intent is to be able to either use the home for long-term rental the rest of the year or for people to live in it. And so this alternative has been revised to list 60 consecutive days or fewer so that a long-term option may be provided. And yes, next slide, please. Last meeting, we received direction to further investigate Big Lagoon Estate subdivision, Big Lagoon Park subdivision. This alternative allows for this area to be included in the Trinidad area plan for purposes of applying the cap. All this does is mean that for this particular subdivision, which is community ran, that no new short-term rentals would be allowed in this area. And it does not restrict new short-term rentals in the rest of the North Coast Area Plan. We received direction from the board and through public comment to include Willow Creek in community planning area subject to the cap. This is only going to be Willow Creek proper and does not include the satellite area for Chesham Road. Additionally, there was further discussion on transferability. This had been discussed at the Planning Commission level on whether or not to allow permits to be transferred to next of kin or not. There was further deliberation. And so now we've allowed for an alternative for transferability. Considerations to be made should be the intent of the ordinance, zoning consistency, and neighborhood integrity. The farm stay on resource zone districts, the definition of farm stay has been refined, which would require an owner or a farm tenant on site as a requirement of the farm stay permit. This is to try to ensure of the authentic farm experience and for the safety and security of those who are staying here, and really engross those staying in the educational opportunities that are offered by that farm stay. Additionally, we were directed to look into short-term rentals within timberland production zones. Within TPZ, there are 28 parcels currently operating 47 listings, 23 of which would be eligible for farm stay. 5 parcels of the 28 have multiple listings on site, and if pursuing a permit would require a special permit for said activities. Thank you for the presentation. We'll now allow for public comment, and then the goal is to then dive back into the ordinance for deliberations.
Before public comment, I may see if the board has anything to ask right now, or do you want to go straight into? That way the public has an idea where you're at right now. So Supervisor Arroyo?
I'm curious about the, so I understand the 2% topic has come up quite a bit. Could you elaborate a little bit on anything that's changed between last meeting and this meeting around that?
Sure. So what we did with respect to the 2% is that we really didn't change that. The way it's currently written is that there is a requirement within the Greater Humboldt Bay Area Plan area that 2% of that total area could be short-term rentals, but not more than 5% could be 5% of any one individual plan area could be devoted to short-term rentals. The Planning Commission added that in because of concern that perhaps one plan area could end up absorbing or being overrun basically by short-term rentals. And so the 5% was an intent to do that. We are ready to talk about various options if you would like to do that, whether or not, the 2%, one of the discussions the Planning Commission had was whether or not that 2% should apply to each of the community plan areas. So it's 2% for the whole area and 2% per community plan area. And then I know there was questions about what should happen outside of the greater Humboldt Bay area. And so we're also prepared to talk about that when the time comes. But we did not feel like there was direction from the board to make those changes for this meeting, so we didn't specifically make those changes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. So does the 2%, does that include like the farm stays?
So with respect to the farm stays, depending on where they are, it could affect them. But most farm stays would probably be outside of that greater Humboldt Bay Area plan area, which is the community plan areas that are identified there in that section of both the coastal and then the inland ordinance. So areas outside of that, there is not a cap. There is not a cap and there's not a limit.
On the farm stays?
Correct.
So could I ask, do you think there's a difference in those community plan areas in the farm stay and the regular, or what they would call regular B2Bs, and how do you recognize that?
So what we tried to do with the farm stay, I'm hoping I understand your question as I give this answer, and if I don't capture it completely, please make sure I go back. But what we tried to do with the farm stay is recognize that we're creating the short-term rental process, but then the farm stays are something that we've seen start to develop, and actually people in the coastal zone primarily have gotten permits to do farm stays, and they are a part of the economy. And I can go into that more if you'd like. But what we decided to do is, as part of the short-term rental provisions, is to create a provision for farm stays. What we heard from the board last time is that, you know, the way it was defined was a little bit loose, and perhaps it would benefit from having the residents be located on site. And so we made a few changes that we'll run through the ordinance with you a little bit later. We decided not to do that up front, just as a way of trying to save time this afternoon. But what we did is we modified the definition of farm stay to identify what's involved in the farm stay, and it includes the educational component, and then it also includes the owner or tenant living on site, so that there is a long-term resident on site for security purposes, for safety purposes, for the residents there. And then we required that the farm stay, if it's a farm stay that is part of the definition, that they provide a description of what that farm stay is going to be and describe that as part of their operating plan.
Okay, thank you for that. And my last question would be around the 2% cap on the outside line areas, which is Willow Creek part of that?
Currently, Willow Creek is not included within the 2% cap.
Okay, well, I think that I forwarded some emails on, and so there was some worries about that. But then also at this board's discussion last time, I had asked if there would be an exception. How would there be an exception to the 2% cap if in the future you get an area that is, you know, just not, has home after home after home that's available, but has exceeded that 2%, such as in the Willow Creek area?
So that's a good question, and part of the struggle is that in Willow Creek right now, it's not subject to the cap. So the cap provisions and then the neighborhood character provisions limiting the number that can be located within a block don't apply. And so there could be as many there as the market could bear. That's how it's currently written. There is a request that it be subject to the cap, and that's why there's an alternative written into the inland provisions to allow Willow Creek, or to include Willow Creek within the area subject to the cap. What will happen is that in those areas where there are existing short-term rentals, and they will have the first 60 days, and we've clarified this language, we want to present this to you today too, submit the applications within the first 60 days. Then within 90 days, the Planning and Building Department will determine where these areas reside in relationship to the cap. And then if they're over the cap, no applications for new short-term rentals will be accepted. But if there's room under the cap, then they would be able to apply for short-term rentals within that.
So the other portion of my question, if they're, because the 2% in the planned community areas will be on this ordinance, but if they're ever in the future recognizes, you know, that there is room for growth in STRs in those areas, how would you get an exception to that?
That would have to be through an ordinance change.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thanks for the presentation. Just to be clear, in Big Lagoon, there are two basic neighborhoods with a lot of houses. One is the Big Lagoon subdivision. The other is the Big Lagoon Park Corporation. So you've got kind of those words mingled in there. So I would just suggest that you leave it at Big Lagoon subdivision, because the Park Corporation already has restrictions within their, I believe it's CCNRs, but educate me.
So you're right. They are They're actually Big Lagoon Corporation, and so the reason there are two listings is because within the recorded maps, this specific subdivision is listed as the Big Lagoon Park subdivision. But when referenced in the area plan that it is in, it's called the Big Lagoon Estates, which is why we listed both for, just to be clear.
Okay, so in previous documents, somebody had put park in this one, when locally, it's always been known that those old cottages on the north end up at the park are what's considered the Big Lagoon Park Corporation, but you're saying it's just the Big Lagoon Corp. You know, I just want to make sure that it's clear in the language, so we're just asking to apply, the community asked it to be applied to that subdivision at Roundhouse Creek Road and Ocean Avenue, just to be clear. So you think that's clear in the language? We won't have confusion down the road between the Big Lagoon Corp?
I'm sure somebody
We can list the street names if that would help.
Okay, that sounds good. As far as Willow Creek, you list that there was one letter, but there was actually 3 letters that came in from the community asking for the cap to be applied in the Willow Creek community planning area. I have not gotten any letters or emails or phone calls from anybody opposing that, so if you got emails, would have been nice to have those forwarded to me as well. At any rate, I haven't seen any of those. And what I do hear is that there is a housing shortage in Willow Creek that's affecting the ability of families and others to find housing. That may not be true in your district in southern Humboldt, from what I've heard, but it's certainly true in the Willow Creek area. So as a representative for that area, I appreciate this being offered as an alternative. And I won't go into all the other measures. I think right now we're just trying to get clarifying questions, if I understood the chair correctly. And then I'll have comments on other elements of the ordinance as we proceed.
You can.
Can I just say, Supervisor Wilson, or Supervisor Madrone, because I didn't want to violate Brown Act and I already spoke to someone, I wasn't able to forward those on to you.
Certainly, understood. At any rate, I'd love to see that. And it wasn't included in our packet, so. Do we have forward them timely to be in the packet? Okay, just came in. Okay, very good.
Yeah, and then just for some clarification, the staff report and materials were prepared prior to the other 2 comments being submitted.
Yeah, that makes sense as well. And I will say that I have heard from cannabis permittees that they want to make sure that the farm stay potential exists. And those are all outside the community planning area for the most part. There's almost nothing within the community planning area. There's 1 or 2 farms. At any rate, so none of this would actually affect the farm stays on those areas outside the community planning area, which I've heard from a lot of constituents that they would like to make sure that that's allowed. And as I understand your presentation, that would be allowed and not subject to the cap. Farm stays.
Farm stays are subject to the cap as currently written, but we can explore the opportunity of that exemption through this process.
So 2% or 5%?
So let's be clear. They're subject to the cap inside the greater Humboldt Bay area.
Yes.
Outside the greater Humboldt Bay area, there is no cap.
Correct. So I was talking about Willow Creek and those farms that are outside the community planning area. There's no cap on how many of those could have farm stays outside the community planning area.
That is correct.
Okay, clarity is good. Thanks.
Thanks.
Farm stays. And I've had a couple long-term approvals on a couple farm stays. Are you talking about them being on site all the time or being being able to be on site, because a lot of these farm stays are now, used to be workforce housing, and since the dynamics of the workforce has changed, they don't use them for on-site work housing, so now they're turning them into farm stays, and much like Europe and everywhere else, it's the largest growing segment of vacation is farm stays, I guess, in Europe, and a lot of people travel it. So I'm wondering, they give the education. Education is all, you know, it's not necessary. They have to be able to provide it if they want it, but the people don't have to say, okay, now you got to go to school. So it's if they want to do it or not. So what do we do with these people that have farm stays that don't have an optional house on site already?
I think that's a policy decision that the board will have to weigh. What we're proposing is that if there's a unit on site that's being converted to a farm stay, and then somewhere else on the greater holdings, there is a house there that the either a long-term tenant or the actual farm owner lives in, that would be the requirement.
Okay, I'm looking at the ones right now, the farming is not probably the strongest industry in the world, and I'm looking mainly at the ones in my valley, the dairies and things like that. And they're just trying to do anything. I mean, they raise hay, they raise beef cattle, they do, calf-cow operations, they do a little bit of everything, but they're also finding out that these farm stays are a pretty good funding source. And so we're trying to regulate everybody out of,
Yeah, I would just call your attention to one of them that I'm familiar with, very familiar with, and that you're familiar with, is that is a situation where the operator does live on site. Mm-hmm. And, they don't live there in the house where the farm stay is. And that's
They're
not
up
the
on the hill.
requirement. They live well up behind it. And so it's really to kind of care for a number of things. You've got people from out of the area staying in a piece of property that's fairly rural and they may not be familiar with what to do in a case of emergency. The owner being there would address that. And then there's the educational component too, and just helping people understand what goes on.
And then I've had, maybe this is for Cade, have you, the Willow Creek area, Bigfoot, the Willow Creek area, I've had quite a few people, not quite a few, I've had a few people contact me, basically saying that when they're going to know they're going to be gone for 2 or 3 weeks, it's their vacation home. It's their second home, but they rent it out on, they say they're booked when they're up there, but then it's available on VRBO just to offset costs, increasing taxes, increasing fire, right now. I mean, for the ones that are getting fire up there, I think they're on California Fair Plan, which is $3,000 or $5,000 a month compared to $1,200 just go. So that's an offset. So is there a way to figure out the homes that are considered a vacation home? They're not going to come into the housing. They're not going to go into long-term housing because they want to keep their vacation home. They're just basically trying to offset their costs, kind of like anybody would try to do, I'd imagine. Is there an avenue for them?
I can speak to the demographic of it.
Well, I would talk to the short term.
Okay, go for it.
So I would say the closest we've got to that is really the provision for the short-term STR, where it's rented out as a short-term rental for a limited period of the year. Right now, it's identified as 3 months. There's an alternative currently for your consideration today. There would be 60 consecutive days. But that would allow that if they live there, say 9 months out of the year, that would, the board chooses the 3-month option or 10 months and the 60-day option, that would allow them to rent it out as a short-term rental. If they're living there the rest of the year, it would not count against the cap if it is within an area subject to the cap.
Okay, I'm just choosing that. I'm just taking it for granted that the time they're going to be able to rent their house in Willow Creek is probably about the time that they bought it to use to get out of foggy Humboldt and get up to sunnier Humboldt. But
If I may add too, I did speak on the phone with some folks from Willow Creek. These folks didn't submit letters, but they weren't entirely in favor of the cap idea. And the reason for that is because a lot of folks in this area actually utilize this area for their second vacation home, as you stated. And so they're not going to have a desire to rent it long term. And so this is for a way for them to recuperate their costs. They also identified that during the summer months, particularly through June through September, are their peak months for operation. Obviously, people want to go and enjoy the sunshine and the river, but it's also the peak months for fire season. And so a lot of our first responders utilize short-term rentals during fire season as well. And they're, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I had a couple new questions that popped up. One of them is in response to this letter that we're in receipt of from an individual asking that we consider historic stays as an additional category of stays, and recognizing that there are about 50 homes and historic structures on the National Register of Historic Places. So I would assume that, if we're following the request made here, that it would be applicable to homes on the National and Local Register of Historic Places, as well as homes that are, similar to the farm stay, like somebody lives on the property and they're renting out part of their historic home. And I'm very interested in that. I will admit, I am fixing up a home on the Register of Historic Places right now for a long-term rental, but I can empathize with the cost and the challenges of fixing up a home in those conditions and trying to return it to, in my case, the long-term rental market where it's been off for 40 plus years. And I know that there are several other, many other buildings in our area that that might be in a similar condition. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that, as this is something that I just saw today. And then I'll add one more and then pass it to you. I want to clarify, our process was to have existing STRs essentially grandfathered in, and then we'll talk about the question of transferability and all that. But I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page there, and maybe have you reiterate that or express that for the public.
Absolutely. So for the first thing, what the comment letter, I believe, is trying to capture is that they're asking for homes that are on the national and local registry to be exempt from having to have a CUP or CDP in the case that they're in a hazard area, or a CUP in the inland area if they're in a hazard area. For this particular residence, because they're in the tsunami run-up zone, it would trigger a CDP CUP. My understanding, based off of talking to these people all week, is that basically they have a historical home, and they want to be able to share that with people. They also, in this particular case, do have the applicable permits on file and appropriately permitted this historical structure, and so that's the ask. And then, do you mind repeating your second question?
It was just essentially reiterating about, whether existing STRs would be grandfathered in. I know the cap conversation can be a scary one. And so I think maybe that message hasn't entirely percolated to the whole public. But I was wondering if you could clarify that point.
Currently, if they meet the performance standards of the ordinance, they would be grandfathered in. Which also tailors to the other alternative that we'll be discussing today of transferability.
If I could just add to that, Chair. And that would include people that have to, for whatever reason, apply for a special permit or another additional permit. I mean, they don't lose their place as an existing STR because they need a discretionary permit.
All right. And I appreciate Glenn for bringing this. He is the proud owner of the Butter Palace, basically, in the old days. And it is probably one of the most significant, next to the Gingerbread Mansions, historic homes in the Ferndale Valley. So, and then he built, what he's talking about, the garage here, is nothing short of amazing. So, as we move to that, the other thing I do, I'm looking at this when you go to the historic, is I'm not so sure that they have to be on the historic register, because as it's stated here, all these people are trying to maintain, and Supervisor Arroyo can tell you, I can tell you from past, you don't just change something on a historic house. You go to change something and then you find 6 more things to change that are wrong with it. So it's like a treasure hunt. And so I'm trying to think of houses that would qualify as historic and stuff like that, you know, down the line. And some of these would probably actually turn into more Airbnbs than VRBOs, I imagine, but some of them anyway, just for financial purposes lately. But yeah, I think this is what I'm saying on the historic. This is where I was going to the agriculture. It's going to be on zoned agricultural land. I mean, that's going to be the trigger point, or what I'd like to see the trigger point, so it's not somebody, you know. So, Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I want to start with the cap discussion for a second. So right now it's 2% within the greater Humboldt Bay Plan area, with a 5% within the smaller zones, and then no cap outside of that anywhere else. And what they're talking consideration is just for right now is for Willow Creek, and there's been not really any discussion for smaller towns, like any ones that are in CSDs like Garberville and Redway and those sorts of things. Do we think that do we have any idea, is Willow Creek near or around 2% now? I mean, do we have any estimation? I know you're saying you didn't have exact data, but I was just wondering, is this, what do we think that that's really within the plan area?
1 second, we'll pull that up.
Okay, thanks, that'd be great. I mean, I just kind of want to know, like, people can like sort of freak out about something, but I want to know if it's like something that we're concerned about bumping up against. And the point of these caps is you know, in a lot of ways, is to make sure that, again, it's really about housing infrastructure and housing stock and prices too. Because what happens is that if a house is going to sell and there's an anticipation on the market that it's going to convert to short-term rental or vacation rental, the price goes up and goes out of the range of you know, working family in the neighborhood. And so I want to be really clear that's like, we have reasons for this. It's not just for no reason. So.
Yeah. So we didn't study Willow Creek because it wasn't an area of concern at the Planning Commission level. I apologize for that.
Okay, so we have no idea right now.
We don't have the data on that, no.
So from my perspective, like, I'm just going to put it out there, like, I think it's a conservative, it's not even that conservative to talk about 2% caps in, frankly, any place where we have a CSD, because that's where housing is concentrated in general. And I think that, and I just think that that's pretty important. And I know that seems like kind of like a new thing, but I don't know, even at 2%, I don't think that we're going to go above 2% very easily. But if we do, it's good to know that we are. I mean, it's like, that is, you know, I would hate to have us get up to 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 10% and not have some sort of trigger come back to let us know, where we can then, if we wanted to adjust upwards, we could do that through ordinance. But you know, by what we're seeing in sort of like the state housing policy, is like 2% is kind of now considered sort of like the average of what we're seeing in policy. And as you can see from the letters we've received, 1% is even considered now. And if you're looking like LA and other places like that, they're all talking about 1% now. They're dropping from 2s to 1s because of the impact this is having on the rental markets. So from my perspective, I mean, I would be in favor of doing this 2% in Willow Creek, and frankly, in wherever we have CSDs, because I think it's important to understand that preservation of housing is real. That doesn't mean we can't come back and change it later if the dynamics show us that needs to be changed, but I think it's a great starting point. And with that, even within the plan areas, we are now at 5%. I would be in favor of moving all those to 2% as a policy. So I think that I think that that's just putting out there where I'm coming from on these caps. Again, this doesn't everything that's occurring now gets grandfathered in. So it's like we're in terms of the cap. So it's like we're not talking about removing anybody's existing entitlements in terms of the cap. We're talking about just putting, if we are really above that 2% in places, putting a hold on it for a minute and seeing if that's if we're really doing any issues there. So on the farm stays, I thought it was, it's interesting to talk about how the farm stays were used as workforce housing, but why would if there's more money, this is again the same thing about housing. If there's more money to be made to convert out of workforce housing to vacation rentals, then we are impacting housing stock for, again, the people who need housing the most, which is our workforce. And so I am in favor of doing these farm stays in the way that that's been proposed here, that it has some requirement for a person, either an owner or a renter living on site, and that can assist with whatever is needed, but also provide the farm stay experience. I think it's farms have people in them. That's the interface. It's the people on the farm, and that without that, I'm not sure how you would get a real farm stay experience. And so I think that for me that's pretty important. And well, I mean, I agree with the fee and the good neighbor thing, and I think the 60 days is appropriate. The Big Lagoon is great. I talked about Willow Creek, and I think not allowing the transferability is something. I think allowing it would just cause complications, and I think not having it definitely makes it simpler. On the historic thing that was brought up today, I like where this is, like where that's going, but I would prefer that I guess I'm not really clear what the ask is. Yeah, so that's what I was, because maybe you could help me with that.
So probably public comment will make it
Okay.
more clear, but as I understand it, right now, we put provisions in there
Yep.
that if you're in a tsunami run-up zone, that
Yeah.
you can only go there with a conditional use permit.
Okay.
And so what the real ask is, if you're a historic structure and in the tsunami run-up zone,
Yep.
you don't need to go through the CUP process.
Okay.
That's the ask.
Okay.
That to exempt historic structures from the provisions that we've put in place to evaluate circumstances that could pose dangers.
And I think I appreciate that. And that kind of brings me to sort of the CEQA part of this. So there's that, which would beg the question of why we wouldn't require similar for high fire zones. And except in the case where you have people on site. So if you have a house that's in a high fire zone and that's being converted into basically a commercial vacation space, I think we run a risk there, and I'm concerned about the CEQA implications of that. But likewise, from a housing perspective in CEQA, to have the entire county to be without a cap means that we don't have any limit on the and what I'm saying outside the zones that we've identified, right? Then wherever those areas may be, then what we're saying is you could convert all the way up to 30. We don't know, right? And so it's one of those situations, like unless we put some number on it, I'm not clear that we can analyze the impact.
Yeah. Let me take a quick shot at that if I can,
thanks.
Chair. Is from a CEQA perspective, the House is being used for some kind of either transient occupancy or residential use. The overall environmental impacts of having that structure there has already been realized, okay? So the fundamental difference between the high fire areas, which is a lot of Humboldt County, and what we were trying to do with the tsunami run-up zone. And the tsunami run-up zone really primarily relates to the Samoa Peninsula, where there is not time to escape a tsunami. So people have to be aware of where the refuge area is. And because there's not an escape route. And so that's why tsunami was treated differently than, say, another environmental hazard like a wildfire area. Is that, and I know that there have been experiences in other counties where there was so much traffic that it was hard to get people out, and that is true. But that's the basic difference, is really trying to look at the peninsula, and maybe we painted that with too broad of a brush in terms of all tsunami run-up zones, because obviously down in the Eel River Valley, you know, there's room to escape there.
I mean, you're right. I mean, in the state of California, we've had far more people not escape from running from wildfire than we have from tsunamis. I mean, on a regular basis, almost annually. So, I kind of get what you're saying with this. But on the cap part, in terms of like housing, is not housing and housing stock something that we review in CEQA or an impact?
Well, it is, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. And that's part of the reason for trying to address this. And I think the basic logic from the public comments that came through is right now is that there wasn't the same demand for housing in the outlying areas of the county, outside of the urban core, if you will, that there is within the urban core. That's where the primary job creation is. And I know maybe some recent kinds of information would indicate that people are willing to commute further, live further away from the urban core, just in order to find, you know, affordable housing. And that becomes part of the equation in this consideration.
Okay, so I mean, that's a basis on public comment that we've received. And again, public comment, when, as we know, the, you know, Airbnb and VRBO has a mailing list and a lot of very interested parties. So they're very organized from that perspective. Sort of the renting folks, not as organized for sure. But I mean, I guess I have heard many times that people have a hard time to find a place to live everywhere in this county. I'm having a hard time believing that it's just really easy to find a place to live in the southern end of the county or in Willow Creek or in other places. I'm not clear I've heard that from renters. I may have heard it from, or I haven't actually, you know, from property owners, sure, that mostly what I hear is they don't want to take long-term renters and they would prefer an alternative. That's what I've heard. And so that is different than there being a bulk of availability for that market. So I'm not totally sure, which is again goes back to why I think caps are kind of important, because they allow us a place to like monitor that. Like we can see if that's really true or not, and not just sort of let it go. Those are my thoughts on this so far. I'm happy to take public comment and more discussion. So thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I just want to say, out of concern for my district and your discussion around CSDs and having that cap there, you know, you have in some of the rural areas, Alder Point has a CSD, and so does Phillipsville, so does Myers Flat, and those areas, and it's not just public comment. I'm going to push back Supervisor Wilson just a little bit. I'm very in tune to my district, as most of us all are with our districts, and there are abundance of rentals in that area. And I'll give you that maybe the rents aren't affordable because of it, they have set them to what their mortgages are. But in the abstract of having an opportunity to be able to pay their mortgages, we're going to get into foreclosures, which is already happening in the southern Humboldt area. So I just want to caution around the term CSDs and what that really looks like in some of the more rural areas. Thank you.
And I wanted to clarify, when I said workforce housing, most of the houses that are being rebuilt or being used are houses that have been rebuilt that were no longer housed, because labor laws really have changed the aspect of people living on a dairy with their family and becoming part of the family and working that way. It has become just like a 8 to 5, or actually 5 to 3 job or something like that. I will open it up to public comment. Glenn?
All right. I just wanted to make sure that, because I thought that this was sent out to all the supervisors. There was a letter to Rex Bohn, and there's a letter dated the 29th, February 29th, 2024, and then also a hazard zone map behind it. Did everyone
we got
get
it.
that? Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure before I get started here. Okay. I wanted to say I'm picking something from the agenda at first, where it's talking about the coastal zone short-term rental, inland short-term rental administration ordinances, and they talk about the CEQA and reviewing that and saying that they wanted an exemption to that. And we live in a historic home that is nationally as well as locally recognized in Ferndale, in the Ferndale Bottoms. And so we specifically are asking not only maybe this would be a corollary or an addition to the CEQA exemptions for there's only less than 50 structures or areas in all of the entire county that are considered either local and or national national or historic registries for all these buildings. So for that small little slice of the pie here, we're asking for exemptions from CDPs and tsunami hazard zones, which we are in, and I'll explain that in a minute, for historic buildings, and this would go under ordinance 60.05.6.3 is where that would be. And if you folks can look on page 2 here, in our particular situation on the hazard zone map that you've got here, you'll see you'll see Port Kenyon Road showing up here, and then the corner of that and Bush Street. So our home itself that's on historic register is right on that corner, and it is out of the tsunami zone. But then you look down underneath that, and our historic barn building is in the zone. But in our case, it's kind of interesting because we did in 1999 get an elevation permit to bring us up 5 feet or more above that, so that it's kind of it feels like a misnomer for us to be considered in that zone, because there are ways to get out, and we would put that on the Good Neighbor Guide itself of coming out Bush Street and then out Port Kenyon Road itself. I mean, it's just, we're half in, we're half out. So what do we do in a situation like that? You know, how do we address those? And so because we are a historic property, local and national, we're asking for an exemption for that alone. And in the letter itself, the one thing that I failed to mention in the ray in the very, very top is, in fact, the fact that we are asking for that exemption from CDPs and tsunami hazard zones. And so I will go then to my notes here that kind of expand what I've been talking about in the letter. Let's see here, about living in a historic property. And we're really, my wife and I are here to expand.
Glenn, that's your 3 minutes, but your wife can finish your letter if you want.
Okay, that's my 3, okay, all right.
I'll let you tag team us.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Well, I think Glenn actually covered most of this, but what I do see is that there was some idea that we were batting around with, rather than applying for farm stay, which is possible for us because we're around cattle, we definitely could provide a tour, walking tour for people. We live on the property, but there's a lot of historical properties in our jurisdictions that may not be considered a farm stay, and then they wouldn't be able to get a permit. And so we were proposing that as a historical property, that we would be able to have that, which is even more powerful, because we had an old barn. We took all the characteristics of the old barn that was falling apart, and we put it into this new structure, which, as Rex said, is kind of beyond a barn. I mean, I don't even know what to call it, but it does look like people do not know it's newer. We used old glass. We did all these amazing things. The property is amazing. There are other people with amazing properties that are trying to do something about their expenses for maintenance like we are. If we lost our Airbnb, it would be disastrous for us because it's a good part of our income. We're retirement age. We're doing everything we can to figure out what can we do to restore our house. And if you guys have other ideas, I'd love to know what they are because we have a lot of work to do and we need our rental. And so one proposal was providing the historical home as an option for being able to say, yes, we have historical property. It's on the historical registry. So we become exempt or have an exception. I don't remember which one would apply, but I think it's an exception so that we don't have to satisfy other requirements that other SDD applications would be asking for. Is that good, Glenn? Did that cover? Okay.
Actually, you did better than he did. Just don't tell him I said that. No, I appreciate that, and I sometimes think about the historical structures and the farm stays, and we're sitting up here as a body of five telling you what to do with your property and how to maintain it and how to figure out how to maintain it. And I know we keep hearing about what kind of data there's a shortage. I think there's like 68 houses available for rent in Eureka. And I hear from people that they have trouble finding a rental that they can afford. I don't hear problems that they have. They just can't afford the ones they found. And I know that's concerning too, and I guess we'll probably hit that one too sometime. But as far as the farm stays, to offset their costs, I really appreciate their opportunity to do this. And Jamal, they brought a whole different angle on the historical end of it. So thank you. Next.
Hello there. My name is Moselle Williams, and I'm here as a member of Unite Here Local 49, speaking on behalf of our workers, but also myself. I see you've already covered much of the talking points here, so I'm going to leave my script. With the exception that we would ask for a 1% cap, but I do see the utility of a 2% cap and perhaps a 5% cap in the rest of the county. But my story is one of someone who couldn't afford housing here. I have just a little over a minimum wage job. I'm single, empty nester, and I finally got some work here in the summer of 2001 and lost that job, had a couple of short-term jobs, and finally got my job at Blue Lake Casino. I was homeless for 11 months of that time. I looked around, they all want 30% of your income. That was out of the question. The short-term rentals have been one of the factors that have increased the prices of housing in general. But finally, my friends convinced me to apply to get pre-approved for housing, and I did that. I got pre-approved for $250,000. Nothing that's even, with just nothing here. But I did find a 450 square foot little mobile home in Sandpiper Park in Arcata. It's been an interesting ride, but I would never be able to make that 30% cap. My take home is about $2,400 a month. My housing costs are $1,450. I pay both a mortgage and rent, and I still cannot sell my storage unit in Chico because that's all I could get. I had to put 20% down. My interest rate is 8.8%. This is before the whole thing started. Yeah. Before it started going up, 8.8, that is all I could get This is a huge risk for me, to get a little teeny itty bitty space that doesn't even have its own parking spot. Can't even add storage there because it's one of the 2 spaces in that park that doesn't have its own parking. It's been really, really rough. And I completely understand and appreciate all these efforts to encourage us to get more housing. I also recognize the fact that hotels are being converted, the infill is being looked at, and definitely, I want to say, the ability for people to create multifamily housing. And I know about the Creamy District in Arcata. I've been looking and watching, but it's been very tough for me. 11 months homeless, but I persisted and I got here. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Tracy Montefiore, and I proudly called Humboldt County my home for 44 years. As both a resident and an STR owner, I agree with the goals of this ordinance. And I want to thank Director John Ford and Cade McNamara and all of you council members, supervisors, for all the hard work and that you've listened to the community and made all the updates that you have to the ordinance proposal. Now, home shares can currently list multiple rooms with an administrative permit, and a home share with more than one rental listing should have the same permitting threshold as those who wish to rent multiple units with operators residing on site. Currently, home shares are able to operate with an administrative permit so long as the occupancy and parking are adhered to. I'm requesting that the same provisions be applied to operators who have more than one permitted listing and live on site. As a previous draft number 81023, section 60.05.9.6 stated, more than one short-term rental on one legal parcel may be administratively permitted in the following cases. All short-term rentals are more than 1,000 feet from the nearest neighboring residence, or one of two short-term rentals is 2 or fewer bedrooms of a dwelling unit that's occupied by the operator. I'm urging to have that provision added back to the final ordinance. My husband and I are super hosts on Airbnb on North Bank Road in McKinleyville on the property we've owned and loved and lived on for 22 years. One is a 1-bedroom home share, and one is a 1-bedroom ADU permitted prior to 2020, approximately 100 feet from our main residence. We became hosts in 2018 when my husband was diagnosed with advanced cancer. Not long after, we were forced to close down a business we'd operated for many years. We feared we were going to lose our home, and Airbnb seemed like our best option. We often have our kids, our grandkids, extended family visit us, and we need our units for their stays when they come. That's one reason we wouldn't opt to do long-term rentals. We provide a unique experience for guests who get to mingle with our rescue animals on 6 acres in a farm setting located just a couple of miles from town. We provide carrots to our guests to feed the critters and spend time educating them. Just made this brochure to educate our guests about our rescue animals. And you'd be surprised how many people have never interacted with a donkey. We offer suggestions on the many places to explore and dine in our local area, and we're proud to represent Humboldt County in a manner that brings guests back and inspires them to refer their friends and family to us. We've received over 1,000 5-star reviews and glowing guestbook entries. While we depend on our Airbnb to keep us in our family home, it's become more than just a business, it's our passion. We're proud to provide a valuable service to our community, supporting the industry of tourism and a memorable vacation haven for people from all over the world. So please consider including the aforementioned section back into the final ordinance so that hosts can done. You got my point, thank you.
You nailed it.
How are you guys doing today? Riley Morrison, Willow Creek. Appreciate this conversation, appreciate the space. I just wanted to, as I read through the agenda from staff, I read the community letter from the Willow Creek resident, and I also wanted to add my perspective. In Willow Creek, we are a community of working families, retirees, and host to many vacation homes. Often these second residence houses are a main or primary income source for friends and community members, as well as the people who service these spaces. These homes are second homes that would not necessarily be available for rent otherwise. It's also important to note in the Trinity River community that we do have a need for affordable housing. I do not believe an extra cap in Willow Creek is necessarily going to be that solution. The problem exists not because of the shortage of available housing, but because of the shortage of affordable housing. The wage gap and socioeconomic divide in our community is truly at the forefront. A lot has been said, so that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks. All right.
Chair Bohn, we have
Yep.
callers in Zoom.
Yep.
Okay. Caller 3116, you're prompted to unmute. Press star 6 to lower your hand and you will have 3 minutes. I'm sorry, to unmute yourself.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. My name is Shannon Hughes. I am also a resident of Willow Creek. I'm a Community Services District Board member. I'm a board member for our Chamber of Commerce. I also am a very active volunteer at the Bigfoot Museum, and I also own a campground that pays into the TOT out here in Willow Creek. I am well aware that tourism is definitely an economic driver of our area. The letters you received may not have encompassed the full scope of opinion out here in Willow Creek, so I just wanted to say my 2 cents. I think it would be pertinent to actually conduct a study of Willow Creek to find out where we are before we haul off and make a cap. What we lack, things have changed here in the last 3 or 4 years. There's not a shortage of rentals the way there may have been in the past. What we lack in Willow Creek is the affordable housing. The short-term rental houses that would become vacant are probably not going to be the types of rentals that people in Willow Creek with an average income of around $50,000, that I just don't know that that's feasible for them to be able to afford those as rentals. We do lack affordable housing, though. I will definitely repeat that. We also lack lodging. That's the main thing. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce and a volunteer at the museum, I've donated a lot of my time to trying to promote tourism. And one of the things that I hear a lot from visitors is just that there's a lack of lodging. We do have a lot of camping, which is great, but we lack lodging. So I'm not sure that the reduction of the cap from 5 to 2 is really appropriate for my community of Willow Creek. So that's just, I think what would be a great option is to have these short-term rentals be paying into the TOT system. That way we could, generate more tax revenue. We already have a lot of vacant buildings in Willow Creek. I would love for there not to be more vacant homes that are not feasible to actually be rentals. So I just hope as a community member of Willow Creek that you hear my voice alongside all the other folks that, that gave public comment. So that's all I have to say. That's all I have to say, and thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry. Caller 9368. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello. Today I'd like to address the alternatives discussed in the staff report as well as some minor adjustments to the STR ordinance. This has been a long process, but it's important to remember that we're still only in the beginning. The real work begins when it's time to permit and inspect the STRs that do come forward to be permitted. Going into the alternatives, applying a fee for the continued operation of STRs to support staff cost recovery. I would support adopting this alternative, but also add additional fees to 1, inspect the property to ensure it's compliant with the building code and habitability when it comes time to renew. This is to ensure public safety for the continued use of hosted or unhosted rental properties. And 2, contribute to a countywide housing trust fund. While technically, as noted in the staff finding, this ordinance does not restrict the housing density from a literal interpretation of the law. This ordinance does limit and restrict local residents from finding long-term rentals. So contributing to a county housing trust fund would at least in part help to remedy the hundreds of homes that will be removed from the long-term housing market and support efforts to improve or create new long-term housing. Currently, the average STR rental earns an annual revenue of $40,000. This translates to an average monthly income of $3,341. When we consider the area median income for Eureka, for example, at $43,000 per year, there's absolutely no way that renters can compete with the overwhelming economic incentive that STR owners have to convert properties into short-term rentals. Looking at some of the other alternatives, applying a temporary period from 3 months to 60 days or fewer, I personally would support an adoption of a 90-day temporary period with the stipulation that the overall cap is reduced to 1%. A high cap, such as 2% or 5% with a multitude of exemptions, is not an effective means of protecting long-term housing. Workforce housing is a necessity wherever there is commerce. Oric has been lost in this discussion, but Willow Creek, as well as the greater Humboldt area, are all affected, which is why an overall cap of 1% in the coastal zone is so important to protect. Please consider lowering the overall cap to ensure that long-term housing is not sacrificed or more attrition from STR rentals entering the market as new housing is built. For other alternatives in terms of transferability, I don't support the alternative to allow permits to be transferred. Allowing this transfer of permits further commodifies STR permits and would promote speculation. This should not be included in the final ordinance. There's other legal measures that can be taken to provide for a family after a loved one has passed, such as establishing a trust. An STR ordinance should not also be a tool to establish familial dynasties.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Our next caller is 6249. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for your time. I am calling because I have a couple more administrative concerns. One is in regards to the Good Neighbor Guide. It's written in a couple different places in the ordinance. One is for application under 60.05.3, where applicant needs to provide an affidavit of distributing the Good Neighbor Guide. But this is before a permit is even issued, and I haven't seen that written in any other ordinance. It makes more sense to me that once a permit is issued, that the permit holder would then have, what I've seen in other ordinances, 10 days to contact the neighbors and provide the Good Neighbor Guide. So I would like to see that language clarified or something, because it doesn't make sense to me. Existing operations, evidence of operation isn't really clear, and I would like to see the date of October 26th, which was rather arbitrary, changed to the time that the ordinance is adopted, and that existing be prior to that date. Private gatherings and parties, I'm a little confused on that because it's written into the ordinance that any host can have up to twice the maximum occupancy. A lot of times a host doesn't know. Let's say if a family of 4 is from out of town, is in Humboldt visiting with some family that's local that might come over for a barbecue. So I would just strike taking off that there's a part on the Good Neighbor Guide that says, are you going to have gatherings or parties? I think that's unnecessary. I think if it's written into the ordinance that you can have twice the occupancy for visitors, I'd just leave that alone. In terms of the looking for housing, I guess one of my concerns is that while you're trying to create housing, it's potentially by capping and more restrictive caps will just crush the existing jobs and income for local families who are already living here. And I think through all the meetings I've attended, you just continue to hear an outpouring of people who are just trying to cover their, make it work in Humboldt County, provide jobs. And so I guess I asked the supervisors to think long and hard about the balance of providing housing, but also maintaining a livelihood for the people that live in the county. And I manage a lot of homes in the greater Trinidad area that would never become long-term rentals. They are true vacation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7884, star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mike from the 2nd District. Please excuse the absence of the vast majority of our property tax-paying citizens, as they know not that your board is preparing to extract tremendous future value flexibility from over 95% of Humboldt properties. Flying in the face of the economic devastation that our rural community is currently enduring, you continue to regulate another cottage industry in the hills into essential annihilation. Conditioning AOB properties to receive full permitting is disingenuous and a slap in the face to the rural residents who in most cases will never be able to afford the overly burdensome process of retroactively permitting homes in California. Director Ford's assertion that a notarized release of liability is required prior to tenancy is not codified and further shows his bias towards the AOB program, with little regard about the usefulness of this program moving forward, and using additional paperwork as an excuse for why your board should continue to discriminate against an already disadvantaged segment of our community is a shallow attempt of passing the buck while neglecting to do the work that a planning department is tasked with doing, more paperwork. Disneyland does not require a notarized release of liability to enjoy their theme parks, and neither should you. If additional conditions for roads or other concerns need to be addressed for AOB properties, then they should be evaluated through a special permit or CUP, not a blanket ban. Humboldt has a great opportunity to look into the future while strengthening our tourism industry by encouraging creative solutions to vacation lodging. Not everybody wants to stay in a cookie-cutter home, as this suggests. Cabins, yurts, tree houses, teepees, container homes, trailers, tiny homes, private campgrounds are very desirable attractions for eco, adventure, and farm stay travelers. Excluding up to 98% of all landowners at the onset of this ordinance into perpetuity is not in the best interest of our county or its citizens. Please do not limit all future opportunity to the top 2% of landowners. Consider allowing for a special permit or CUP for AOB properties and for any STR over the imposed cap, potentially after some sunset date has passed, so that each of our individual projects can be evaluated on their own merit. Our demographic is changing, and short-term rentals are an integral part of our housing stock for local and vacationers alike. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0673. Also *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Becca Ayala, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director at Better Neighbors, a coalition of host tenants, housing activists, and community members. At Better Neighbors, we conduct data analysis and research on the short-term rental industry in the coastal zone and its impact on coastal communities. We urge the Board of Supervisors to amend the proposed ordinance to permit only true home sharing through hosted-only short-term rentals within the county's coastal zone. A hosted-only policy is the best way to balance the preservation of affordable housing and coastal public access. At the December 2023 Coastal Commission hearing, in response to a breadth of academic research, several commissioners expressed a desire that the Commission take a more permissive approach to jurisdictions that want to curb STRs in the coastal zone. This discussion should give the county confidence to pass stronger short-term rental regulations within the coastal zone, especially those that ensure the primary use of housing remains housing. Should the board decide not to limit STRs to true home sharing, the Commission should take the following 4 actions. Lower the cap of STRs to 1% of the housing stock to safeguard communities against an overconcentration of short-term rentals. Limit STR permits to 1 parcel per person. Prohibit short-term rentals from operating within multifamily structures. 40% of households in Humboldt County are renter-occupied. Multifamily structures are often more affordable housing options that should be preserved for long-term tenants like service and agricultural workers who are vital to Humboldt's economy. And lower the threshold for STRs to count towards the cap to 60 days per year. Currently, the ordinance places the upward limit at 90. The City of Half Moon Bay's ordinance was approved by the Coastal Commission last March and also has a 60-night cap that unhosted STRs may operate per year. Whatever form the final ordinance takes, it must also prioritize safety and enforcement. First, by levying an enforcement fee on licenses that is proportional to the actual cost of enforcement, and second, by limiting STR uses in high fire risk areas, agricultural zones, and timber production zones. The county has the opportunity to preserve access to housing while maintaining coastal public access through true home sharing. For these reasons, Better Neighbors urges the board to pursue a hosted-only policy, and if not, reduce the cap to 1% of the housing stock without neighborhood exemptions, limit 1 permit per individual, restrict short-term rentals from operating in multifamily structures, and lower the threshold for STRs from 90 to 60 days per year. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last caller is 1868, *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Tangi Markle. I'm calling in today as representative of the Willow Creek Chamber of Commerce. I also own a business in Willow Creek, and ask you please to consider keeping the cap at 5% for the Willow Creek area and the areas around Willow Creek that are outside the CSD proper area. Again, the problem is not with the temporary housing, but with affordable housing. And Willow Creek, we are, our industry, so to speak, is tourism. In order for us to continue to bring people to Willow Creek and to the eastern gateway of Humboldt County and get them to move to the rest of the county, we need housing for them. That's it. Just please consider. That's my comment.
Nice job. Thanks.
Chair Bohn, that was our last caller in Zoom.
That'll be good. I will close public comment. How many, John, how many AOBs do we have in the county?
I don't have a number on that.
More than 5,000?
I would be guessing.
All right. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Now, the way it was delivered to us today came unanimous from the Planning Commission, right?
That is correct. And
Okay.
with your permission, I'd like to respond to a couple things if I could.
That'd be great.
So the first thing I want to go back to and clarify, and I can show you the language, but the request about the historic home. The ordinance literally reads tsunami run-up zone in the Humboldt Bay Area Plan. They are not in the Humboldt Bay Area Plan. So their home would not be affected by that. It was really just to take care of that area on the Samoa Peninsula where there is no escape route. So all the other run-up areas within the county aren't affected by that because there is a path of escape.
Okay.
I hope that helps, and if you still want to do something for historic structures, we can, but that historic structure would not be affected.
How about the argument for historic structures as a whole?
Well, one of the things we've tried to do is you could exempt historic structures as a whole. I think that the administrative permit has been established to be a fairly low impact permit. And so it really is intended to be something we can take in, do over the counter within an hour. The fee structure allows an hour, which is $165. And so it's not intended to be huge. It's really intended to be more record keeping, to make sure that all the boxes are checked and that people recognize the need to be a good neighbor and protect the neighborhood character. And if they do that, then all we want to do in the future going forward is to continue to engage that they are being a good neighbor. The caps and the neighborhood intensity then really address the rest of that. You know, a lot of comments have been made today about lowering the cap to 1%, 2%. we can as we walk through that, if the board wants to look at options and discuss changing the percentage of the cap, we're prepared to do that. But I think those are probably the main comments I wanted to respond to at this point. What we'd like to do now is really allow the board to walk through the changes, look at the text, and go through it and make consensus level decisions on what's included within the ordinance and what the alternatives are.
All right.
Okay.
Break? Sure. What? All right, John.
Thank you, Chair. What I think we'll do is start with the coastal version and just walk through the changes. And I think I have shared my screen.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, before we do that, I kept my comments earlier to clarifying questions, but then it was obvious to me that other board members decided to jump into all their thoughts on the whole thing. I haven't really had a chance to do that. So I thought it would be appropriate to share that with the rest of the board and public and our staff before you jump into explaining the ordinance and the changes, if that would be okay with everybody.
Please share.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, let me just say that I absolutely see that STRs are an important part of our tourism economy, and there's a place for them. But I find it really kind of disappointing and perplexing that a lot of the comments seem to come from a position that there's entitlements in these STRs. You know, that they've made these investments and they're entitled to these things and don't take any of that away from us, and yet they were all illegal. Every one of them except for in Shelter Cove. They were all illegal. There was no actual legal permitting process to actually have them. So as people have created these, they've taken a risk. They've jumped out in front of any kind of planning or ordinance and took a risk and made investments. Willow Creek brought up a lot. The Bigfoot subdivision has traditionally mostly always been mostly second homes. And if you think about that, not only can you afford your own home, but you've got a second home, right? Which is a level of economic ability that this isn't what this ordinance came about because of. It came about because of several reasons. One, housing has not become affordable, and we've heard many people comment on that issue, say it's not about available housing, it's about available affordable housing. It has been well documented that STRs have a negative effect on affordability of housing, which is one of the primary drivers behind this ordinance, was to try and get us into a position where we're not continuing to lose affordable housing. And anybody that doubts that, look at the data. You know, if you can make more income on an STR than you can on a long-term rental or whatever else, then a lot of people have been choosing to go ahead and make these into STRs. And it has absolutely had an effect on affordability. There are some communities where it's absolutely had an effect on availability of just people being available for the volunteer fire departments or for the city councils or the planning commissions or the CSD boards. That is absolutely an issue in my district. I've tried to bring that up often and regular, and it has an impact. So let's just be really clear what the driving force behind this ordinance is or was intended to be, and that was to try and get a handle on these things and bring them into legal conformance while also trying to protect the affordability of housing. For people who can't afford a second home, they can't even afford a home. because STRs are driving the prices up of real estate, not only for rentals, but for purchase. That's a huge issue for me, and I believe many people. But as I said, I do think they are a part of our economy, and they're important, and I'm glad we're working on this ordinance to try and create a pathway to legalize these STRs and bring them forward. You know, as I look at this list that was presented at the start of the meeting and in the staff report of the various decision points, I haven't heard a lot of disagreement about any of these except for perhaps the cap and perhaps whether or not should it be applied in some places or not, like Willow Creek. My personal position has always been that I only really support hosted STRs because we don't have really big problems for it and still affords some housing. But I realize we're well past that, and I appreciate that if it is hosted, it's a ministerial permit, if I understand it correctly. Whereas the unhosted, depending on the situation, there might be other permits required. It depends on a number of other factors. I haven't heard nobody say there's a problem with the Good Neighbor Guide. I have had comments by email from some folks that are running multiple STRs that feel like it's too big of a burden. Whereas somebody running just one, I haven't heard anything from anybody by email or phone saying that's a problem. So Good Neighbor Guides seem to be a good thing. It's a process of trying to inform your neighbors and make it work within your neighborhood. The fees seem logical to me. I mean, we're in a $17 million budget crunch in the deficit, and so making sure that we're asking for fees that will cover staff time, you know, to be able to do all this. Yeah, it takes a little bit more out of the STR income, but should the county taxpayers be, you know, subsidizing that for that income for those individuals? No. So I haven't heard any problem with the fees. The exemption, I think 60 days is a good move. I haven't heard anybody really talk one way or another about that. But we're basically suggesting to go from the 90 days in the current draft to a 60-day exemption. Transferability, I don't feel it should be transferable because I think that creates a lot of problems. I know at the last meeting we did have some discussion about that, and there was opinions on both sides of that. But frankly, if you want it transferable, then put together a family trust, and you can make that happen. You don't need it to be in the ordinance to make that happen. And I think transferability is a problem. I will say that in Trinidad, when they first started tackling the STR issue, because it was overwhelming the town, it was up to like a third of the town had become STRs, and they created their ordinance and they created a cap. They were over the cap, much like is suggested we might be in some areas like Trinidad and West Haven when we passed this ordinance. And it's only the lack of transferability that has actually allowed Trinidad to come back into the cap that they created, right? They're now back to their cap or a little bit under it, and that's because they were not transferable. And as properties have sold, they lost that STR permit, and that's brought the community back down to 20% or so, I believe, 20-25, and that's helped. But they definitely struggle with volunteer fire departments. I mean, they're closing their fire department because they can't get volunteers to staff the department. So these are very real issues, and those issues of firefighters being available have an impact on ISO ratings, which is exactly one of the reasons that creates this super high cost for fire insurance, even if you can get it through the FAIR plan. And at $3,000 is actually a pretty good deal. I'm hearing $8,000, $10,000 from people, et cetera. We had a workshop recently on that where people were talking about it. $10,000 a year just for fire insurance, and that doesn't include your general liability. So these are real life impacts from these things. The TPZ, one per parcel. If you have more than that, then special permits, as I understood. I didn't hear any negatives on that specifically at this meeting. It did come up before. But you know, these SDRs have a major impact on these affordability issues that everybody says they support and they're concerned about, and yet there's pushback on trying to do these things. I support the concept of having a 2% cap in all of the CSDs. And if we don't want to do that, then I think we ought to probably hold off on doing this ordinance until we get the data on places like Willow Creek and Oric and Garberville and other places where we're considering not having a cap, but we don't even have the data to really, other than my opinion about my district, Michelle's opinion about her district. That's not data. That's our opinion from the people that have talked to us, which is a very limited number of people. Oric, I will tell you that there are people who are very concerned about the lack of affordable housing in Oric. And Oric is the gateway to a national park. And it's working really hard with a lot of partners, including the county, to try and figure out how to bring back Oric and bring back the housing. But there's no housing for people that might want to live there and work there, because as properties are coming up for sale, one family is picking them all up and turning them all into STRs. On one hand, I've heard from some very prominent members of that community that, well, at least they're restoring those homes. You know, they say, well, the STRs are the only homes that actually are kind of restored and functioning in the town, whereas the rest of them are dilapidated and falling apart. So those are interesting conundrums. You know, on the one hand, you're getting properties restored, taken care of. On the other hand, there's no housing for the workers that might live there to manage the campgrounds and other kinds of things. So I didn't push for Oric to be in this because it was really, the community was very split on that. I'm hearing today that the community is split on it in Willow Creek, but again, the comments about affordability don't seem to understand the relationship that STRs have to that rising in cost for a rental or for a buying of a house. And that's disturbing to me, to not understand that and see that aspect of it. Because there really is no entitlement there. Frankly, it was illegal. So again, if it were up to me today and I was working to pass this, I would probably put a 2% cap on all CSDs, because they struggle with, you know, the personnel for their board, for their staff, for housing, and other kinds of things. We don't have the data to suggest otherwise. You know, if the data comes forward and it says, wow, there's no problem with housing in Willow Creek or in Garberville or whatever, well, we can come back and modify the ordinance and change the caps. But to pass this ordinance without doing that in those areas, I think it would be foolish and not based on the data that we need to be able to make those decisions. The reason we're putting the caps on the areas we are is because we focused on getting the data for those areas and made an assumption that the other areas probably didn't have a problem, which is a false assumption from what I'm hearing in my district and from my community. So I know I'm kind of being strongly worded about all this, but it is a very important issue in my district, and I believe the county, this issue of affordability. We had talked at one point in the past about actually having a vacancy tax as one of the ways to try and solve some of these problems around affordability. That if we were going to take a lot of properties and move them into STRs or bed and breakfasts or whatever else, and that took away housing stock, or if we have people with second homes that they can afford not only a home but also a second home, maybe there are many communities that have vacancy taxes on those kinds of things, and they use those taxes to go into a housing fund to try and create more affordable housing. We focus here as a board a lot on what is it that's causing this lack of affordable housing. Is it the requirement for solar, for, you know, sprinkler systems? Is it all the extra other things that we put on subdivisions to make them, you know, have pathways and other things that's affecting it? And I believe that is absolutely true, but STRs are also part of that reason for lack of affordability. So maybe we ought to be considering that vacancy tax. We talked about it before. It was kind of on a list of things to do. I know you've had your hands full, John, you and your staff, and I very much commend you and your staff, Kate and others, for the hard work you're doing to try and take on each of these issues and try and bring them into the, you know, 21st century, so to speak, and all that. So at any rate, I've spoken a lot. Thank you for your tolerance to my comments. And I'm a little bit impassioned here, I will say. I get that. But I'm kind of trying to push back on what I hear is people thinking they have these entitlements and that we need to take care of the economic, you know, nature of people that made these investments that weren't even legal. And it seems to cause the affordability of housing and all that in our communities to kind of take a back seat. And I don't appreciate that. I don't think that's the right way to go. Thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you for sharing that, Stephen. I appreciate your passion for affordable housing, and I feel similarly on a lot of the things you brought forward. And I heard right before we went on our break, I heard John, I think, suggest that we go through the items that were part of the recommendations or the presentation today. And then I had a couple items that weren't covered in there, but I'm I'm open to and hoping we go through that process as recommended by staff, but I know that ultimately it's up to the chair. So what do you think, Chair Bohn? Would you like to go through their presentation and talk about it? Okay.
That's how they would like to do it. Do you have a different approach?
I just wanted to ask that we reserve a little time at the end for items that weren't part of their presentation, if there's anything else. So
Okay,
that's all.
we can.
Thank you.
That's always available.
Thank you, Chair.
Please.
So I maybe would ask one question, that as I go through the things that are not alternatives, that are just shown in there as being highlighted changes, if the board is satisfied with those and nobody objects, we'll just keep moving on. If you want to stop and talk about it, we'll stop and talk about it. But otherwise, lack of, if I could be so daring, lack of discussion is consensus. Is that too
Please.
much? This is the coastal first, yes. The coastal and the inland are very similar. There are a couple changes, a couple differences, but overall, once we've gone through the coastal, the only thing that will really be at issue within the inland is the Willow Creek community plan alternative. So you can see here, this is the application requirements. And so what we have done here is included the Good Neighbor Guide as part of the application requirement. The reason we're requiring this to be submitted is that we are requiring that a affidavit be provided to the department showing that this has been distributed to the neighbors. And so since that has already been distributed to the neighbors, it would be important to know what the Good Neighbor Guide actually said and whether or not it actually complies with the ordinance. The reason that it's not giving like 10 days or some amount of time after the fact is that this allows us to take the information in and look at it, and if it's consistent, it's done. We don't then issue an approval and then have to have then 10 days later other information come back in, reopen it, refigure it out, touch it multiple times. This is trying to be as efficient and effective as possible. Take it in, review it, issue it, and then look at it, hopefully because they have been such excellent neighbors 2 years later during the extension process. The other item that we added into the applications is if somebody's doing a farm stay, that they provide documentation showing what it is that they're going to be providing as part of the farm stay. And so if it meets the requirements of the definition, and that's a change we made, then it gets issued. No questions on that?
Supervisor Rowe.
So because the Good Neighbor Guide refers to a different section, I just had a comment on that section, which was the traffic etiquette pamphlet, and I think I communicated this to you, that I think we talked about just traffic etiquette guidelines being sufficient so that people don't think they have to like hire a graphic designer and make a pamphlet and all of that. And that, we had talked about it being kind of like a form that they fill out that's provided to them.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So if everyone's okay with the word guidelines instead of pamphlet, so people don't think they have to create a new type of document, that's my suggestion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we were intending to address that. If we haven't, we will right here on the fly. So the next change, in fact, I'm going to pause right here, and you will see the conditional use permit, the tsunami hazard zone of the Humboldt Bay Area plan. So it doesn't affect the Eel River community plan area. So this is the first alternative, and this would be to add a new provision D, and this would allow a fee which allows for review of the materials and investigation of any complaints and violations as established in the county fee schedule, This is in relationship to the extending of the short-term rental permit, and this would be once every 2 years. And so it wouldn't be an annual fee. It would be at the time that they come in to extend their permit, they would pay this fee. And that fee will be established, obviously, by the board as part of the county fee schedule. Do you want to do a consensus on that, or is everybody supportive of that?
I consent.
Okay.
Is that the fee schedule? And we'll figure out the fee after that.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
so we're charging a fee for something we're causing.
Then we're moving down to the Good Neighbor Guide, and this is as part of the, we moved this into the section on home share rentals. So now the Good Neighbor Guide would be included as part of the home share rentals. And it has all the things in it, and the traffic, we'll change this to guideline. And so really, that's the same information that was there before. It's just now applying to the home shares. And then we come to alternative 2. And then originally, as it's written, as it was recommended by the Planning Commission, is that a residence rented out on a short-term basis for less than 3 months out of the year does not count against the cap, provided it is occupied as long-term housing for the remainder of the year. The alternative would be to change that to 60 consecutive days or fewer, or any other number that the board would choose. That's really whether or not 3 months is the right number, and whether it should be consecutive days.
Maybe instead of which is rented, which is available for rental on a short-term basis for 60 days consecutively. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
One more time.
It's instead of saying a residence which is rented on a short-term basis, we would say which is available for rental on a short-term basis for 60 consecutive days. So what's that meaning is that you could rent it to multiple parties within that 60 days, or maybe 5 days at the beginning and 5 days at the end. It's not codifying that you have to rent for 60 consecutive days, because it didn't even say for up to, right? So I think this basically allows flexibility within that 60 days.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And I think, does that change capture it?
It's much more flexible.
Yep.
For that 60 days, that's all.
But it's also defining a period. You can do whatever you want within that period. And the importance of the consecutive days is that, say, even changing it to 60 consecutive days, that could essentially be 30 weekends out of a 52-week year. And so it's really setting aside a limited period of time for it to be rented out. So I guess, Chair, we would ask you to try to get a consensus, whether 60, whether 3 months, whether a different number is appropriate.
Okay. Supervisor Arroyo?
For me, the consecutive is important. Whether it's 60 or 90 is less important, but I support the 60 consecutive days as written here. But the consecutive is the key piece to me. I mean, that allows for folks who would like to rent their home for a portion of the year while they're doing whatever they're doing, or for people who, perhaps have like a student rental and, they have a couple of months out of the year where they'd like to rent it on a shorter basis, that kind of thing.
And again, this is to be exempt from the cap.
Yes,
right?
from the cap.
But not exempt from the other parts of this regulation.
They would still be required to obtain a permit.
Okay,
They would just not be subject to the cap.
appreciate that, thank you.
60 for me.
Night.
So I hear consensus on alternative 2. So then, moving down the ordinance, the next section we're going to come to is alternative 3, and this is to include the Big Lagoon Park subdivision, Big Lagoon Estates subdivision, and we could put in parentheses the roads that are involved in that.
How far is Big Lagoon Park from from Trinidad proper?
It
6 miles?
probably that, but it does abut the Trinidad area plan.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
It's basically under the same pressure that Trinidad is. And West Haven.
So I guess, Chair, if this is the consensus of the board to add this, we can move on?
Sure, sounds like it.
Then the text that's in blue here is something that I added this morning for your consideration. I apologize that this is new. The basic idea here is that we would take in applications for existing STRs for a period of 60 days, and then within 90 days make a decision on where we are relative to the cap before we start taking in new or applications for new STRs. And so that's what this language is intended to do, is that we will take in applications for 60 days. The department shall assess the status of the cap within 90 days of the effective date of this ordinance. No applications for new permits will be accepted within the area subject to the cap within 90 days of the effective date of this ordinance.
Supervisor Rowe?
That last sentence isn't adding up for me. So people have 2 months to get in their application if they already are operating. And then the department has 90 days after that to
30.
tally up how many we have and,
30.
within 90 days of the effective date of this ordinance. Okay, I'm sorry, I just can't read it.
60 plus 30.
Okay, so then, got it, never mind. Now that I can read it, I got it figured out.
Sorry.
And for clarity of those watching, if the current draft is adopted today, that would be 30 days from the adoption date for the ordinance to become effective for those in the inland area. I just want to say that for the public.
But we're going through the coastal one right now.
That's correct. Coastal draft will still need to be certified by the Coastal Commission and brought before this board.
Gotcha.
So lack of pushback on this is consensus. So the next alternative is alternative 4, and this has to do with transfers of STRs. And as we mentioned last time, there was a great amount of consideration given by the Planning Commission wanting absolutely to allow children to inherit the permit. The struggle is that we can't limit it to just children, and next of kin is a very expansive term. So it really comes down to either you allow transfer or you don't.
I'm for one that allows transfer because, I mean, it's an asset. They've gone through the process of permitting it. They've paid all their taxes and fees up until the point of transferring. And it would just actually keep that unit in the status quo. So I don't know by what measure this will change any of the outlook or the view or the character of a neighborhood if we don't allow it to be transferred. Okay. Mr. McNamara?
Just for a reminder, at the Planning Commission, when we talked about this, the deal breaker with regard to what you just mentioned was that the intent of the ordinance is to allow essentially an interim use of transient occupancy for residential use types. And so if it were not transferable and the property were to change, they would lose that right to operate. If it were transferable, that would mean that a residential home could almost certainly always operate as a short-term rental. And the idea is that you don't want to try to have that permanent borderline commercial use type within residential neighborhoods.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, caps mean nothing if we allow for transferability, right? Because as I pointed out with the example of Trinidad and speaking with Director Ford, there is an assumption here that we very well may exceed caps in areas like Trinidad and West Haven, perhaps other places as well, maybe even in McKinleyville. There's a lot more in McKinleyville than people realize. So if you just allow for transferability, you never get that attrition that gets you down to your cap, so they work against each other, right? And as I said earlier, transferability is already an option that's available to everybody. They just got to put it into a trust, and then it transfers, you know, through that trust. So that we're not eliminating that potential for transferability, because that option exists for people right now. So for me, I'm going to stand strong on not being transferable.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you, through the chair. So I am for them being transferable, and not everybody has a trust or wants a trust or has the money to maintain a trust. So that's presumptuous on my part, at least. Trusts are very complicated and expensive. It can be. And so I do think also that short-term rentals have invested money in their homes for short-term rentals or their short-term rental. And so, you know, there's a lot to consider here, but I am for transferable.
Supervisor Wilson?
I think I've already said where I'm at on this. I don't think transferability is a good thing for our housing market, and specifically, basically, it just elevates the price of a piece of property upon transfer, upon sale, and so it just makes things more unaffordable. So.
I'm with the Planning Commission on this one with the non-transferability.
No. Planning Commission wanted it transferable, right?
No.
No? Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
No. The language, the non-transferable language is the Planning Commission's.
Okay. All right. Obviously, there's not a consensus, but there's a majority. Elections have consequences. We'll see today. But it was told to me the one time at a meeting that I just when we're going through all this, you guys, and we're fighting about housing. 32 years ago, a housing subdivision was brought to not this board, other boards, quite a few other boards in Cutton. And it is still nowhere near being built because we've kicked it down the road far enough where it's almost unaffordable. And I will tell you, how many housing permits did we issue this year, John, last year?
I believe it was, for single-family residences, it was right about 100, and then we issued about, I don't want to exaggerate, about 40 ADUs.
Okay. So it's gone up a little bit, but it's nowhere near the 700 or 800 we were averaging back 15 years ago.
If I could, the single-family residence number has continued to go down. the thing that's going up right now are the ADUs. So
400 square feet or, yeah.
1,200 square.
12, I know, but a lot of them are, yeah. So is Ro.
Yeah, I appreciate the concern about housing development being feasible, and I sort of I'd like to ask that we center the conversation around what is essentially talking about a home-based business and a commercial use in residential zones, which is why we're regulating this to begin with, and the impacts that it has on existing available housing stock. But I would love to have a conversation about how to incentivize more housing development in our community. That sounds great.
Sure.
So we'll take that as a consensus vote. And the next section, what we did here is this is not a change. We have made the change to the from pamphlet to guideline, but we moved the Good Neighbor Guide up above the area subject to the cap so that the Good Neighbor Guide and also lighting requirements would be subject to all STRs. And then the neighborhood quality and public nuisance, number per parcel, neighborhood concentration, private gatherings and parties, noise, parking, those all remain the same. There's no concern with that movement, or if there's nothing else in that, we're going to go ahead and keep on moving down and really get into the next thing we're going to look at is the definitions. And the big change would be, oops, the computer jumped, or I did. And this is really just relative to farm stays. And we added in as an alternative, the last alternative, where the owner or farm tenant reside on the property, and just added that on into the definition.
Just for a note too, the revised definition is now consistent with the farm stay definition at the UC level. So I know there was mention of Davis and agriculture. This stems directly from there.
Chair Bohn, may I ask a question?
You bet.
So right now it doesn't look like there's really any incentive for having a farm stay. Like there's no extra benefit other than the benefit you're giving your stayers and the, perhaps the joy of sharing your farm. Any thoughts around that? I know we talked about the idea of the cap not applying to farm stays. I'm a little hesitant to suggest that, but I'm open to the conversation. Any other thoughts about that from staff perspective?
Yeah, I think we would be fine with exempting farm stays from the cap, and would propose that that be done up where the cap is discussed, and just identify within that farm stays are not subject to or contribute to the cap at the end of that paragraph. And I'm sorry I'm not already there. I'll be there in a moment.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Isn't it true that the vast majority of farm stays are not in the cap areas anyway?
Well, they're not, but particularly I noticed within the Eel River plan is included in this, so that would be all the dairies that are down in that area.
Yeah.
So they would be, so I think particularly in the coastal zone, it would be worth considering exempting farm stays from that.
I'm certainly open to that. I'm sorry.
I'm open to that as well. And, I think that the owners of the dairies, this is a great example because, like Supervisor Bohn was saying earlier, traditionally some of this housing that might be a farm stay unit was used for housing for the workers on the dairy. But I trust that the owner of the dairy is going to want to have workers, and if that's what's needed to get his workers is to make sure there's housing available for them, that's the choice they'll make. But if it's not necessary, why not allow them to have that income from doing the farm stay? So I think it's a great example of where something fits very nicely, frankly.
Well, and I think in the long run, you guys, it's when we're looking at, like when we were talking earlier, we advertise ourselves as a Victorian seaport. And people would like to come up and stay in those Victorians. That's why we look at that. We also exercise, we're the only county in the state that still had grass-fed beef during the drought, because we could do that. Even down in Marin, they had to grain feed and they had to back feed. These are things people want to see. We have I was talking to John earlier, we have a dairy down in the valley now that has probably had 10 dairymen from different countries come out here to see, I like to say, why our cows are happier. But these cows aren't being raised on concrete. They're not staying in a barn. They're basically grass-fed and out there. And we have the distinction now. I think a lot of the areas have the distinction now, complete distinction. All our dairies are organic, which is another large factor. So these are things we have an opportunity to show off. We have it to show off rather than restrict the people that would like to show them off, the people that are proud of what they do. So I'd like to see less restrictions on both of those, as I said earlier, but please.
Well, I was going to save it till the end, but since this is in line with what you're saying, Supervisor Bohn, I'm open to adding language, and I realize this is a bit of a big lift to add in the meeting, but about homes on the historic registry and including an exemption for those. And it is not in the unincorporated part of the county. I don't have a full list of the homes that are on the registry. I think the difference there is when you put your home in the historic registry, it can't be done to you. It's volitional. I mean, if you buy a home that's on the registry, you can find out on your closing date, like I did, that it's on the registry and then be surprised. But generally, if people are going to opt in, then they're committing to long-term preservation and higher costs and a higher regulatory burden with any improvements they wish to make. So, but they're also committing to keep it in that historic condition. So I'm in favor of adding that as well.
I'm going to offer an alternative perspective for just a minute, because I think what is the unintended consequence of removing both farm stays and historic registered houses from the cap is transferability. So now you basically create a de facto transferability because they're not in the cap. So there isn't any real, there's nothing that then keeps it from being commodified. I would offer that because there isn't any, correct me if I'm wrong, like how if it's not a part of the cap, then what would keep it from not being transferable?
The provision that says it's not transferable.
But I mean, it would just reapply for the permit, and then so what? I mean, if they're not in the cap, there's nothing that keeps it from the point of the cap, right? Is you kind of lose track of that then.
Well, so if I could take a step back and kind of think about this from the 30,000 foot level.
Yeah.
I think what we're saying is that farm stays, I'll address them individually. You know, farm stays are really outside where we are normally trying to protect that residential core. And so they provide a different kind of amenity.
Yep. And I guess what I'm saying is I would seek a different mechanism for giving advantage to both farm stays and historic structures, which would be to implicitly allow two short-term rental units within those spaces. So really, that would be in those special instances, right? I'm speaking to you, right? But you see what I'm saying? But it's still not transferable necessarily. So I'm just saying. I'm just offering this as an alternative. What I'm saying is that you would still be under the cap because everything would be under a cap, but you would allow for maybe not maybe having the one external to the main building. So you're still assuming someone lives in both of these situations, right? And maybe there's an ADU or a former ADU or something you're building or you have built already, because you can't do new ADUs. But you see what I'm saying? Like, if there's 2 units available within those spaces as opposed to just one, then
I hear that.
Right.
But if I could
push back on me on this.
push back.
Yeah, please.
I
This is
think one of the
preferred.
things about exempting farm stays that's really important
Okay.
is that we are going to get a rush of existing applications in.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? That may use up the cap.
Right.
If that uses up the cap, then we're saying no more farm stays if farm stays are subject to the cap. And is that, from a policy perspective, what the board wants to say?
And we did have someone offer the idea of one of the comments from the public, which was, and I don't agree with this necessarily as a blanket consideration, but anything above the cap requires a special permit. That was a suggestion. But then that's really not usually what I'm saying. So you could do that for these, so they're not automatically, right? And it's like anything above the cap then requires a special permit.
But then that's like a free pass to the cap.
But just for these.
Oh, you're saying just for farm stays?
Just for farm stays and historical, so then that way they really would have to come in, it's a special permit, they really would have to show all their stuff, everything's like good, and it's a special permit, we make a consideration for that, separate from the thing, and then that's.
So I'm going to say a very unbureaucratic thing.
Okay, yeah, it's fine.
So why would we, if we ultimately want to allow them, why would we just require them to go through a much more expensive process to get to where we ultimately want them to be anyway?
Well, I guess the point is that once you don't have them in the cap, it's very unlikely they will become housing ever again. You have basically you've now converted those residential assets, part of our stock will be probably most likely permanently converted to basically de facto hotels. And so what is it that, you see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I would also just push back on that, on the fact that these are, they're short-term rentals, which are occupancy oriented.
Yep.
These are occupancy oriented, but with an experiential component to it.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that, short-term rentals as a whole, farm stays in particular, have the ability to do is draw people into Humboldt County's very unique rural environment to experience that.
Yeah.
And so, the real fundamental question here is, do we want to call out farm stays separately, recognize that even if they always stay farm stays, they're not a significant proportion of our housing stock. They're a very minor portion of our housing stock. They're outside of really where we want people to be commuting to jobs from, unless they're already working in the ag industry. And they provide a unique ability for people to come and experience, whether it's, organic milk, some other organic process.
Okay,
even
you've
cannabis.
convinced me. We're good.
Okay.
I appreciate this discussion, and I want to thank the board for letting me go through that. Those
Supervisor
gymnastics.
Bushnell.
Well, he gave it up, so I'm gonna be okay with this.
Yep.
Supervisor Arroyo.
So I want to, since I was the one that made the suggestion that we change this and add this language, I think, we'd have to look to where we're going to define what a historic home is. If we're doing, I think there's a strong argument to be made for farm stays, being exempt from the cap for the reasons we described. I don't know that we want to incentivize or disincentivize additional units on those properties. And likewise, I think, historic homes, I'd like to see it be similar, where it's something where the owner resides on the property. It's not necessarily the same as a home share rental. or maybe it is, maybe you all feel that it's the same thing. I think it's different. And I realized it would be kind of an additional entitlement by saying they're forever exempt from the cap, but there are so few mechanisms to address these homes that are historic homes in the registry that are in disrepair. I don't know how many properties we're really talking about in the unincorporated part of the county that applies to. But I would say it could also incentivize people maintaining the historic character of those homes in perpetuity by putting them on the register. And then, it provides a way to finance the significantly more costly fix-up of homes that are meeting that stringent standard. So I'm curious, but feel free to push back on me. I'm curious what you all as staff think about that.
I think that is true, and accept that. There are maybe this is becoming a little bit too precise, but home shares, if somebody had a historic home and they wanted to do a home share, they're there. They are not subject to the cap. So for a historic home, they're good. It really comes down to the whole home. If somebody purchased a whole home and it's not their primary residence, or maybe they live on site, or maybe there's a second unit on site and they want to restore the home and use it for a vacation rental or whatever, then they could take advantage of the fact that it's not part of the cap, and they could get a permit to do that. There would be some incentive there as an income producing resource to preserve and rehabilitate that historic home.
Okay, and then if people have a qualifying home, but it's not on the registry, because I was looking at our website before, thinking about this, and I know the city's process, but I don't know the county's process. Could you articulate
we do not
how
have
that
a
works?
process. So basically, until we get a process, I put local in there for consideration, but we really don't have a local list. It'd really be subject to state or federal requirements, whether or not they qualify for either of those registers.
Okay, because our general plan says in the broadest terms that we do have a list, but it's maybe that was a little bit optimistic.
It's something that we have to work on.
Okay. It does say here in the general plan too that impacts to historic resources are often a result of neglect, and they become obsolete and eventually abandoned, and that this is an issue. So it is called out in our general plan as something we want to address, and this to me is I'm very passionate about these historic properties, and it's hard to find a mechanism for people to maintain them.
Sounds like we have a list to add to the list.
So
maybe you should start charging us fees for when we give you these things to do, and that might cut down a little bit on our requests. Just a thought.
I don't even know what to say to that. So I would just ask the chair and the board, is that language up there something that would adequately address everybody's concerns?
I'm going to go back to, and I couldn't encapsulate it all, but there's a lot of people that aren't on the register because they can't afford an $8,000 window when a $800 window would do, and a lot of the things to make it, if they're going to be strict about it and everything else. But if we follow the guideline that it's a historic house, and anything that's 106 and a half years old and more, or I don't care what you put on it, but I mean, I think that we recognize that, I think because we're only going to be able to advertise ourselves as a Victorian seaport for so much longer, and then won't be one, so we'll be an industrial seaport.
Well, I mean, so are you advocating to just not require? Who would make the determination then of what's historic? I mean,
well, are there state and federal guidelines? That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah, there are state and
Yeah,
federal
that's what I'm
guidelines.
saying, the guidelines to follow on that, because right now, there are more than 50 homes on the state historical, I mean, there are more historical homes than the 50 that are registered.
So trying to put this into words, what you're asking for is then
Historical homes that don't have the plaque.
they're historic homes as qualified by the state or federal guidelines.
Yeah. Just
They're
not registered.
just not
They just,
registered.
yeah. So maybe they don't use everything when they're restoring, you know?
I would disagree with that. I think the registration is important because there's not really another mechanism that requires, at this point, that you maintain it as historic. And so you're giving an exemption for something you don't, you know, to give an advantage, but then you don't know if that advantage is really, will be realized in terms of it preserving the historic nature of the building.
So picking up the idea of incentive, if I could just throw something back out, what about if somebody wanted to come in there, as Supervisor Bohn has mentioned, you know, they're really not in a financial place to be able to completely restore it, but with additional income, they could work towards meeting the requirements to be on the registration. And so allowing them to get the permit so long as they're making progress towards being eligible to be on the register. I know I'm stretching here, but
That just sounds very hard to administer, and I don't know, that just seems difficult to administer to me.
Supervisor Rowe.
let them finish first.
This might be one that we want to pull back on and come back and with additional information if there's not really a sense of, I feel pretty strongly about the register piece. As someone who owns a home.
Then go with it.
I have a home built in 1902 that I live in that's not on the historic registry, and one that I'm fixing up built in 1902 that are incredibly similar. One's on the registry, one's not. So I can put in, you know, whatever kind of windows I want. You know, it's obviously, well, maybe not obviously if everyone's not familiar with this, but it applies to the exterior of the building. And, you know, what kinds of trim you use and what kinds of windows and all that. And the cost is significantly higher. But then I'm eligible for the Mills Act, which is something that, you know, I'd be working with the city to receive some tax benefits for utilizing that historic, you know, register status as a way to, you know, reduce some property taxes on a short-term basis to pay for certain upgrades. So my thought was that this would be something similar, but if we don't currently have or maintain a list, the criteria is usually 50 years or more. It doesn't have to be that old a building, so that would kind of open up a big can of worms for staff to be able to address and work with, you know, the Historical Society or some other agency to determine whether buildings are eligible. And then we'd also have to set up some kind of commission to overview upgrades that people want to make. And so this is something that I think will have more work involved for staff. And so I think, you know, having made this suggestion, I'd like to pull it back so that we have a little time to analyze what that would look like.
I can take just what's up there. It doesn't have to pull back. We might as well just keep moving forward.
I was just going to add, you know, based off of what we've been discussing, you know, the local, state, and federal registry, there is a hurdle to get on that list. Mm-hmm. And by not including that registry on here, we're not acknowledging the hurdles that people have had to go through in the past to get on that list. So, thank you.
That's fine. I just heard that the biggest loss of Victorian homes is people just can't afford to keep them up anymore because they are old, and we're not giving them, you know, we're trying to give them an opportunity to make some money, but that's fine. I'm good with this up here.
Okay, consensus on this?
Sure.
Then I'm going to stop sharing, and we're going to go to the inland version.
Before you do it. Through the chair.
Yes.
Before you do, I wanted to go back to the cap issue, which came up during earlier discussions of whether or not to stay with the wording that's in here, which is 2% of the overall Humboldt Bay area, including all these community plan areas? Or should the 2% apply to each individual community plan area? I don't support going to 5% because what's going to happen, much like with the cannabis ordinance, is that places like Trinidad and West Haven are going to get the bulk of it, right? So you can say it's a cap for the whole Humboldt Bay plan area, but in reality, these things happen more often in places where it's close to scenic beauty and other assets. That's what we see as the trend right now. That's why Shelter Cove has so many as well. So I would like to see 2% apply to each individual plan area, not the 5%. 2% as a whole, 2% to the individual plan areas. And what happened with the cannabis ordinance is we put some watershed caps together, looking at the Mad River. Here's a cap for the Mad River, and then almost every grow happened in Maple Creek. Same thing happened in the Mattole. Cap for the Mattole, but then a vast majority of grows happen, a lot of them happen in Honeydew and Petrolia. So if we don't do it that way, I think certain communities will have harm. We would not be, as the purpose states, protecting and promoting the public health, safety, and welfare, et cetera, which is what this whole thing's based on, right? That's the purpose of the ordinance. And it could easily be argued that you're not fulfilling that purpose by allowing some areas to have a much higher cap, 5%, as recommended in the language right now. So, am I clear? 2% is what I like to see, but we see what the rest of the board wants.
I like that suggestion, so I'm with it.
Supervisor Rowe.
Sure. I don't have anything to add to it, but I agree.
That's consensus.
So that's consensus. We will change that 5 to 2%.
Thank you.
No, that just changes to 5 to 2.
I heard a deep sigh, so I'd be open to hearing other thoughts and also why the Planning Commission recommended, a little more nuance about why that 5% was recommended by them. Could you?
Sure.
I don't want to make it seem like I don't care about my colleagues' opinions here. Interested to hear.
No, I would say that the Planning Commission went through a similar but much more prolonged discussion than what the board just went through. There was a minority that really thought that the 2% should also apply per plan area, so that there wasn't a concentration of units in one area. There were some that felt there really shouldn't be a limit. Actually, that was a minority. The compromise was a 5% limit per plan area, really, so that there was some kind of lid on the number of units that could be located within a community plan area, recognizing that based upon the numbers that were presented, some of them were already above 5%. And so it was absolutely a compromise.
It was also a way to balance the community planning areas that are traditionally more of a second home and vacation type of community with those that tend to cater more to permanent housing and local industry.
All right.
Okay.
Do you all have any additional thoughts?
No.
Okay. No?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to say, as a young person bouncing around in West Haven and those places, I knew most people I interfaced with lived there. And that has definitely changed, but that change is due to this commodification issue and has changed dramatically. And so I think the point of the caps is to try and push back into those more residential neighborhoods style or whatever, that's what we're looking for.
in those spaces. And I think that many of the residents in those spaces, and I've heard from many that really would like to go back to that place. And so I think that this helps. It doesn't fix necessarily everything, but it definitely, I think it's in the right direction. And I'm going to say this about this ordinance. This is just like so many of our ordinances. This is our first run. We'll get something going here hopefully today. In a couple of years, we'll see where these caps are at. We'll see where things are at. We'll see what the impacts to neighborhoods are going to be, and we'll see what opportunities may lie ahead, and we can modify this ordinance in the future. So these are living documents.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I do want to just say that, the Planning Commission, they did a lot of work, and they did a lot of, how many hours, John?
I think it was over 3 meetings at least, maybe 4.
And they went back and forth, and they adjusted also with the public meetings. And so I'll just leave it there.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, if we think about all these pieces here that we're kind of weighing in on, like transferability and affordability, if we were to have a 2% cap on each of the individual plan areas, there is no doubt that with what we've set up here, where anybody with an existing STR is going to be able to get a permit, for the most part, the ones that are ministerial in particular, they're going to get the permit. And it could be at 4%, it could be at 5%, it could be at 6%, it could be at 8% in some community plan areas. We already know, as you just stated, that some areas are already over 5%, just based on the heat maps and other stuff. And we really do not have a complete data set because nobody's paying their TOT to the county, and we don't have that data. We have assumptions based on some analysis that we've used with heat maps and some other things. So the point is that nobody's going to be denied these permits, even if they're over the caps. But by having the lack of transferability, we can eventually get a community back down to 2%. And I think that's the goal, to prevent harm in these communities, as I said before, about availability of volunteers for things and other stuff. There are some roads, like 6th Avenue in West Haven, that have 7 out of 13 homes are STRs. That starts ruining and you no longer have a neighborhood where you know your neighbors and everything else. So I've spoken to this pretty strongly. I really think 2% per plan area is good. It doesn't take anything away from anybody. It just allows us to, over time, as Mike was saying, get back to this place where we have neighborhoods and community that is mostly residents.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I just wanted to give space to hear what the perspectives were on this. I supported lower cap, and frankly, it just seemed like maybe there was something unsaid. So thanks for sharing your thoughts on this, and I'm ready to move forward.
Through the chair. Could share the screen. We're going to go to the inland ordinance next, but before we do, while we don't have absolute numbers, we did prepare a heat map for the entire county. And so you can see that the hottest spot in the county is McKinleyville, and then Trinidad and Shelter Cove, and then the area around Freshwater, Garverville, Redway, Phillipsville, Miranda, and Willow Creek were defined, at least on this map, as being, and Oric as being, I don't like the word, but it goes from sparse to dense. And so I wish I had better numbers for you, but that was something that was done as representative of where the concentrations were within the county.
I appreciate that. And as Supervisor Wilson said, once we pass this ordinance, we're going to get some good data.
Yeah. So I'm going to stop sharing, and then I will open up the inland ordinance.
Excuse me, Chair Bohn, may I ask a quick question?
Please.
Do we need to have any further, I know we kind of talked the historic homes thing to death, but everything else has a definition associated with it. Do you feel you have enough information to write
Well, yeah,
up?
that's why we made it on the register. has very specific meaning.
Okay, so there would be a definition associated with that in section 5, or, sorry, not 5, F.
Yeah, it's probably already in our zoning code. If it's not, we will add it.
Okay, okay. I feel comfortable with that if the board does, so that we can add it later.
Okay, I'm sharing the screen again. I won't belabor all the points you've already gone over. I believe the only area that we need to address in this is the whether to include Willow Creek, and then all the other changes that we made to the coastal will be applied here.
Was the fee discussion was in the, okay.
Yep. So, I think we heard today that there is a divide from the testimony that's been received in Willow Creek. We've not received a lot of hard data about where Willow Creek is at. We identified that there is the Willow Creek proper and then the Chesum Road area of Willow Creek, which really is only about 12 lots. So we wouldn't include the Chesum Road area, but would include the Willow Creek area that really is around the town of Willow Creek.
Yes.
So again, we would apply the same change that we had, at least a majority, maybe not a total consensus, on applying the 2% cap to each plan area.
That was our understanding of the action, yes.
Okay. You know, I'm the one that's been pushing the strongest for the Willow Creek piece, logically, because it's in my district. And I absolutely recognize that while there was 3 letters of people saying they want the cap there, there was 3 others that testified today that they don't want the cap to apply. And I suspect if we polled the whole community, we'd probably see a similar split. You know, probably, there's not going to be a consensus on one side or the other of that. I mean, my preference would actually be to apply this cap to every CSD area, as I stated earlier. But that may be a heavy lift for this board to consider. And at this point, I'm willing to go ahead and let the Willow Creek thing pan out into the future. Let's get the data. Let's get everybody registered, get everybody on board. This is a great day getting this together so that STR owners know what they're working with. And again, almost everybody's going to be able to get their permits, even if they're above the cap. So let's go ahead and put Willow Creek to the side at this point, because I don't sense that we have consensus in my community, nor necessarily here at the board. So I feel good that I've made the arguments for it, but we'll let the data speak. And if we need to, and there may be other changes throughout the county that we may need to adopt in a couple of years once we give this a try and see where we're at. So I'll go with that. It's late in the day. I don't need to belabor it any further. So.
Supervisor Wilson.
I mean, I was willing to support this cap in Willow Creek, and of course, as I mentioned, I was willing to support this cap where in those areas where we have those heat zones, both Redway, Oric, and Garberville, those areas as well. But I don't know what that data is. I mean, it's a heat zone, but I don't know if it's at 2% or 5%, and I don't know what the future is going to bring. I mean, we could, just as a holding place, we could do 5% caps in those various zones, and just as a holding spot, so that we have something to come back and evaluate. Because right now it's no cap, and I think that is it's a weird precedent for us to have countywide. And maybe just everything outside these zones that we put here, we could just do countywide a 2% cap, and then let the concentrations happen where the concentrations happen. Do you see what I'm saying?
Could you say that again?
So everything that's outside what's enumerated in this description is in itself a 2% cap. Do you see what I'm saying? The whole rest of the county, right? No, I'm saying we could do that.
You could, yes, absolutely.
We
Thank
could
you.
do that.
Yes, yes, yes,
What I'm
yes.
trying to get at is like, it makes me very uncomfortable that there's these places with cap and then everything says no cap whatsoever, meaning we have just absolutely no concern that there's going to be any sort of impact in relation to housing at all ever moving forward. And I think that it's a weird stance to have. It's hard for me to imagine that any other jurisdiction kind of swings that way, and so. For me, I would feel much more comfortable, even if it was a 5% cap for the whole rest of our county, so that we at least have something to compare against as we move forward. And also, I just think precedent-wise, it's weird. I mean, because it's like basically saying that there's no value to a cap in this sense. I'm just very, very uncomfortable with. I've never heard of this before. I've never seen it in any of the jurisdictions, and I've seen plenty of jurisdictions, STR ordinances, and I've never seen them have areas completely exclude all caps whatsoever. And so even if we had a liberal cap, I would feel it would be better than no cap at all. And I think that's, otherwise I think that it's just weird. And I think we could get into a little bit of trouble when we get reviewed by other jurisdictions vis-a-vis the Coastal Commission and others. Well, I mean, I think that's a good question. I think you're going to get pushback from at least the commission for this and that language. But also, I just think it just devalues the whole process of why you even have caps. If you just say like, well, everywhere else is just unimportant. We don't care whether you have housing affordability or not, ever. And that's what that to me is what is the message when you don't have, you can have a liberal cap, you can say like, well, we don't think it's as important. But what we're saying right now is to every other community outside these areas, we don't care whether or not you have affordability or whether your community gets taken over or whatever. It's difficult for me to just kind of let that go. So that's just my. And I'm surprised that it got this far.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So if you had went to the community meetings in the other areas, Supervisor Wilson, you may know why the adjustment came. And I believe as 2% is not liberal by any means. In your space, maybe, not in mine. And I think what Supervisor Madrone said is that this is a living document and it can come back if it doesn't work. The ideas of the areas, in those community meetings and what the Planning Commission heard was that sometimes those areas outside are barely hanging on by a thread right now. And this is allowing for people to even keep the homes that they're in or to make their mortgage payments. Correct me if I'm wrong, John and Cade, but there was a cap to begin with, correct?
Originally, the cap did apply to the whole county.
And this work that is now in this ordinance came from all the community engagement and the Planning Commission from public comment, hours of public comment. I came to some of those meetings. So can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes. So the original idea is that there would be a 2% cap across the entire county. And as we went through the public discussion, the concerns that were brought up is that Humboldt County is unique. It has some areas that are more urbanized and some areas that are very, very rural. And those rural areas are suffering economically. Some of the people who had been cannabis cultivators were actually now transitioning, I don't want to overstate this, but transitioning into short-term rentals as their livelihood. And that to treat the urbanized areas and the very rural areas the same is to lack understanding of the differences and the different needs between the two. And so we did start an evolutionary process of defining what it looked like to be the kind of the central population center within the county and then the remainder of the county. and this is where that discussion ultimately ended up.
So 50%, if 50% of the houses in Humboldt County out in this zone were converted to these commercial activities, we don't care? Like it has no impact? And if you feel like it's not going to happen, then why not have a reasonable cap? I mean, this is the part where I'm having a hard time with this, because what you're saying is we could convert 100% of our housing and, okay, because we're not urban or something. And I just find that to be that's the argument that's being made at this moment. It's so absolutist, like it's so zero sum. I'm having a hard time understanding, like, why wouldn't you try and figure out where that might be so that there is some reasonable protection? What we're saying right now is like, just convert it all, no problem.
I understand how it does appear that way. I think that part of the struggle was really to just understand some of the dire feelings that some portions of the county are struggling with.
I get feelings, but we're in policy. Policy and feelings they both have their place. But again, it's like feeling like that and the reality is kind of two different things, because you could feel that way, but then if you convert half your housing, people are going to feel another way.
Yeah.
And so I'm just kind of like,
I completely understand, and frankly, it wouldn't be that hard. We could probably come up with language to address that right here, and not a cap at 2% or anything like that. I hear what you're saying. Just try to get something in place that really is a policy level discussion, and whatever. We can present some language here in a moment, and whatever the board would choose to do in terms of a percentage, we can work that in.
Supervisor Bushnell?
So what if there was say a 5% cap and then allowing in those areas a special permit to, that would allow for that cap to be gone over?
That is a policy decision that could certainly be done. Yep.
I think, my question earlier about what if that cap is reached and there is no way to allow for change but an ordinance change, this would address Supervisor Wilson's concern, say if we did 5% and then allowed special permits in those areas.
Yeah, the area outside of the kind of the urban core.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Supervisor Rowe?
So obviously all of the short-term rentals would have to meet the building, either be permitted or legal non-conforming buildings. They'd have to have an access road that's to a Category 3 standard, or, and or be part of an RMA that, depending on their road situation. But then we also have this whole section on neighborhood concentration that applies to parcels within a community plan area. So that includes ones that aren't listed within that 2% cap list. There are aren't there additional community plan areas outside of that listed group?
No. So those neighborhood concentration requirements only apply where the cap applies.
But we didn't include the Willow Creek community plan area, so that would be a community. Oh, this is meant to say that only those community plan areas are subject to these.
Right.
Okay, because that's not clear I'm looking at the inland draft, section 60.05.9.6. It just says that these provisions apply to parcels that are within a community plan area. It could say within a listed community plan area in blah, blah, blah above the section, but I read that as all community plan areas also have this concentration limit. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
I think so. Sorry, I'm looking for it right now. I got out of the,
Well, in the draft that was in our packet, it's on page 9, but it could have changed a little bit with revisions that were made, but it's right at the top of page 9 in my attachment 3 to the.
yeah. So it comes, yeah, as written, that literally that would be any community plan area. It was really intended to be within the community plan areas that are listed.
Okay.
We're also talking about performance standards, and the other section is talking about areas specific to the cap. So this is just stating that if it's in a community planning area, if it's on a parcel that's less than 10 acres in size, if it's within 1,000 feet of another short-term rental, then these performance standards apply. The other section is specifically to list out the community plans, which still have a cap applied.
Mm-hmm.
So
if I were reading that, though, and I were applying for this, I would think that any community plan area was subject to this.
I would agree with that. And that, I think, I don't know how the commission understood that. They may have read that just any community plan area, the neighborhood concentration applied when it met all 3 of those criteria.
I'm wondering if, there could be a peace brokered between these perspectives by utilizing this kind of idea of neighborhood concentration, or specifically the provisions of neighborhood concentration to address what we're talking about here, where there's not a cap, but, these other provisions could potentially apply. And I realize there's not a community plan area everywhere that we're talking about here, but nonetheless, we need to resolve this somehow.
Have we had issues outside community plan areas?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
I don't think we've gotten complaints out.
Complaints, I mean, is there people that are not, there's no housing because we're talking the outlying areas.
Yeah. So the philosophy behind this came down to, we're trying to protect neighborhood character. And I think the community plan area is intended to apply to any community plan area. And so and then on parcels that are less than 10 acres and where the short-term rental is located within 1,000 feet of the nearest neighboring residence.
Residents, not STR.
Right. And so that really is trying to protect that area, and the idea is that it's the smaller parcels that really result in impacts to people. So I think to Supervisor Arroyo's question is, does this address the concern with the rest of the communities? And one of the things about this that even in the community plan areas, this could allow up to 10% of those homes to be STRs. So it doesn't necessarily completely address that comment in terms of an overall cap. It really addresses concentration, 1 in 10 homes being used for an STR. And they're really intended to be applied separately. And maybe that doesn't help, and that's not the answer you're looking for, but that was the idea of how this was written.
And through the chair, that is for community plan areas. So if you're not in a community plan areas, none of those apply.
Correct.
So I'm just putting out there, Garberville could 100% be converted to STRs under this ordinance with.
Garberville is within the Garberville Redway community plan area.
Okay, so that's within the, community plan area. Okay, yes. I see what you're saying. So then not more than 10% per street. Okay. I appreciate that. That's very helpful.
Supervisor Madrone, and then Bushnell.
Yeah, I appreciate all the discussion and the clarification there. We did get rid of the 5% in the other parts to both the inland and the coastal ordinance. It's 2% now, right? So we got rid of the 5. I like Supervisor Wilson's suggestion of having a 5% cap countywide. And you know, a little while ago, we had some comment about how much work the Planning Commission did on this and how many workshops there were, and that the ordinance that they passed was in response to the input from those workshops and or emails, phone calls, et cetera. I went to 2 out of, what were there, 5 or 6 workshops?
Well, there was workshops and hearings.
Yeah.
So there was probably 3 or 4 hearings.
And then 2
and
workshops.
2 to 4 workshops, I don't know.
Yeah, so I went to 2 of them, and one of them was in McKinleyville. And you and I had a discussion about this, Director Ford, that so often with this ordinance development, like with cannabis, the people who are at the workshops and are at the, you know, the hearings, the meetings, and putting their input in are the ones that are directly economically engaged in the industry. That's what we saw with cannabis. That's why there's a Measure A. That's why, you know, there's been pushback on our existing ordinances with cannabis. Because you know, if we make that same mistake and we think that all that input we got was a broad and balanced set of input, I think we know that's not true. It really came from one sector of the community, mostly. I was glad to see at the McKinleyville meeting that there actually was about 1/3 of the people at the meeting that were neighbors to STRs that expressed their concerns or whatever. But other than that meeting, as I understood it in our discussions, there really was not an outpouring of the community engaging in this ordinance discussion. They just weren't, because they haven't had an issue yet, or they don't perceive there to be an issue, so they didn't engage. So it's important to understand that the input we've had so far has been mostly one-sided, coming from that economic investment. So I really like the idea of having that 5% cap countywide, and or also in community plan areas. Pretty much what Supervisor Wilson was talking about.
Sounds like they have a consensus.
So if I could share my screen, we have some proposed language for you. So this would create a new subsection that would go right after, I know the section above needs to have everything else redone that was previously changed. But then we'd create a new section here that says not more than 5% of the overall housing stock outside the greater Humboldt Bay area, short-term rental cap area may be permitted as short-term rentals, with the exception of Shelter Cove, which has no limit. And I know Shelter Cove is not something we've talked about yet, but that the reason that's there is that is a resort area. Yeah.
We should have had public comment after this.
Yep.
I'm actually, I know everyone's assuming this is a foregone conclusion, but I'm actually not convinced that the language around the neighborhood concentration doesn't address it, because we are talking about areas where homes are within some proximity of each other. And, you know, I guess if we have, you know, like 3 multi-thousand acre ranches and everybody along that access road, you know, has a short-term rental on their parcel, I'm not sure that that is particularly problematic, and maybe, you know, my colleagues may disagree, but I think the concentration piece and the community plan areas address most of the places where there are going to be high concentrations. And, you know, I guess correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know where there's not community plan areas where this wouldn't, you know, where are the places that if we left this intact and left it mentioning just community plan areas and didn't modify it to say just these community plan areas, if we just said everywhere where there's a community plan area, including Willow Creek, including Garberville Redway, then these neighborhood concentration aspects apply, then you see where I'm going with this? I'm not sure how problematic that's going to be.
So if I could, I would love for it to address everything, but the lead into that, you only get to the concentration area if you're in a community plan area, less than 10 acres, and within 1,000 square feet of a residence. And so if you don't meet all three of those criteria, that concentration requirement doesn't exist.
So thinking out loud, like, the quote downtown of Garberville or Redway, this would apply, but if you're heading out Bryceland Thorn Road, for example, and you're not in Shelter Cove yet, these things wouldn't apply. Or all manner of other places. That's just a place that comes to mind. Right. Yeah, in Eastern Humboldt. But this would apply within Bullock Creek, Garberville, Redway. What other community plan areas were not ORIC? Okay.
So if I could share my screen again, I don't know if you can see that. The areas that are in purple are areas that are the community plan areas. The areas outside of that do not have community plan areas on them.
And even within, as you said, this only applies, the 1 out of 10, et cetera, only applies in community plan areas that have that concentration. And that's a 10% cap. Actually, 11%, right? 1 out of 11. One with the nearest 10 not being. I count that to be 11, right? Yeah. So it's really 11% cap, in a sense, versus a 5% cap. Half.
The 10% mentioned is merely with reference to the access road, not necessarily the overall cap on short-term rentals.
So what would you call the overall cap in those community plan areas based on what we have right now?
2% for those that are listed specifically within the ordinance, and undecided currently for all others.
Right. So no cap. Yeah. Undecided. Yeah.
May I?
Please.
With respect to my colleagues here who favor that cap, I hear you, and I know where you're going with this, and I think this is I'm just not seeing anywhere else where that's suggested. It seems like a substantive enough change that as much as I want to act on this today, I would want people to be able to weigh in on. I like where you're going with it in theory, but I would want to know. And I hear the argument about, for rural communities, these critically important, essentially, community-based services like volunteer fire that are, supplied by people who live there most of the year and not, by folks who are just passing through. But I think if we're going to consider a change of that magnitude, I'd rather hear what people have to say about it. Because this isn't my community that I represent or am very familiar with. And the examples I can think of are the places where I've lived and spent some time, but not recently. So I just don't feel like I have the insight on this.
Maybe we could do volunteer fire department stays.
Volunteer fire department what?
You stay in an STR and you work for the fire department.
You have to volunteer for the fire department for 3 hours.
Well, we joke, but one of the problems with finding volunteers is the level of training that is needed to handle the amount. When I was a volunteer, there was nowhere near this amount of training. The amount of training now with families, with kids, and everything else. I mean, you take a look at Eureka used to have, when I was there, probably 40 volunteers. I don't think they probably have 5. Arcata used to have the largest volunteer fire department there is, and I don't know, do they still have one, Mike?
Well, we have a fire department.
No, you have a fire department, but do you have a volunteer fire department?
It's not volunteer, no.
But we still got so anyway, I don't know where it
So I have a question then for Supervisor Arroyo. Then, again, my point was like trying to like just get us to a number that seemed reasonable. So if 5% seems too confining, is 10% too confining? And I just wanted so that we have a baseline to work from.
Sure.
Because right now it's
Happy to share my thinking on this. So,
All right.
right now we're setting a percent based on specific community plan areas where we recognize that they're likely to be more impacted. And then everything else is open except for this very specific, within certain community plan areas, then blah, blah, blah. Basically addressing neighborhoods where there are somewhat smaller footprints of properties and concentration. And that's to, preserve quality of life. And that's pretty well articulated here. I'd rather not change that and leave that as is. But the question of percentage, would that then be applied for the entire rest of the county collectively despite concentration? Or could we find another method of identifying like CSD service areas or, family resources? I don't know if there's a way to spread out the percentage basis so that it's based on, the intent in my mind is to prevent there being excessive concentration that harms the quality of life in those specific areas, but still to create that opportunity for folks in an even way. So my question to you then is, how might you spread that out in a different way that seems effective?
if I may, I don't.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks. So the issue could be addressed by having that percentage base in that outline in those areas, but allowing for a special permit in that area. And that would, so you could still do your percentage that you all want, you know, or feeling more comfortable with, but still allows for a person to apply for that permit and get however that special permit would go, to have that exception if the community, you know, if it would work for that community.
I think you all are assuming that my mind is made up, and it's not. But I like that idea.
Yeah, I'm not saying your mind.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm a no vote the way this goes. All this work, and I'm going to vote no, because my district is not being addressed. And Natalie, I really thank you for saying that. But it could be okay with me if we allow that special permit process that would make those exceptions.
I mean, I'd love for us to find a way that works for our communities. So that sounds fine to me. That's one way to approach it, and looking at different types of jurisdictional boundaries and setting a higher cap than the Humboldt Bay areas, but within those also sounds palatable to me. And I don't know if you all feel like your communities could generally support that, but if we can get to that point today, that's great.
If I could just reply back to that, I think that my community, my district, would at least not be panicked because they would have an option or an opportunity.
Who's going to do all this? Are we going to have a STR task team now? I mean, in all reality, which we're going to collect with fees and get it paid for and go inspect and I mean, we're putting a lot of asks out there, and then now I'm really depressed finding out that all these people that show up at our public meetings are conditioned for one thing, what they can get out of it. So you tell me how we're going to do all this.
Well, so my general perception, without having absolute numbers to give you right now, is that outside of the community plan areas, the overall demand is much lower. And so imposing a cap that's intentionally a little bit high but sets a limit achieves some of what I think is being asked for, which is just to recognize that there should be a limit to the tolerance of how much is allowed. I think that what Supervisor Bushnell And so most of that should be able to be done administratively. I would anticipate that's largely administrative. If there is, for some reason, an exceedance of that percentage, having a kind of an out that allows public notice for people to say, hey, I still want to do this, and if people are okay with that, then it can be a fairly easy process. It may not even require a public hearing to go through. That's not a huge amount of work.
Like a zoning administrator's?
Well, I would start with the public notice, and what we do is send out something called a notice of intent to approve. And unless somebody calls in or writes in and says, hey, I'm concerned about this, we don't hold a public hearing. Okay. If people do express concern, then it would go to the zoning administrator.
That makes perfectly good sense, because we're talking about regulating an area that isn't as of concern now, and we spend a lot of money on things that might happen. So, but we're regulating an area that doesn't have to be regulated. I guess if we cap, it seems to me the demand would be there if the people that own those parcels out there really wanted to have people staying on their properties or extra houses and things like that. And you're not seeing that.
We're not experiencing complaints in those areas.
Well, that's what it's driven by, is
right.
Complaints. And I mean, you know as well as I do, if somebody doesn't like it, they're complaining. There's no hesitation on that. So I like the 10% idea, and without having to do all the other, but I mean, Supervisor, yeah, I don't think any of it's going to come into play, but we need to talk about it for another half hour. Supervisor Arroyo.
I don't know that we do. Hopefully we don't. Michelle's idea seems fine with me. If staff don't feel it'll be a huge administrative burden, or potentially a higher cap, if we can come to some kind of compromise. I can understand the utility of having a cap. I don't really, it sounded like staff's intention with the neighborhood concentration piece was also not that it be interpreted in this way, but now we're finding, nuance here. So I don't know, Supervisor Bushnell, if you feel that, I guess I should ask you all, do you feel that that type of modification would be amenable to you?
To me, it is. It does both things. I think it's, and I can't speak for Supervisor Bushnell, but it allows us to have an overall cap, which is, I think, I don't think we're going to exceed it. But if we do, and someone actually comes in for a permit that's a special permit, I think that's when, whether it's 5% or what or more, we're gonna know, because when that happens, we will start seeing concerns and voice from community members, just like Supervisor Madrone was saying. Like, if we're really getting at that level of STR use in those spaces, we're gonna hear about it, so I think that's reasonable, and I think having the special, I think it'll probably get thrown back at us before we ever get a special permit under that provision, frankly. So I think it's reasonable.
So I'm. Okay, Mix. Can we address it? So are you saying address it when it's a problem, or address the problem that isn't here yet before it happens?
I'm saying we'll know. I'm saying you put a cap on it if we. Now I'm getting. We've been talking about this in circles for so long. So I do believe that having some kind of cap on it, what we've talked about, whatever that is, with that special permit provision under the greater areas, which I just think that will it'll do the two things we need to do. One is get a overall cap, and the second is give a relief valve just in case we hit that cap and there's people that need. And honestly, and also give a relief valve to people who have concerns in the current moment that may or may not ever want a new STR, because right now everyone's got an STR is covered. So this is for the future, and I think it's all. So can we just put the cap at 10 and then see what happens?
Because we're talking about capping an area that does not have a cap. So we're putting a 90% restriction on it, or 89%.
Well, I'd either do the 5 with a special provision or special permit, or 10 without. I mean, I think it's one way or the other is fine.
Question. John, do you think that in the, the areas I'm talking about, do you think it would ever reach? I mean, are the homes even, like, they're very sparse out in those areas. I don't even know how many are. Do you think 10% would they ever reach?
The only place that we've really seen 10% is Trinidad and probably McKinleyville. There's a 6% in there. I don't perceive that Redway, Garberville, even Willow Creek are going to be approaching that number at all.
Yeah, but wouldn't Redway and Garberville, they would be in the community plan area, so that would be 2%.
No.
We didn't do that.
Oh, we didn't do that, okay.
It was what I was suggesting.
Okay,
We didn't do it.
so if we just did 10% across the board with no special permit, you don't think?
I don't think you'd ever touch that.
I'm okay with that. I mean, once again, it's a living document. I guess if we get there, we can come back.
I think if you put 10% and it started to get to that point, I think that Supervisor Wilson's correct. You'll have people showing up under public comment saying our neighborhood's getting destroyed.
Right. So I'm okay. I think 10% would be good then. I think that's fine. I mean, can I ask you what the planning department would prefer? Would they prefer 5% with a special permit option or 10?
I would say in this area, I don't think you're going to get the 5%. And so I would recommend going with the 5% and having the special permit provision in there as a fail-safe. You've got belts and suspenders at that point.
One last question around that special permit process. Is it more expensive?
Yes.
So you want to share screen?
In all honesty, that's why I wanted to go to 10%, because I'm trying to, so. Supervisor Arroyo.
I'll just say I think the 5% with the special permit option is a good middle ground for us, and it sounds like everyone could live with that.
I would agree.
Well then, Chair, if there's no other issues to address, we have nothing else to bring forward.
I have a question, but there was a comment from a person who commented about multifamily zoning. Can you address that comment about they didn't want to have STRs in multifamily zoning, and can you just address what you think about that?
Yeah, no problem. So the ask was that no short-term rentals be permitted in multifamily structures. And currently, with the provisions of the ordinance, they would only be allowed to operate one short-term rental within that area as the ordinance is structured. So say they have 50 units within their overall housing development, only one would still be allowed for short-term rental.
That comes in with the one per parcel, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rowe.
I'm sorry, I know we've really had it out with that last one, but the language that you pulled up briefly, John, it looked like it was saying that if the cap has been reached, you can apply for a special permit no matter what. I don't think that's the case. I think we're just talking about these areas outside of the 2% community plan area, blah, blah, blah list. Is there a way to capture that or clarify that?
Sure.
Because we're not like opening the floodgates on additional special permits.
Numbering.
Is not more than 5% of the overall housing stock outside the greater Humboldt Bay Area plan. So this is a separate provision to where the cap gets set within the greater Humboldt area plan. So that's where the cap gets set. And then outside of that, it's 5%. That may be permitted as short-term rentals except in Shelter Cove. If the cap is exceeded, a short-term rental may be approved with a special permit.
Okay. Works for me.
Quick question.
Supervisor Madrone?
So with the Valadeo subdivision, where it's actually being broken up into multiple parcels, each one of those parcels could have an STR,
That would be correct as it's currently written.
right? So it really depends on how that subdivision, or not subdivision, how that multifamily housing got created. One parcel, or what is that, 18 parcels?
Well, in theory, none of them would be, because McKinleyville's already exceeded their cap. But if a similar development were like that, outside of those areas, then you're correct.
Okay, that seems fine. I'm not going to worry about things that probably are never going to happen.
And also to clarify, I mean, they would have to be a certain distance apart still, right? So really, you couldn't have every one of those units have one in there just by the concentration. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, let's help the horse get up off the floor. And
Could I make a motion then that we, well, I guess I put my computer away, but adopt the ordinance with the changes. Is that not enough?
Second.
Just to be clear, that's all three ordinances
Yep.
that have been proposed with the modifications that have been discussed and adopted by consensus, making the findings that is compliant with the general plan and with the local coastal plans, and adopting the resolutions making those findings.
Yeah, I said all that.
I know, I'm just clarifying.
I seconded all
motion.
that. And I want to thank the board for dealing or enduring my hangriness earlier. So I appreciate that.
I also just want to say to Kate and John, you've been through this for months and months and months, and then, working with us today. I just appreciate it, and your whole staff.
Cheers to Keenan Hilton, too, who initially started this effort.
Yes.
I know everyone's very tired, and I'm loath to mention something that I'd love to see come back, but this doesn't touch on the slightly overlapping and related private campgrounds and rental of space for glamping and those kinds of things. We're not going to get into that with this one, but I realize that that's something that the Planning Commission briefly discussed and recognized was also, not covered here. So I anticipate that at some point we will be talking about that.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, if I could, Chair.
Please.
That is something that there's also state legislation coming down that's pretty important that we get out in front of. So that is maybe a priority that you want to assign to us to maybe move up on the priority list rather than have it be a ways down.
So I will add that to my motion.
Seconder is very enthusiastic about that, and would ask that maybe we have a report on that legislation at some point as well, just to kind of bring it to the fore for for the board to maybe weigh in on at some point. I know there's issues around opt-in and options and stuff like that that are somewhat controversial that we might want to talk about at some point. Thanks.
Are we ready?
Boy.
Shall I do it really quick? We'll go. Are we ready, Chair Bohn? Sorry.
Yes, please.
Okay. I will start with Supervisor Wilson.
Yes, and thank you again to staff and to this board for having a civil deliberation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes, and I echo those comments.
Supervisor Madrone.
Well, 5% of me, no, I mean, yes.
Chair Bohn.
Yeah, sure.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes, I'm going to say that I am going to vote yes. There's lots of concern from District 2, but I do think this is a good compromise.
Thank you all. Motion carries 5-0.
All right.
Good job, Cade.
We're adjourned.